Good morning, traders. Welcome, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Hi, Guidance Room traders. Alain Mudor, Roger, Scott V. Good morning, team. Hi, Clifton. Nice to see everyone. Hope you are ready for a nice trading day. Seems like the market is in a good mood after the Fed just left the rates completely unchanged. Well, this was actually the expectation of the market. Hi, Jennifer. Nice to see you. Good morning. Okay, I just do the screen share in the meantime, and then we can start. Well, traders, I must say, I'm not sure that the market is going to keep up with this beautiful reversal. And actually, the reason for that is the fact that most of the times, as you know, after the FOMC press conference and the federal funds rate decision, the market is turning down. So, like not always, but most of the times. So I would, because of that, I would definitely warn you indeed. Might I'm not right, but let's see. Okay, so at the moment, one thing is for sure, it is just moving definitely nicely higher. Also, as I've told you, I'm not sure that it's going to stay like that throughout the day. Also, not only the Fed gets some moves here for us and influence the market, but even the big earnings just got released after market close, like Meta, Tesla. They did quite good indeed. Zuckerberg just told, for example, that he does not care. He does not does not care, but he does not worry about the DeepSeek, and he does not feel that it can be a threat for the US AI um, stocks and the everything what they planning indeed, because he is ready to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to the AI sector indeed. So that's a quite of a relief for the tech sector, as well as the tech sector is up 0.64% at the moment. And the Meta as well, as you can see, Meta is very strong at the moment, 2.69% higher, almost on the $700 level. Unbelievable. Andy, nice to see you. Good afternoon to you. Steve C, good morning. Roger, nice to see you. Good morning. So traders, I don't know how was your last trading day. Mine was completely killing day indeed. Like I just made a beautiful green day, and I just get back to trade the FOMC press conference with the traders in the TEPS guidance room, and we just made 3 winners all on the TQQQ. You know me, I really love to trade that instrument, which is an ETF of the triple Q, and I really like to trade that, and it was a very nice 3 winners indeed. Market surprisingly did not went down that much in because of the fact that the Fed chair Powell, he was quite of hawkish though, but when it when he just started to answer the Q&As, he still tried to maintain the or calm the markets indeed. He mentioned several times that the economy it's okay and no pressure and so on. However, the inflation is still a little bit like unstable. So because of that, I thought that today we are going to start with a gap down. It did not happen. So to tell the truth, I think the reason for that is mainly Meta and Tesla good earnings. Also, Microsoft was not a good one, but we are just going to talk about that. The GDP numbers are out already today on the economic side, traders, and actually it did not get the number. It was not that good as it was expected. I'm just checking it soon. Here we are. So today is the 30th of January, and the advanced GDP number, it is lower, much lower than expected actually. 3.1% was the previous data. The analyst expected a lower number here, a lower percentage, but only 2.7, and the updated release number is 2.3. So it is a quite of a little bit concerning, in my opinion, especially as Powell just keep repeated yesterday that economy is doing good, economy is doing good, and oops, GDP numbers are not doing that good indeed. Unemployment claims are lower than expected. That's good indeed. ECB press conference, it's on today, guys. As I told you yesterday, that I think that today it's going to be a 25 basis point rate cut by the ECB. It did happen. So the ECB just cut the rates and to 2 years low. By the way, the previous it was 3.15% last month, and they just cut it to 2.90% at the moment. The interest rate in Europe, in the Europe zone, the EU zone indeed. Okay, what else? 10 o'clock pending home sales coming traders, and that's it for today. No more economic news. Oh, Banzai, so nice to see you. Okay, nice to see you. I'm happy you have time to join us. Okay, guys. What else here? Indeed, as I told you for today, not too much. On the earnings side, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, IBM, which just made a nice release, except of Microsoft, indeed. So, my Meta and Tesla just beat the expectations, but Microsoft, it was not the best indeed. All right, so let's see what else for today, 30th of January. Well, today there is coming the big one, the biggest one of the biggest one, let's call it like that, in the triple Q sector, in the technological sector, Apple, aftermarket close traders. And as you know, nowadays Apple did not have such a good news around like declining iPhone sales in China, a downgrade indeed as well. Also yesterday it made a very nice comeback. So I'm very much wondering what's going to happen on the Apple's after the Apple's earnings. So Apple is the stock everyone loves to hate, and don't sell it even if earnings look dismal. One of the analysts' opinion is that. Well, I don't know what to do with it. We will see how it's going to react on the numbers. All right, traders, what else here? Goldman Sachs, 3 takeaways from the Fed meeting. Well, first of all, what kind of takeaways it can be? I think the hawkishness, it's definitely one thing which we should be careful with, because Powell's tone, it was like definitely wanted to keep the markets calm. That's why he repeated several times how good is the economy, but actually he's worrying about the inflation. Indeed, I don't think so. I need to tell you that Trump was not quite happy about the FOMC press conference and the decision of the Fed. I would say I expected that. And what did he just tell about this whole event? I'm just looking for here. Okay, here it is. So following the Fed meeting, Trump weighed in with a statement on his social media platform accusing Fed Chair Powell and the central bank of failing to address inflation. Powell and the Fed failed to stop the problem they created with inflation, he wrote. Trump, who originally appointed Powell but has since been a vocal critic, also used the message to reinforce key campaign promises, including ramping up energy production and reigniting American manufacturing. So indeed, seems like the US president not happy about yesterday Fed meeting. So far, market seems like to be happy, but let's see if it can stay happy at all. Good morning, Ali. Nice to see you. Hi, Scott. Good morning to you. Okay, guys, let's just go quickly to the big movers, and please let me know if anything it is on your radar. Definitely, let's just start with the big names here, indeed, and this is going to be the first one, the UPS, not even the biggest one, but it is among the earnings stocks as well. And this was quite of a big disappointment. It can go to our short list actually, long side, short side, and secondary list on my plate. So to the short side, the first one is going to be UPS. Reason for that, excuse me. Pre-market trading after delivery giant said it reached a deal with Amazon, its largest customer, to lower its volume by more than 50% by the second half of 2026. And UPS also said it's launching a multi-year effort to cut $1 billion in costs. So, and even earnings on the table as well. Microsoft is the next one, which I just told you. This was the only big tech stock which caused some disappointment after it issued a lighter than expected revenue guidance. Do you remember, guys, what I was talking about yesterday? It was like that, especially the guidance and the outlook is going to be the most important in this earnings season. And Microsoft, they are just a little bit cautious about the revenue guidance. That's why Microsoft is going down. Hi, Charlie. Good morning to you. FLG, checking FLG. Flexstar Financials. Okay, I'm just checking whether I see any news about this one. Oh my God, guys, we have so many stocks today. Okay, as I see, this is a very strong stock today. Sorry. I'm just looking for the news quickly. What was the news about the FLG? Actually, Flexstar Financials. Usually I'm checking the Finviz because it's just, gathering all of the news together. I see reports. Net loss attributed to common stockholders conference. Okay. So actually, it seems like that this one, it's quite a nice outlook, as I see. Our full year results were also better than expected, with virtually all of metrics in line or better than the guidance we provided earlier this year, says a CEO of the company. So yes, you know what, FLG, just because I don't know the stock too much, I'm just going to move it to the secondary list, but looks like a really great candidate for today. Charlie, thank you very much. If you still have similar stocks like that, then please just raise it in the chat. Okay, traders, so Microsoft can go to the short list. Also, I'm going to be careful with that because the overall tech sector is quite strong and going higher indeed, thanks to Meta, which is 2% higher, as I mentioned you, because the company reported a fourth quarter earnings that beat on the top and bottom line sales. So Meta can go higher. Maybe Tesla is the same. 4% after, though it posted a weaker than expected results, but the company reported this and that. And even Elon was talking and he just promised the full, let's call it, control of these robotaxis. So indeed, that's why Tesla, I think, it just got a nice move to the upside, and I like it on the daily as well, because it is just making a double bottom on the 50 EMA. Now it's higher with 4%, and it looks like it's just going to go higher too. So Tesla to the long list. All right, next one, CMCSA, Comcast, 6% lower decline in broadband and cable TV customers, and that's why it just can go to my CMCSA to the short list. Okay, Caterpillar next. The equipment manufacturer at 4%, posting fourth quarter revenue lower than expected numbers. So that's why I'm just going to put it to my short list. Caterpillar. I like Caterpillar actually trading on earnings days and on news days, but particularly I'm not trading that stock. By the way, it's interesting, but CAT now seems like a very good short candidate. ServiceNow, as I mentioned you, this was an earnings as well, and this is not among the luckiest earnings stocks for today because it's down 10% and looks like it's going to go lower. Also on NOW, I would like to warn you that it can be quite spready because the volume is not that high. IBM popped 10% in the pre-market after the legacy tech company reported earnings that beat the analyst expectations. So IBM looks like it's out of the woods finally with this beautiful reversal and the recovery which is just started in last May, by the way, and now it's just jumped a lot indeed, very strong. Let's just move it to the long list. Hi, Scott V, here as well. Greetings. Okay. Next one, Cigna, Dow, American Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Levi Strauss. So we have a lot here. Cigna is the next one, CI, which is dropping too. So quite of an extended short candidates list for today traders. And Dow, it's lower as well. Dow, it's not a big mover. That's why I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. American Airlines, unfortunately, it was I guess, especially in the US, you know about this news already, that in the morning a regional jet flying for the company collided with an army helicopter, marking the first federal commercial airline crash on US soil since 2009. And this is a very sad tragedy. Unfortunately, that's why American Airlines are moving lower. So AAL, Southwest Airlines, it is just lower because of the bad earnings. So LUV, we can just put it to the short side. And the last one, which I'm going to check, is Levi Strauss. I always pronounce it Levis, as in Europe we are calling it Levis. Okay, so Levi Strauss, it is just lower 7%. Looks like it can extend the move to the downside just to the secondary list traders, but because the reason is it's not a very huge mover indeed. And Northrop Grumman is lower, and no C as well, which is a quite of a pricey stock, 472, and very low volume. So this one I don't even touch it. So to the long side traders, definitely the big names here, like Meta, Tesla, IBM, and LVS, Las Vegas Sands. I forgot so many earnings and news today, guys, that I cannot even follow it indeed. And among that, I'm going to watch SMCI for a reversal too, along with AMD, definitely UPST, it's on my list. Coin, because the Bitcoin is trying to push higher. JP Morgan, financial sector, very strong traders. We should keep an eye on that stocks as well. But like the ultimate list for today is definitely the big tech names, Meta, Tesla, IBM, LVS. I'm just going to call SMCI as well along the semicon stocks too. So this is going to be my list today. I'm just going to post you, and I am leaving for trading in the TEPS guidance room. You are more than welcome to join. It's still on the Omnovia. From next week, it's going to be a free YouTube TEPS guidance room. I'm going to definitely send you the details tomorrow with the link and everything like that. So as I've told you, the guidance stay and is going to move to the YouTube. All right, traders. So I wish you a beautiful green day, 10 o'clock. Don't forget pending home sales. And that's it for today. Also, I'm very much wondering whether the market going to keep up this nice green stripe or might it's going to change its mind during the day. Watch out of that, please. All right, traders. So good luck, everyone. Stay safe and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44, not 45 or 47, the 44 trading room this morning. Good to have everybody here. Just a real focused effort this morning on the markets here on this Thursday session. I will not be here tomorrow. I've got some business that I need to take care of. DVG will be leading the room tomorrow. We'll both be on deck today for this Thursday session here. Looking forward to that. We do have one thing today. We've got new home sales coming out at 10 a.m. I think Aggie was covering that as well. That's really the only thing getting in the way of a, I think, perfect morning here. We've got some headline news now that you've seen yesterday if you've been paying attention. The American Airlines collision with an Army helicopter. They're saying no survivors at all whatsoever. That's a tragedy, especially when you have nothing to do with it and you're just a passenger on the plane or the helicopter. Just absolutely tragic. We'll talk about that and more as we get the day started here. We'll start off with Asia in the overnight session. But before we do that, good morning to all here in the room and on our YouTube channel. Thank you for making that channel grow and grow and grow. And why? Because people are interested in making money in these markets, and I'm no different, DVG, the rest of the team here. So again, we're focused this morning on that. Start off with Asia in the overnight session. The Nikkei rose 99 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 27. Shanghai and China down 2 points. Europe still in session right now. German DAX up 35. FTSE in UK up 54. And the CAC 40 in Paris up 54 as well. 5 markets up, 1 market down, putting pressure on the U.S. futures to the upside this morning. And that's what we have here. Dow futures up. Dow futures down 58, S&P futures up 21 3/4, and the Nasdaq futures this morning up 139.5. Oil's up 11 cents, 72.73 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, we continue to grow. 28.27 per troy ounce, up $33.60 here. Silver's up 3% this morning to 32.35. And that's up, 95 cents, 96 cents. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up as well this morning, with the precious metals leading the way here. And that's all good news if you're in the precious metal area or arena here on this beautiful, what is today? What is today? Today is a Thursday. So really, really good time here as we start going forward. Okay. Let's take a look at a little bit of this market here now and digest what we've been talking about so far and where we're going today. Got the American airline news, the tragedy there. GDP grew at a 2.3% pace in the fourth quarter, less than expected. OpenAI partners with U.S. national laboratories on scientific research, nuclear weapons security. AI is going to be touching everything that we know and love in this wonderful world here on in 2025, and it's only going to get more and more prevalent in the things that we do. DeepSeek AI's claims have shaken the world, but not everybody's convinced that that's the way to go. Cheaper is not always better. And that's about it this morning. The stocks are going to have to stand on themselves on their own. We have very little news coming from the federal government. So with that, we'll talk about some stocks, but before we do, let's say good morning to all here in the room. Allie, good morning to you. Charlie, good morning to you. Scott V, good morning. Andy, good morning. Great to have you here this morning. Jennifer, good morning. Vicus, good morning to you. Yep. Indian market. Okay, thank you. Yep, it's only one. Okay, thank you. Yep. Miguel, good morning. Divide, good morning to you. Jim, good morning. Jay, good morning to you. Great to see everybody here this morning. Protein shake good this morning now. Made it with a little chocolate. So, okay, let's talk about these markets here. I posted my watch list. Aggie has posted hers. And now let's decipher this and talk about some let's see. There we go. Some picks this morning. DJI, I love this morning, or DJT this morning. DJI is the drone. DJT, Donald J. Trump. Love it this morning, over 32. It's right here, right now. That's close to popping here this morning. Meta this morning at 695. Like this one, long this morning. Meta long 695. NASDAQ is up this morning. Dow is down. And then if NVIDIA gets over 124 and then 125, here's the deal on NVDA. This will be my pick of the day. Long over 124, add at 125 break. Okay, on NVIDIA. And then last but not least, the CMCSA under 3450, CMCSA short under 34.5 this morning. So those are the 4 trades that I'm looking at as we start the day here and start getting into what I would call a really nice Thursday session here. Again, split markets this morning. Going to have to watch that. Not a ton of Fed news, but we do have numbers coming out at in the. Let's see. Here we go. There we go. And we do have Fed numbers coming in at 10 o'clock, just new home sales. Should not rattle the markets. We get started in less than 2 minutes. DVG, if you're out there, you want to come in here to talk a little bit about these markets. CMCSA, I'll try to put this in the viewer as well. Remember, with the new Pro Trading Room, you have a choice, and you could look at anybody's desktop, including Clifton's here this morning, which features a CNBC feed or news feed. And then myself here with the charts and our daily driving too. Okay, we are set to go this morning. I'm dialed in, ready to go. I got the seatbelt on, ready to focus in on these markets. Hopefully you are too. Jim, have you guys looked at changing the color of the posted trades? We have, and we don't have a solution right now. So still looking into that, Jim, to be able to color code the trades. So, in fact, that reminds me, I will send a message out this morning.
Scott, can you hear me okay?
Perfect, my friend. Good morning to you. How are you?
I am doing all right. I definitely feel like I'm a little, I hope I'm not getting sick. I had
Lord,
a little bit of a cough. I know it.
Say it.
I know it. I had a little bit of a cough yesterday. I kind of had a little bit of trouble last night, feeling a little congested. But we're here. Markets are wild, and this is the type of market we like. We're trying to trade the Fed FOMC discussion yesterday, and it was just whipsaw up, down, left, right. We're probably going to see a little bit more of that today. Some impressive earnings from our friends at Meta. Also, MasterCard reporting this morning. UPS, not so much. So I'll probably be looking to wait for a short on UPS, looking for a bounce this morning. Tesla, obviously, I'd say a pretty strong cult following, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then, of course, ServiceNow. ServiceNow, not as impressive. Obviously, a very expensive stock, even with a strong pullback in that name. But probably first thing is I'm going to short Microsoft. 417 is a big level, so we'll see if we hold that level. Could be an opportunity to buy the dip, maybe take it for a few points, and then short it kind of throughout the rest of the day. I am watching the Qs at 52445. We've been talking about that level for literally weeks. Market chart there. Look what it did pre-market. That 52445. Obviously, give it a little bit of grace, but it's pretty interesting. That level seems to be operating as some resistance. If we get above that, maybe we see a strong push to the upside. Let's see how bullish markets get. Trade safe today, y'all. It's going to be a wild one. I have a feeling we're going to see profit taking and dip buying opportunities, but we're here to help. So Let's have a good day today. Markets will be open in about 1 second.
Yep. Let's go. Let's have a great day today, traders. Thursday session here. Watching Meta this morning. Any type of pullback. Also, this DJT. I'm going to get in here at 32. And then NVIDIA to the upside at 124. Rest assured, we'll be taking that NVIDIA trade here, 124 this morning. All right.
Tesla 412 we know is a big level. We've been talking about that one also for a couple of weeks. So keep an eye on that. I'm waiting for markets to open just a little bit before I put any trades on. Big push on AMD though. That's a huge push. Wow. That one cools down a little bit. I might be interested in buying that. Strong push. I'm kind of bullish AMD this whole week. Well, NVIDIA was getting beat down. I mean, AMD has kind of already been beat down. So, okay, UPS will probably be my first trade here. 116.50, we're in to the downside. UPS. Oops. There we go. First trade of the day. Guys, AMD, what a monster move. Wow.
CMCSA looking good now. Remember, 34.50 on CMCSA. That's up at the top left corner here.
We have Apple, Intel, reporting after hours today. We're wanting to short MasterCard for the longest time, and what's interesting is there a lot of their revenue gains that they reported this quarter came from cross-border transactions, which with this new administration, that might go away. So I might be interested in like nibbling up here. Guys, I'm going to add to UPS. We're going to go full share size. Big move now on UPS. Watching Meta here at the 690. Worth noting we got up to just over, what is that, 715, I think? Pre-market during earnings. So keep an eye on that. Guys, UPS, big move now. I want to see, at this point, let's see the low of pre-market get taken out. I'll stay away from MA now, but I'm going to put an alert around 565. Here comes UPS.
Okay, I am short the CMCSA trade. CMCSA. Going to add under 33.50 CMCSA as posted here in the pre-market. 34.50 entry. I got it about 34.61. Waiting for NVDA.
Here comes UPS. If we anything with a 112 print, I'll probably take some off there. Guys, it's a beautiful trade for us. 4 points almost. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Give me 4 points. 112.50 will give us 4 points. Come on. All right, Microsoft just broke the 417. I'm going to join the party. Let's do a market entry on this. Okay, we just got in at 415.39. Not the best entry, to be honest. Microsoft short, 415.39.
$35 CMCSA will be my stop. CMCSA. Yeah, look at that Microsoft. Microsoft, nice.
Yeah, I don't. That's the trouble with market orders. I mean, I didn't love my entry, to be honest. I wanted to be around 417, but and then I put some out there on MA. It'll be a nibble position on MA short 565. I just think it's a really, really, really exuberant push. It doesn't mean it has to stop though. And as you guys know, I love shorting Meta, so I'll probably short Meta here in a moment.
Wow, I'll tell you what, NVDA looks perfect here under 121 or 122 for the short. Really nice. That's got some really good support from the pre-market NVDA 122. Wonder if it's going to bounce here.
Well, Microsoft is bouncing. Playing some games on me now.
CMCSA target's going to be $33.
Well, I like the Qs heading lower though, so that's good. CRM, yes, I like that too. Tesla, I like that too. Meta, I think I want to short this. We're in MA right now, so MasterCard short 565. Again, it's a nibble position. If it moves against, I'll just get out of the way. And you know, that one for me is more of like a, could I possibly build a longer term swing to the downside on MasterCard? And we still have those put options, several put options from yesterday on the SPY. Those expire Friday, so I'm planning on holding those. You know, unless I make like 200% on them, then I'll definitely bank some profit. We moved out of the way of some of them just because it was getting expensive.
DJT is target's going to be 32.50.
Well, I'm going to dump Microsoft here. I liked it at 417 and got in a little bit too late to the party, so I may dump it here in a moment. Anything above this candle that we're in now, I'll dump at that position. Tesla now looking good under 403. Let's see if it finds some bids though.
There goes DJT.
MasterCard. Oh well. NVIDIA, you gonna go for it? Now's the chance.
Yeah, that break of 122 is right where you need to be with it. I just don't. It's bounced there a couple of times now, so we'll see.
All right, Microsoft, I will dump this position any moment. Literally over that previous candle right here. I'll take that loss, 3-point loss, unfortunately. Not that 400. I knew that 412 level was a good level. It's too late to party now, but that's a pretty strong pullback. Let me see what options look like. I'll probably hit it with some options. 385 strike. Let's see what those look like.
Yeah, DJT no volume, so
we're
I'm
in.
hinging on this CMCSA.
Just grabbed 10 of them. I don't like the fact there's so much premium already stacked, and I'm super far from the money. I'm 15 points away from the money, and still managed to pay $2.90. Like I don't like that, and that's for Friday's expiration. So either we get this move and break under 400, or we will dump those. Look at Meta now, over 702 now.
Wow, nice pop.
Glad we stayed away from that one. Oof. Got ran over on Microsoft, y'all. Unfortunately, it's a losing trade there. UPS, though, still waiting on that 112 number. We've got this these put options now on Tesla from the options account, so we'll see how that works out. Here comes Tesla. We should get the break here. See sellers stacking up. Look at Baba too. Baba's ripping. All right. Thank you, Tesla. Here we go. It's kind of the joy of options, right?
Right on.
So we're up 40 cents right now on it. So we're up, $400. It's not too bad. I only grabbed 10 of them.
When you choose that option, what strike price are you looking at, or
Well,
how
so-
far out is it?
Well, so I have this go around. They're Friday expirations. So I'm trading them more or less as if they're a equity.
And that's on which stock?
It's Tesla. So like right now I have the low side of the move at 385.42. It was a level I had marked. So if we continue to break down, maybe we go test that level. So whereas like normally I'll buy near or at the money. Not usually this far out, but because we had earnings, naturally the options are going to be more expensive. And so actually a lot of times people are like, hey, how do you know what the move is going to look like? Here's an easy one. You basically take your premiums and the options. I mean, it's not a perfect science, but it's a rough estimate. There's actually a calculation to do it, but if you look at, let's just say, for example, before earnings, so let's look at Apple. I'll pull that up. Where's Apple now? 239. So you'd find what's nearest to the money, which you could argue is about 240. And that's pricing at $4.65, and the put options at $5. So you've got about a $9 anticipated move on Apple.
Yeah.
So it's about 3.5%. That's kind of the expected move from earnings tonight in either direction. Okay, these put options look great on Tesla. I'll probably take a few off, maybe half, just in case we don't continue the breakdown. But let me see when this finishes. We're down to 396. We paid $2.90 for them. We're now at 385. So I will take that all day long. Let's take 5 of them off, six of them off. Why not? We'll leave 4 to go. There we go. Options account, check. Green for the day. Now let's go make some money on these equities. We got ran over on Microsoft. Might have a second chance here at 419. 419 entry. I'll put it there. Short Microsoft 419. Yeah, I do like, what was it? Who commented on the color changes of trades? I kind of miss that. That's the one thing I miss. Just being able to make it red, that means short, green means long.
Yep.
Made it easy.
I just sent a message this morning, so we'll see what happens here.
There's your NVIDIA break.
Yeah. Right from 122. All right, traders, on our CMCSA trade, remember CMCSA at 34.50. We're coming up to that 33.50, which is going to be our cover point, 33.50. And we're still long DJT this morning, DJT.
Coin looks great. But what does it do at 302? That's the big decision point there. We're back into Microsoft, y'all. That 419 entry, we're in. So let's see what happens. Excuse me. There we go. Tesla. All right. I'll take one more off. Guys, we paid $2.90 for them. They're now worth $4.40. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go. Yeah, I'm going to sit and wait on CMCSA.
Look at Meta, though. Jeez Louise. Thank you, Tesla. Thank you, thank you. You know what? I should have just shorted this with stock, too.
Right.
I would have been crushing it right now.
Got both sides, right?
Yeah, just catalyze the move right there. Oh, well. Kevin, good call on MU. I would argue there's probably the other name. So AVGO, maybe SMCI. Yep, SMCI. What's ASML doing? If I could spell it. And ASML just reported too. So yeah, we're seeing love across all those names right now in the semis. So guys, waiting for this break on UPS finally in the 112 section so I could take my 4 points. But you know what? We're close enough that I'm almost going to trim. I'm just going to give this candle to complete. So literally 40 seconds. on this UPS. I want to see it drop below those pre-market lows here and put a new session low, getting those 112s. And once we do, I'm going to cover about 80% of that position. You know, we've got in at 116 and change. It's a beautiful trade so far. I'm just waiting for the break. Look at Alibaba now ripping 98.50. What is happening in China? China. Guys, look at this powerful move on the Qs.
And all we need to do is have just a little step down on CMCSA. We'll take care of that trade, and then just about 9 cents down on the DJT trade on the long Donald J. Trump. And here comes NVIDIA off the bottom again. Short-lived short under 122. Watch the 124 takeout. 124 takeout. I will be long the stock, actually.
Taking a partial UPS here. Market's looking like they're gaining some strength. I'm going to take one more off of my put options here on Tesla. It looks like we want to start scooting here. I like AMD. 119.50 here. Let's see. Who was it that called out MU? Let's do MU here. Let's see. No, I can't buy it up there. We might pull back. I do like it though. If you got in that MU trade, very nice. What was that, Kevin? Very nice. Look at the Qs taking off now. Okay. Netflix. What's Netflix doing? Okay. Everything's moving higher now. Okay. Out of Microsoft. Second loser on Microsoft. Won't touch that the rest of the day. Big reason with Microsoft could move it down with Azure. That's why it kind of sold off. We had 31% growth year over year for this segment versus 31%. So they're like, oh, that's a 2% loss year over year on Azure spend, and they tank the stock. Go figure. Whoa! What is happening right now? Big move right now in the market, guys.
Yeah, super move. Dow was down 90 to start the day. Now up 111. It's not affecting our CMCSA trade, that's for sure. That's a good trade so far. Watching NVDA.
Andy's watching Coin. Let me pull that up. I'm going to let Tesla do its thing because they're options. I mean, I got paid on them already. So, yeah, that's a beautiful setup there on Coin. Andy, let's see if you get a nice push there. Good call out. I didn't take it, but that's nice. Here comes UPS finally. Good call. I think, Kevin, was that you on MU as well? I'm trying to go back. MU and Coin. Beautiful, beautiful moves there. Mark, you're already in and out of MSTR on Coin. Nice. Very nice. Great trade there, my friend. I can already tell you what I did wrong on Microsoft right now. That. See your yellow line. I should have been waiting to short it here if there's resistance. You know, overall not the greatest report, but seeing a bounce to here, likely. And then if we fail here, this is where we short. So that's, I'm going to already mark that in my journal. I can already see what I did wrong there. Good old lessons learned. Coulda, shoulda, woulda UPS, right? But I mean, trimming up here, I don't mind getting a partial when I see the Qs and the SPY taking off.
Yes, Dow up now 130, NASDAQ up 145. And I'm going to cover off right here on CMCSI, move on. CMCSA, all shares gone 33.75 out. CMCSA on the cover. And now I am down 19 cents on the DJT long, Donald J. Trump. And my next trade looks to be, well, I'll tell you what, Meta at 710 would be awesome. NVDA 124. I think I'll stick with NVDA, although the Meta breakout at the top here looks really healthy here.
So that unfortunate incident over the Potomac was literally, I don't know. I think from my old place, we probably could have seen it happen. Like we lived like right there, right where it went down.
Man, I'll tell you what, that's just,
it's just terrible.
Yeah. You know, you get on a plane and you're not, and you collide. I don't understand. And it's going to be interesting to see how this comes out. But, you know, how do you, with all of the, you know, I know it was, they're saying the city was bright lights and the water and this and that, but instrumentation, how do you fail? How do you not have that either in radar? How are people just not accountable for a helicopter sitting there?
Yeah, I mean, there's, so just over that area, the Potomac River becomes kind of like a visual landmark for landing. And if you in and around that area, you have on the one side, you literally have the White House, all the monuments, right, which is very restricted airspace in certain areas. Obviously, military personnel or aircraft can get around there, but it's right next to DCA or Ronald Reagan. So Ronald Reagan's on the other side of the river. So you have like Alexandria, which is kind of that town that's where the airport is. And right next to Alexandria, you've got the Pentagon. So there's a lot of activity constantly in that area. You've got all kinds of military helicopters flying around, but usually they're kind of, you know, they do a pretty good job of like staying in the lane, etc. But if you're, let's just say, flying at a certain speed and there's an airplane coming in for a landing and there's a helicopter underneath you on an airplane, you're not going to see that.
Right.
And radar, you're not going to see that either because you're too low anyways. So it's more of a visual reference guide. And so I think that's what happened is you had an airplane coming in for a landing, you know, top down, and there was a helicopter underneath it and they couldn't see it. So neither one of them could see each other. You know, helicopter can't see above it and the airplane can't see below it. And so as the airplane was coming down to land, it just, you know, landed on top of the helicopter basically. Yeah, exactly. Mark, flying user visual, yeah. And you could have had night vision. Yeah, okay. That makes sense too. Yeah, it's really sad. I know. But that whole area though, I mean, there's constantly stuff moving and flying around. Because you literally have the Pentagon on one side, the White House on the other side, and then you have a commercial airport right in the middle of it. Either way, it's tragic. I mean, no matter how you look at it. I was actually in a plane that got hit by lightning twice as we were landing. That was interesting. It's kind of scary.
Where were you at the time? What city, state?
I was flying into like the Bay Area, actually, in California.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, DJT, you rat. Come on. Don't you know who your president is?
Mark, are you pilot? I need to go back and finish my private pilot license. I've got I think it's 12 hours maybe. I had to double check. It's like 12 or 13 hours logged. I gotta take a look at it. But my wife was getting upset. She's like, you know what? You need to have one hobby at a time. You know, if you want to race cars, go do that. If you want to race motorcycles, go do that. But to do cars, motorcycles, and airplanes, like, no, you're not doing that.
A little too much, right?
Yeah.
I hate to say it, she might be right.
Yeah, you know what? It was the right move. Because it was funny. The first time I went, so first of all, you know, I kind of get very interested very quick. And so I literally come back the first day and go, hey, uh-oh, is that news? What's going on? What's this move? Anyway, come back and I go, hey, did you know we could buy a plane? And she's like, seriously, stop. Like, I'm like, yeah, you could get one for X amount of dollars. And she's like, seriously, just stop. I'm like, you already have enough toys. We're not buying an airplane. At the time, we were living in Texas, so it was easier to park a plane in Texas than it is, you know, on the East Coast. Anyway, good times. Let's see. Jim flying into the KC once they're done storm. The plane went completely sideways and dropped a lot of houses. Whoa! Wow! Yikes! Although my wife told him it was space cadets. Wives are always right. Maybe. I always agree with her. That's why I don't have one. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever not love cars. I mean, that's kind of my Achilles heel a little bit, but motorcycles for me, as I'm getting older, like the bike I have now is terrifying. I mean, I'm not afraid of fast things and adrenaline, but the bike I have now is pretty terrifying. All right, guys,
What do you have now?
I've got a Ducati V4S that's all like tricked out, and you know, you can get into trouble real quick with a bike like that. We had also like a Honda CBR 1000. That was actually my wife's bike, which, you know, I basically drove. She drove it too, but okay, guys, there's a big pullback in markets right now. 524.45 was the area I want to see rejection for on the Qs. If we try going back up there and we reject it, I'm going to load this thing up to the downside. Obviously, not such great news on names like Microsoft. Apple's going to report tonight. So I don't want to sound like a broken record, always trying to be bearish, but I really don't like two things. So one, I don't like the fact that Japan raised its rates. And I think that big old DeepSeek thing that they're talking about was kind of a deep cover up for the fact that nobody wants to talk about a carry trade again. But that would make a little more sense to me than a new technology. You know what I mean? I think it didn't hurt with all the publicity it got to push NVIDIA's price lower and AMD's price lower, but we shall see. The opposite is also true. If we push through on the Qs really, really violently through that 524.50 area, here we go. This is the breakdown that I'm hoping for under pending home sales. Let's see. Whoa. Pending home sales minus 5.5%. It was supposed to be unchanged. No bueno. For those of you guys watching my screen here, top right are the Qs. See that yellow line? Notice how it's holding really nicely. If we push above 524.45, I'll go long everything. If we don't, I will short everything.
Watch NVDA for another possible leg down. DJT coming down hard. 31 will be my stop loss on DJT.
Oh, Microsoft. Son of a gun. Kind of does look like a Roku, yeah. No, that's the 200 EMA, Kevin. All right, I'm going to short the Qs if we break that line there. And if not, looking around to see what I would want to buy. Maybe AMD, maybe. I definitely do not want to buy Meta at 700. In fact, I'd want to short Meta in this area, but I won't because it's putting in all-time highs. But if I start seeing some rejection on Meta, then yeah, maybe.
Got a pretty decent IPO today, BBNX, Beta Bionics, BBNX, which I don't know when it might come out, maybe 11:30 area, but that's one that we should watch.
Just being patient here. There's the break on the Qs. Let's go. All right. I'm going to grab a little bit of Meta too. So options on the Qs, guys. So I didn't post that, but that's my options trade. Right there at the 523 strike. And then Meta will go in here right at 704.60. Meta. 704.60. Takes a while to post, guys. Be patient. Big drop down AMD here. Big move now on the Qs. Love this. Love this. Right now, my options account is crushing it. We had an awesome trade on Tesla, and now we're getting it on the Qs. We also had a pretty decent trade yesterday on the SPY. Guys, we're at the 385 print on Tesla. I paid $290 for them. Okay, we had 3 left. We are at the 385 print on Tesla. They're now worth $8.50. So I'm going to go ahead and take 2 more off here. We'll leave 1 for good measure. Guys, that is a massive 300% trade on Tesla. Well, 200 and change, but still, let's not get too picky there.
Called out right here.
It's kind of, it is nice when you have moves like that when, look, we had 2 failed trades in Microsoft that would have been phenomenal. And if we just did what I planned to, technically I could have had a 3rd chance right there. So that was on me. I was trying to get in here around this VWAP to see if we broke down. And instead of being patient to wait for the 200 to be retested, which would make sense, we saw it happen here. We saw it happen here and then hold pre-market. So a test to the 200 would have made sense. Instead, I tried to get in a little too early. And guys, this would have been a phenomenal trade, 421, 422. But unfortunately, this is what it is. Can't win them all. Marla's asking to put on Squawk Box during lunchtime afternoon session when no one else is on the mic.
We've got that dialed in. In fact, Clifton will start that today, actually. We talked about it. In fact, I think Clifton's got it up now. Clifton, yep.
Guys,
I think he's got YouTube, so maybe we could go. Clifton, if you could switch over to CNBC, that would be great if that's possible. And I think DVG, you were working on that too, right?
Yeah, I've got both available. So it's more of a preference. I like Bloomberg, but I know a lot of people like CNBC as well.
NVDA not doing anything. Again, the only thing I'm in right now is DJT to the downside. DJT. NASDAQ only up 12 points, 13 points. Remember, we were up 130.
All right, let's see if we can actually get a move here on Meta. Everything aiming lower right now, y'all. Everything. Meta with an exception. But for the most part, actually, They might be aiming lower, but I'm looking around. Like AVGO is up 5.5%. Meta 4.2%. Well, Caterpillar's down 4.5% after earnings, but we're seeing a pullback. But technically, a lot of stocks are still up on the day. Trump is going to talk about the plane crash at 11. Guys, here comes the break on the cues. Let's go. I'm kind of kicking myself on this Microsoft trade. I know better. I don't know why. Oh, well, it happens. But an awesome trade in Tesla today, guys. That made all that chop and slapping around that we got yesterday all worthwhile. Unfortunately, I didn't take it with equities or stock. I just took it with the options account that I have here. But I'm not complaining. If I'd held all 10 contracts, we'd be up almost $6,000-$7,000 right now. So an amazing trade there on Tesla. And now we're in the money now on Meta. Let's go. I'm going to add here. Let's add some size here. There we go. Perfect. Nice breakdown. I like it. This is an expensive stock.
Out DJT with a loss, losing trade, DJT.
For those of you guys asking on Meta, it's just me not believing it's worth $700. Obviously, they had a good earnings report, but it also had a run up into earnings, a massive run up on what I would argue is just hope. So 18%. It's up 18%. So it can go up way more, putting in all-time highs, no doubt. But I'm going to see if we can get a nibble in the event we do decide to move to the downside. ASML, let's look at that. Nope. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know what the big drop was on DJT, but that was not nice.
Finally getting that break on UPS. Took a while, but we got it. Yeah, I just actually pulled up unfortunate video of the crash. It looks like kind of what we were talking about. You know, planes on approach, helicopters below it. They don't see each other. Unfortunate. Okay, let's see if we make some money here on Meta. I'm gonna pull some more off of UPS here. Take a partial. Caterpillar looking like it's trying to bounce here. Tesla as well, which is interesting. Let me see if I pull it up here on my screen. So if you see that line at 385.42, that's been there for quite some time, this line. And we saw it respected yesterday, you know, several times. We talked about it even yesterday. And we came back and retested it again today. Look at this. And then bounce. So we still have one left. Those put options, not for long though. Get over 390. That's going to probably do it for me on those put options. And again, I could easily go to 392 and then come back down stronger, but we already have a put option position in the queues. So that'll kind of accommodate any, you know, minor loss that we take. And it's not even a loss, just giving back on Tesla. We are officially up 4 points on the UPS trade, guys.
Super nice.
Yeah, we took a couple, you know, wounds on Microsoft today, which is fine. Guys, look at Netflix now dumping. I might actually short this guy. I wanted to short Netflix.
Take a look at NFLX. Look at IBM at the top of the day. Yeah, I just had 2 trades yesterday, 2 trades today. Not kind of where I thought I would be, but a little slower yesterday and today.
This could be an area to get long some positions as well on the Qs. If we don't break on the Qs, we'll trim up here. Watching AMD again. AMD. Bouncing right off that 200. Look at that. They're talking about how DCA has military and commercial airlines flying around it, which makes it kind of unique. You know, LAX, anyone, you know, whether it's JFK or LaGuardia, like they don't really have military helicopters flying all over the place. Ooh. Apparently that's interesting. Either the helicopter or the airplane acknowledged that they saw the other flight. Interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
So that would probably be a visual,
Yep.
I'm assuming.
Yeah. One of them claimed a visual. I don't know if it's a helicopter or the airplane, but one of them acknowledged it, and then they managed to hit hit each other. So it's.
And I read last night, or I listened to last night, they were saying that easier for the helicopter to move
Evade. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
than the plane.
All right, I'm gonna take some more off the UPS trade, guys. Like we'll just let the runners do their job. A nice 4+ point trade on UPS. I'm watching Netflix potentially for a short, watching AMD to see if it could bounce her out to 200, but let's keep an eye on the SPY and the Qs aiming lower. They just got lucky, I would say, that they didn't let. There's a couple bridges that cross the Potomac right around where they were at.
Mm-hmm.
And they happened to land in the Potomac. But if that debris ended up on any of those freeways that are right around there, that could have been even more, just more people impacted. So, all right, enough about that. Guys, Microsoft, I'm going to cry about that one tonight. I'm watching exactly what I did wrong. So for those of you who have traded and understand my style here, we had a break under this 417.60. I know is a big level. That's why it's this white lines. This is me marking that for, I mean, you could see it bounce here, but this is like, I don't know, the last 12 months, big level for Microsoft of support. Because we usually end up trading higher than that. And then this red area is where I've noticed there's a lot of supply. So demand down here, supply up here. So you end up kind of in that range. Well, as soon as we got above it right here before earnings, right? We saw that beautiful hold. As soon as we got under that 200, straight down, obviously during earnings. Couldn't get above it. We tried to this morning, pre-market, dumped. I should have been waiting right there for that retest at the 200. That's on me. I know better. I should have been there. Instead, I got in early, got ran over twice, and this would have been a phenomenal trade. Even at 421 or 419 on the retest of that 200, that would have been a more validated move. And by the way, as I'm talking about this, I missed my Netflix short. Might still be interested in it. Getting ready to take some off of the Qs. My goal on the Qs is to at least get to the close. So you chase, you die. Yeah. Mark, yep. Let's pull up VST. It's been a killer stock for the last few sessions, and then CEG as well. Yeah. Guys, AMD dumping, Netflix is dumping, the Qs now dumping. Again, my target's going to be just at the close on the Qs to take some off of my put options here.
Qs have just now turned red. Look at Netflix getting pounded.
Yep. This I wanted to short it actually right there. Same thing. Yellow line, 981. Would have been awesome. Be up 7 points right now. But I was chit-chatting about Microsoft. Oh well. Meta is incredibly strong compared to, like, we're seeing the Qs aim lower, AMD moving lower, NVIDIA moving lower. Meta just holding right above that VWAP. So it's going to make a decision, and I will not get run over by that. So. Scott V drives on 95 by the crash area every 2 weeks.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Cues come to Papa. Oh, man, these quantum names. You guys remember I took this thing long? Wasn't that yesterday? And just kind of chopped around all day. And I was like, this is why I don't trade $30 stocks. Oh, man. It's more like a buy and hold, I suppose. Wow, what a drop on AMD, guys. And look at Netflix. Anybody take Netflix? Because that would have been a monster short right there. Okay, break. There it is. There's a break on Meta, guys. Finally. Let's see what it does here at this 200. So around that 697, 696 area. If we start to dabble in and around that area, great. But where I'm going to take a partial on Meta is kind of where I'm going to take off partial on the Qs. So if I pull the Qs up here, you'll notice where the close is, which is this subtle little line there. But let me actually add the value there. Here we go. So 520.83 on the Qs. So we get in and around that level. That's where I'll take some off here on the Qs, and I'll take some off here on Meta. Worst case on Meta, I'd probably break even. But dumping the last bit of Tesla, which was still a phenomenal run. No complaints there. Now maybe Netflix becomes a long position here. Finding support right there. 970 area, 971. Interesting. Interesting. All right, guys, I'm going to hit AMD here. 1857. There we go. AMD 118.57. I always forget it's long. We're in. So I want to get up and over this. So my stop loss to be real tight on this AMD trade. So I want to see some strength to get up and over because I'm seeing it happen in Meta, for example, and even the Qs. So if we actually start to lift here, maybe we get some love across the tech space. So I'm going to dump Meta here. That's good enough. AMD, we'll add right here over 118.83. It's coming up. And I'm going to go full share size AMD long. If we get above that level. So that's ready to go. Get rid of Meta here. We still have the MA trade, believe it or not. It's just kind of set it and forget it. I know it's up here near all-time highs. If it gets up here again, I'll dump it, but I don't mind being kind of red on this trade for now, but it could be more of a longer-term short on MasterCard. It's like a Costco. Guys, overall markets are green.
Yeah, I just bounced off the bottom now, and the NASDAQ's struggling just a little bit more than what the Dow is right now.
Yeah, so like, look at this. Pretty broad swath of green today. We're seeing big moves like though. We talked about BX yesterday. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember why we were talking about BX? Anybody? Yeah, no worries, Marlon. So obviously earnings came out for Blackstone, but their earnings were great, but rates were unchanged yesterday. So for Blackstone, for solar, for ENPH, all not such good news. For all the home builders, Toll Brothers, right? So not surprising to see that drop on Blackstone. I wonder what BlackRock is doing. Chopping around. Okay, getting ready to take a partial here on the put options for the Qs. Target's going to be the close. AMD not looking so great. We're still in it though. I mean, I don't care about 30 cents. It's kind of some footing. And if we get over that 1880, that'll prove to me that maybe there's still some strength in the market after all, but I don't know. We've got plenty of short positions.
Yeah, I don't have a trade on right now. You know, I mean, I got stopped out of DJT, and that's the last thing I've seen now.
Oh, Microsoft. I can't keep looking at that stock today.
Question is do we bounce off this bottom? I would probably do that, Rick, if we get past 31, which is right where we are right now. I'd take a chance here with a 30.50 stop, DJT.
AMD. No me gusta. Okay. Last chance, AMD. If you see 117 again, I'm going to dump this thing. Do not print 117 anything, or I will dump this AMD position. Our Q positions are crushing it, though. What is that? 2,600 bucks. All right. I'm going to dump AMD any second. Let's let this candle finish. 10 seconds. This is why I want to wait for that candle to complete to see if that move into 117 is valid. So if we see that 117, I don't care market order amount. But this could be an undercut. There we go. Okay, I'm out of AMD. I'm getting ready to take a partial here on the Qs. We just broke below the close. That looks good. Let me wait for this candle to complete its red move. Maybe it goes a little further. That's good enough for me. Perfect. We made $1.50 on those options. My options account right now is better than my trading account right now. That's wild. Guys, Microsoft is just, I knew this was going to be a bounce to a move. I just didn't know how high we would bounce. And I got stuck here and missed here when the big move happened. That's frustrating. Nvidia's down to 118 now, y'all. Look at this. Oof. Scott, did you end up shorting Nvidia?
I did not, no, but that was that 122 break. That would have been a smart play. I kept thinking that we were going to bounce because the market was turning to go higher.
Yeah.
But now we look at it here, and the Nasdaq's down 50 points. It's one of those blah blah days so far.
So Scott, you're going to be gone tomorrow, right?
I'll be gone tomorrow. I'll be back Monday.
Okay.
So if you drive tomorrow,
No worries.
be great. Yeah, I mean, I'm fighting. I mean, I'm up very limited money this morning, but I'm not seeing a ton here that I want to take part in. You know, the market has turned lower, but the market has been bouncing all morning. So yeah, should have held on to some more of that, Mark, right? Comes Meta on the downward move.
You know what we didn't talk about today was Lam Research. They actually had an amazing report, which is why I was looking at ASML and even SMCI today. But these semiconductors are getting smacked around because of NVIDIA. So who knows? This is, I'm going to probably be buying NVIDIA. As the further we fall, I'll add more to my portfolio. I'll probably start, if we see it, I'll probably start buying it around $112 if we get that low. But I own NVIDIA from years and years ago, and I've never added to the position. I think now it's time to, buy some more. Well, anybody take UPS with me this morning? Because we're down at a 111.50 now. We're up 5 points on that trade. Obviously, we've got just runners left. So not disappointed in that, but we managed to eke out a pretty nice green day today, even with the couple losing trades in Microsoft and a very small loss on Meta just because it was bouncing around. Meta no trade. Could consider another go at coin here. I'll take a look at coin. I might join you on that. Let me see. Let's do this. MSTR here. Excuse me.
Love Netflix here. GME was 4 years ago now. 4 years. Just, I know. Like Netflix showing some strength. Dow's up 105.
Yeah, huge move on Netflix for their earnings. So here's kind of anybody know what this is? This white line here? Anybody? I know one of y'all know. Rick's looking at AMD over 118.10. I'll take a look at that too. But here's what's interesting. Right here, this big white line here. Look what happened. Tagged it perfectly. Here, and today. It's clearly an area of interest. The money line, sure.
All right. There you go.
Yeah. All right. What's BA doing? So I'm tempted to go long BA. It's had such bad news, but this level from 176.25, I know 182 is like the big level. So that could give me 5 points. So let's do it. I'm going to go long BA right here. 177.47. Let's go. We'll put that 747 in the title and why not? So BA long 17747. See if we get that breakout here on BA. Risky business a little bit, buying the tops here. Don't really like doing that all the time. But maybe we get the move. Apple might be an option. Let's look. No, I don't like it. I'm going to wait till earnings come out to trade Apple.
That's tonight, right after the bell?
Yep. Let's see. We got that Visa. What else did we have? Visa, Intel, Atlassian, and then Baker Hughes kind of kicks off the. But we also have U.S. Steel, the reports, which will be interesting if they're actually going to do that acquisition after all. I should say get acquired, not acquisition, but you're supposed to be getting acquired by a company here. It's be kind of interesting to watch. You know, maybe they announce like what they're willing to sell the company for. I'm going to add to BA over 177.80. It's coming up here. We'll hit that for full size. Target there is going to be 180, probably first partial, and then 182 is kind of best case. So let's see if BA can take off for us. Watching coin. Let me pull this up here, big chart. Coin.
Apple. I don't know. It depends on where this market goes today. We're just treading water on the NASDAQ right now.
What? That could be interesting. I don't know with this coin trade. It's got a lot of room to the upside. Where was was talking about coin. Take a tiny more off of UPS here. This is a 0. Can't lose on this one. So I'll let those, I'll put like a, call it a 5-point stop on it. Let it run for however long it needs to. So I'll put it back up to, actually we'll do it at 115.50. So worst case, I make $1 on that trade. Yeah, so whoever's mentioning Apple, this consolidation, right now it could be 50-50 up or down. You're under the 200. Obviously, they're reporting tonight, so structurally, obviously, this is looking like they're ready for it to move higher. But I'm curious to see what happens with Apple's revenue from China.
China. Yeah, NASDAQ just bouncing off the bottom here, really.
Guys, UPS now almost at 110.
It does not give me the I guess the backing or the feel good to go long right now, to go into anything right now. We're just kind of meandering at the bottom. Do I take a flyer on Meta maybe here at 700? I just wish I had the market running in the right direction right now.
Oh man, we were short Meta earlier. I got whipped around. That would have been nice. Those have been like 10 points, I think. No, almost 9 points. Watching Netflix now. UPS guys, we're down on 110s, so I'm gonna move my stop now to 114.50, and I will leave those alone for however long.
Sorry about that.
Oh man, no. I've got my ad out there for BA if we get up there. Other than that, I don't really have. I've got a couple put options left on the Qs. I still have my put options on the SPY. Hey, Meta's going to fall off a cliff here in a minute. Below this 688. Top and bottom beat though, so. Mark, are you trying to get long, Meta? For some reason, I like AMD. I think AMD's been kind of, beaten down pretty good. And if you look at it, you have NVIDIA and AMD. I get it. Stock price is not representative of their market cap, right? But I think AMD has been just really beat down to this like 115 to 118 level for so long that maybe, just maybe, it finds some buyers in this area. NVIDIA specifically, we know 118 is a big level, but then after 118, there's like 116, 115, then 112. So it can fall down pretty quick. But like AMD, 127 is like where it wants to sit. There is a ton of money up there that just, I think, is stuck. So seeing it get up to 127 and then, dump, like, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, but tempted to go back in it today. Meta. CI. Okay, what's that? Talking about Cigna? Dave? That whole space is getting messed up. If you guys remember, it took UNH. But like Elevance going to be impacted by Kennedy's policies around Medicare, Medicaid, etc. So Cigna kind of in the same boat. Yeah, I can see that. There's just so, like, this week, it's a big week. We have the Fed announcing unchanged rates, which arguably was a nothing burger. I don't think it was that good of news, and for some reasons, markets pumped into earning ambitions or optimism, and we're getting kind of mixed reviews, right? Meta crushing, Tesla, horrible earnings, but no one cares. They were like, I don't care, I love Tesla. So, seeing the sell-off, guys, up to 412, we know is an area of resistance or support. Literally gets up there to 412.50, fails straight down to 385, and then you find buyers right there. So the good news is we know there's buyers there for sure. If that level breaks, 360 is probably the next area of support, maybe even 350. So, and then the upside is whatever, right? Fill in the blank. And when you see NVIDIA falling out of bed and a few of these other big names rolling over to the downside, to Scott's point, it doesn't really give you the warm and fuzzies to go long the market when a name like NVIDIA is, as soon as you see any buyers, it just immediately sells. So is it DeepSeek? Is it the China or the Japanese carry trade? And it's not even the Japanese carry trade. It's across the board. Strong dollar is usually not a good thing for markets, usually. You're even hearing about it in the earnings calls. Microsoft even made mention like, hey, we're going to see revenues outside the U.S. be impacted by the strong dollar. So I don't know if you guys, check out earning reports or not, but that was from Amy Hood, their CFO at Microsoft. But that's for everybody, global companies. That's why I'm really curious about Apple. Very, very curious. I'm going to probably trade Apple today after the close. And as you guys know, I'm pretty bearish on Apple. But I'm curious to see what they're going to do about two things: tariffs, China, and then maybe they announce some kind of innovation. Maybe, but yeah. And another dead giveaway too. I don't know if you guys watch futures at night, but silver, gold, popping.
Boy, CMCSA would have been the trade of the day just to hold on to that. We had that at 34 today. Maybe we get maybe an IPO. Has anybody checked right now? BBNX. It's loaded.
Was it Mark? You think a coin and MSTR? Coin looks really strong. Meta is my missed trade of the day. I was in at 706 and change. That would have been 15 points on Meta, and unfortunately, I just got whipsawed around and I chickened out. And arguably Microsoft, which we're not talking about Microsoft for this today. Yeah, but keep an eye, Mark, on look at the SPY and the Qs right now. Qs aiming lower, SPY aiming lower, about to, turn red on the SPY actually. Yeah, agreed. Total rug pull. In fact, I'm going to barely, so you see this 176.25 on BA. That's kind of where I'm mentally going to dump it. I mean, it was a small position in case we break out on BA. And if we don't, that's okay. So if you notice, we just touched it almost to the penny. 176.24, not 25, which is fine. But when we start breaking that level, I'm out. SPY now breaking lower. We got rid of the last Tesla 385 strike put option that we had earlier today. Made $6 at its, I think, a little over $6. There's Meta. We talked about it, 688. Golly, that's brutal. Two huge trades missed out on, guys. Microsoft and Meta. Hopefully some of you guys held on to those and getting paid. I think Netflix is next. I think Netflix is next to go straight down here. Wow. Okay, I'm letting these Q put options print. Also the SPY put options. Again, we have till Friday on both of them. So I don't mind letting them kind of do their thing. I'm up $2 on my put options in the Qs. Those were the 523 strikes. And normally, like if I'm doing a longer term thing, I'd do a spread. But because like this is the week of super volatility, I'm just kind of going naked on these, like naked put options, naked call options, aka like one direction. You know, I'm not buying any hedges against the options. Mark, what makes you think you're gonna have a rug pull at 11? Is it Trump talking about the plane crash with the helicopter? You think magically markets are just gonna dump? All right, BA doesn't take off here, pun intended. We'll dump it. Small loss there, which I don't mind. We're crushing it on these Q put options right now. Oh my God. Boom. All right, I'm going to take a couple off of the put options here on the Qs, but we really could start to accelerate. I'm out the BA trade now. Small loss there, no worries. Guys, Netflix. What to do on Netflix. We break that level, you can go straight down, but the Qs are getting heavy. SPY's getting heavy.
And NASDAQ now down 105 points, so got the direction there.
Yeah.
A lot of guys, they want to buy stock markets like this. It's horrible, actually.
Just keep thinking, what if? But you know, I mean, a lot of people will buy off the bottom or try to snag something low. So
Mark, you ready to roll a coin? What do you think? I'm like, it's 50-50 for me. Like, we could totally break out and start looking at 310. But we could easily go inspect what 295 looks like again. When you see the, Qs in the SPY just aiming lower. Let's look at the Bitcoin futures real quick. See if we can make some sense of this. Yeah, I don't like it. Meta, I'm so mad at you. No, I'm sitting on my hands. I've done pretty good this. Yeah, same here, Mark. That's why I'm watching. So I'm watching Coin, I'm watching Netflix, and I'm now feeling the same way I feel about Microsoft. Now I'm even feeling worse on Meta. Guys, 24 points we would have nailed on Meta. Ugh. Oh, well, it happens. Moving on. I think Netflix is actually going to have some trouble here, though. So here, let me pull this up, big chart. Let's do Netflix. Reset. 5 minute. So here's what I mean by could be challenging. So 971 to 936. In fact, I'm going to do it because if we get maybe to 960, that's still a pretty decent trade. It's an expensive stock, so I won't take a ton of shares, but we're going to go ahead and do market fill. We're in. That was just me right there. 973.32. 973.32. Oh, man, how do I make that easier? And if we break this 971, let's just call it the low of day, 971.20. I'm going to add some size there. And I may actually pick up, how much are these things? Wow, they are not cheap. $720 for one put option on this thing.
Wow.
That's pretty expensive. Goals to be under 970. Here we go. This is all right. So pick these up here. Let's see if we can get 3 of them. I'm gonna do the 970 put options that expire Friday. Netflix. We'll grab, I don't know, 3 of them. So worst case on this trade, if they go to 0, I lose $1,200. Smart, Mark. Yep. I'm planning to take the motorcycle out today. I'm excited. It's cold, but
What's the temperature by you?
today it is a sunny 45 degrees.
Ooh. You gonna have a leather jacket on or what?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get full gear on, and the trouble is like you got to get a lot of heat in the tires.
Yeah, warm them up.
Yeah, you got to warm them up. So I've got my tire warmers on them right now, just to like. All right, Netflix, let's go. We managed to pick up 3 of these 970 put options. Let's see if we can actually get paid on those. We've done incredibly well. Son is out thinking taking my dogs for a walk. They're making me feel guilty just letting them out in the yard. Oh, trooper. That's awesome. All right, let's see what we got going on here. CRM, slow. Oracle, slow. Meta, oh my God. MSTR. Like the fact that coin is sitting up here when the Qs are down there, that's kind of telling. Excuse me. Well, it's safe to say today made my week. UPS crushed. These options trade, absolute monster moves. I'll leave some of these things on, but I don't know. Are you planning on coming back later today, Scott, or no?
Probably not today, no.
Okay. So I may just take the bike out and go grab some lunch, kind of hang out.
See if you can transform the screen now to the whatever
Yeah, let me see if I
CNBC
can do that.
like we talked about.
Uh,
Clifton's got his up. Clifton has the Bloomberg.
well, let me see what this looks like. I know this is
Yeah, I
going
want
to
to see what
change.
yours looks like too. Yep.
Give me a second here. Right now, I'm seeing it. Is it on the RFK Jr. confirmation hearing?
What's that on CNBC?
Yeah.
I think so. Yes.
So let me see if I can get this sorted out. Okay, there's that. Let me go to this. Let me see if. Can you see the screen now?
Yep.
So that's CNBC on the left, and then we have charts on the right. Can just real quick, Mark, do you mind jumping over to my screen? Can you see that on the user side for our community members? And I'm wondering if there's a way I can actually add audio. That would be kind of neat. Let me see if I can do that. I've never done this before, but let me try. Let me know if you guys can hear audio from CNBC. Clifton, you don't see my screens? That's not good.
Yeah. Click up at the top, Clifton.
Yeah, okay.
I
Yeah,
don't
Mark,
know
that's
if
what we're looking at.
I don't know if we can. I don't know if we can stream CNBC if that's illegal or not. You know what I mean? On the YouTube feed. Well, I mean with sound. I don't know. I think Clifton had said something before.
Got it. So you want me to take this down
No, I think we can keep it.
then?
I'll definitely leave mine up as well for charts.
Yeah, I don't anticipate taking more trades. We've got our short positions in place that are paying. Meta, not taking that. I am watching Netflix. We do have those put options out there, so we'll see what happens. We're already up on them. Those put options, which are great. We got a couple shares too of Netflix to the downside, but really today outshine with the options trades today. So really did great there. Meta, Microsoft, kind of unfortunate. So it is what it is. That's gonna do it for me though, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow at the Open. I know Scott won't be around, so I'll be riding solo. Appreciate the patience tomorrow in advance. Appreciate it, Marla. And yeah, we'll see you at the Open. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate you. Cheers.
Yep.
God bless.
Be safe. Talk to you tomorrow. All right, traders, I will take you here for a little bit longer. I don't think I'll have another trade. I mean, Meta starts to get a little interesting right here at the at yesterday's close. If you're looking at my charts, we shall see.
All right, so listen up. State Farm.
I'm going to try a 681 on Meta long here. I'll post it here in the room. Probably last trade of the day here. Hopefully this one works out. Long 681. Target's going to be 685. And we will find out here once we get into it here on the MetaTrade META. See if we can get into this trade here. Okay, those of you that are in this trade, 685 now on the MetaTrade, 685. I could be persuaded here in a couple more pennies at that 684 to take it off, and this will end my day here. Let's see if we get that 684 move. Nice move on the market right now on Meta. About 50 cents away on the 684 break, and again, you've got the VWAP right above it. Nice move off the bottom. Okay, traders, we've got about I'm gonna take the partial right here on the MetaTrade 684.50, and I'm out of the trade right now. That'll go, and we'll probably hit that 685, and I'll come out of the rest here. There we go, 685.18. I'm out all shares now. META. Just going to take 4 points off of that. Thank you, Charlie. Great trade here on META to close out the morning session. Real nice move off the bottom. That'll do it for me, traders. Glad I could help today. That actually saved my day there. That put me into 5 digits for the day on the profit side. So a green day here. Looking forward to seeing everybody on Monday. DVG will be here tomorrow. I've got some business I got to take care of, and then I'll be back on Monday. So everybody have a great rest of your afternoon. Glad for Meta. Those of you that are in it, let it go. Maybe you see that blue line coming up on my chart, Charlie, which is the VWAP. And with that, should be able to take advantage of that move. Now, remember, the other thing today is you do have a, is it BBNX? I think, yeah, BBNX is the only, there you go, is the only IPO today. So if you want to take advantage of BBNX, watch that this afternoon. Otherwise, I am out. Have a great day, Marlo. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody taking the time to be with us today. God bless you all. Godspeed. And we will see you on Monday. Everybody will be linked in tomorrow with DVG and Aggie. And I'll see you back on Monday. Thank you.
but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I plan to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training that was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know. But the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
I've got a question about the...
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir,
I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were. And that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay?
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened. And the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
President Trump making his way out of the White House briefing room there after speaking for a little more than a half an hour, better part of a half an hour, about the crash, of course, the midair collision that took place just outside of National Airport last night. We heard a lot just now from Donald Trump. A lot of it was quite remarkable and quite unusual for the President of the United States to make his opening remarks, of course, while this recovery operation is still underway, by blaming the prior administration and more specifically DEI policy. That was the theme, the thread that rolled through remarks from not only President Trump, but also Vice President J.D. Vance, the new Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and the now just 2-day-old Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We should note that the members of Donald Trump's cabinet charged with responding to this literally have been on the job for just a couple of days. Sean Duffy as much as 48 hours. We're going to unpack a little bit of this with Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, who was listening and watching along with us. There was some actual news in a new acting commissioner of the FAA announced by Donald Trump, but he got into a back and forth not only on DEI policy in general, which is something that we've heard him talking about in his initial phases of executive actions being in the Oval Office now, but he was specifically talking about what he referred to as Obama standards. He said, I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary, referring to airline safety here, flight safety. Remember that only the highest aptitude, he says, have to be the highest intellect, psychologically superior people, he said, were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. It gets to be a little bit hard to understand here. He said that was not the case prior to getting there when I arrived in 2016. The press briefing room was looking this up while Donald Trump was talking. And it is pretty clear on the FAA's website that that policy, which was implemented in 2013, in fact, rolled straight through Donald Trump's first term. He says, I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. As I mentioned, Wendy Benjaminson joins us now in Washington. I didn't think we'd be talking about this today, but it's great to see you, and I appreciate your coming in.
Sure.
We just heard some tough talk. In fact, I don't know if we managed to bleep the swear word that came from the president there as he was talking about Pete Buttigieg, who he said the FAA, overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. The guy's a real winner, a disaster as a mayor and a disaster now. He said, I can't repeat the swear word, but he said he ran it into the ground with his diversity, determined that the workforce was too white.
His diversity nonsense. I'll substitute that word.
Sure, that's right. So, I mean, I'm trying to be really careful here, and I want our viewers and listeners to know that we were not seeking a political angle on this story. I drove by the airport this morning, and I saw those rescuers in the water, and they're still trying to pull people out of the Potomac right now. Wendy, what the heck just happened at the White House?
Well, Donald Trump is an impatient man, is an impulsive man, as we all know, and he decided not to wait for the investigation. He said he gets very frustrated with how long those take. They often take years, and that frustrates him. They take years sometimes because you have pieces of broken plane and frozen rivers, and it takes a while to figure out exactly what happened. He cited basically two reasons that he already knows, that he already says he knows happened with this crash. One was that the helicopter might have been flying too high, and I would like to caution that I don't know, nobody at NTSB or any of the authorities has said that.
Yeah.
Well, this is Trump's opinion. He said there is no investigation, but I have opinions. And his opinion was that the helicopter is flying too high, and he knows that because he has a helicopter. Right. So that's his experience. I don't think he actually flies the helicopter.
Correct.
And then the other reason, which you referred to with the discussion of former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, is that it's because of diversity hiring at FAA, which, is there's absolutely, I'm speechless, Joe.
He was challenged on this. A reporter asked him, trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity has something to do with this crash. Of course, not having any investigative results or evidence there. And he said, because I have common sense, and unfortunately a lot of people don't.
Right. He believes that if you are hiring a diverse class of people, that then you're hiring them for the wrong reasons. And he was citing people with intellectual disabilities. Yes, right. He was citing people with physical disabilities. We presume he was also discussing race and sexual orientation and gender. We just don't know. But he seems to think that if you're not, what he's suggesting is if you're not a white man, then your hiring should be questioned as part of a cause of a plane crash. So you're right. We weren't seeking a political angle, but he is sure handing us one.
Well, I thought I'd be asking you about a very important test, a critical test for a new administration. You've got a transportation secretary 2 days on the job. I don't know if they knew what the president was about to roll out there, although they seem to all have a similar take on the DEI stuff. But look, this is already hard enough for people who are just walking into the administration.
Absolutely. And did you notice that we're starting that thing again that happened in the first term, where the first thing that new Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said and the first thing Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said was, Mr. President, your leadership has been astounding. We couldn't have gotten through those JD. Okay, I missed the JD Vance one. But so everybody has to start with this dear leader sort of praise of Donald Trump, and then they can start talking about it. The fact that Trump is angling it toward the Army helicopter sort of puts Pete Hegseth in the hot seat, even though he's been on the job for 3 days. I'm quite sure the Defense Secretary had nothing to do with where that helicopter was, why it was flying. It's just below his pay grade. But he may end up taking the blame for this. Wow. Although he is the one who has a history of siding with military officers no matter what they do.
I'm glad you could come and talk to us about this. We're going to get back to the Tulsi Gabbard confirmation hearing. This is a very busy day in Washington. We've got tandem hearings underway on Capitol Hill. Wendy Benjaminson, Bloomberg's senior editor, with us here as the news happens in Washington. We did not expect to have quite a session like that with Donald Trump. If he speaks again, we'll let you know. By the way, if the NTSB, in fact, does brief, and we could, in fact, have that take place a little bit later on in the day, we'll let you know the real results of the investigative effort that's underway right now. As I mentioned, the Senate Intelligence Committee spending time right now with Tulsi Gabbard. Senator Todd Young, which is one of the members we were focusing on here, who could potentially make the difference in her confirmation or not, questioning Tulsi Gabbard right now. Of course, Donald Trump's pick for DNI. Let's listen live on Bloomberg.
Our military, because I believe they trust that my goal, my sole goal and interest is in our nation's security and upholding our oath to the Constitution. And they trust that if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will take the very specific steps that I have laid out in informing every single person within the intelligence community about the legal pathways they have to blow the whistle or to bring any concerns to the forefront, to include coming directly to members of Congress, to limit access so that we don't have people who are E3s or E4s or people in any situation taking it upon themselves to release classified information, giving them a direct line to me to once again make sure that we are all fulfilling our responsibility to ensure our national security and uphold our Constitution.
Thank you. Tulsi, was Edward Snowden false to an obligation or false to a duty?
I don't understand what you're saying. False?
Yes. Did he betray a duty? Did he betray the trust of the American people? Which is, according to Merriam-Webster, that's the definition of a traitor.
Edward Snowden broke the law, and he released this information in a way that he should not have. He also acknowledged and exposed information that was unconstitutional, which drove a lot of the reforms that this body has made over the years to make sure that Americans' constitutional rights are protected.
Well, for what it's worth, Mr. Snowden is watching these proceedings. He's posted on social media even, indicating that Tulsi Gabbard should indicate that I harmed national security. This may be the rare instance in which I agree with Mr. Snowden. I think it would befit you and be helpful to the way you are perceived by members of the intelligence community if you would at least acknowledge that the greatest whistleblower in American history, so-called, harmed national security by breaking the laws of the land around our intel authorities. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Young. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, I want to first say thank you for your service to this country.
Likewise.
In Congress and in the Army, and thank you for meeting with me a couple of weeks ago, and thank you for being here today. You're nominated to lead and coordinate across the intelligence community's numerous sources of collection and analytic capabilities. In a few sentences, can you describe how you make assessments and how you're going to sift through all this intelligence and make careful and thoughtful conclusions?
Yes, Senator, there are great professionals who work within the intelligence community. I will build a strong team around me as they present the intelligence reporting to provide to the President through the President's daily brief and to respond to issues and concerns that this body has. I will welcome dissenting voices to be able to make sure that this information intelligence is thoroughly vetted prior to presenting it, and make sure that the truth is reported, whether that truth is convenient or not.
Well, thank you, Colonel Gabbard. And I appreciate that. The President and others are going to rely on that. I want to discuss such an assessment made by the IC. For years, the U.S. analyzed evidence of numerous chemical weapons attacks in Syria. Eventually, we were able to assess that Bashar al-Assad was responsible for a number of these attacks that slaughtered his own civilians. Do you accept the conclusion broadly that Assad used chemical weapons against Syrians?
Yes, and I'm on the record for years of agreeing with that broad assessment.
Thank you. Among the attacks the U.S. assessed Assad was responsible for 2 that occurred in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in Syria. As a member of Congress and as a presidential candidate, and as recently as this month, in your written responses to this committee, you have cast doubt on the assessment that Assad is culpable in these two attacks. Is that still your position?
Senator, I raised those questions given conflicting information and evidence that was presented at that time.
Okay. Well, thank you. So to help inform the public, the Trump administration released declassified intelligence in 2017 and again in 2018, showing how experts analyze multiple types of evidence, satellite imagery, medical experts' witnesses, describing sources and showing the reasoning used to determine Assad's culpability in using these chemical weapons, including in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in these attacks, the ones that you questioned. I have two documents I want to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Admitted.
Thank you. Were you aware of the declassified assessments, the one I referenced?
Yes, I was.
And as a member of the House Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee, did you take time to review these?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain to me then why you doubted the intelligence community's conclusions in these two cases, Douma and Khan Sheikhoun, but not the others? And please be specific.
These two cases were being looked at as to be used as a pretext for major military movement, and my fear was a repeat of the deployment of another 500,000 soldiers like we saw in Iraq towards what was the Obama administration's goal, which was regime change in Syria. The question specifically that I raised around these two came about because there were two reasons. One, that assessment was made with high confidence and low information. The information that they had came from those on the ground in an al-Qaeda controlled area, and therefore were al-Qaeda linked sources. And there was conflicting information that came from the UN's Office on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons inspectors, as well as an MIT professor, Ted Postel,
So I want
who
to
looked
talk
at
about him
these
for a
extensively.
second. So did you look into his credentials, yes or no?
Yes.
And were you aware of his appearances on Russian Today, which is used by the Russians to disseminate government-approved messages?
No.
Were you aware Postel relied on a chemistry student with a record of defending the Assad regime?
At that time, I was not. I have been made aware since.
Do you consider this person or these two individuals now, do you consider them a better source for the chemistry of sarin gas than the U.S. intelligence community?
I assess that at the time, the information, I don't know the second person you're referring to, but MIT professor Ted Postel and the inspectors of the OPCW provided some credible questions that deserved examination.
Okay, thank you. Did you attempt to weigh Postel's claims against the significant evidence and assessments already conducted by the IC?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So here's my concern here, Colonel. When we began this, you described a thoughtful approach to analyzing intelligence and reaching conclusions. This is what we expect of our professionals. But we just kind of walked through how you came to question Assad's use of chemical weapons in these two cases with a different approach. And I don't reject seeking out differing viewpoints. We need to do that. But you started from a place of doubting the conclusions of the U.S. intelligence community, and then you sought out information that confirmed your viewpoint. That led you to embrace the opinions of two individuals that I think we disagree on this. You think they had expertise, I do not, and others do not. But these individuals were sympathetic to Russia and the Assad regime. It also led you to minimize or discount the overwhelmingly information that contradicted your viewpoint, including the expert assessments of our own intelligence community. And they don't get it right 100% of the time. I get that. But what I have seen makes it clear that at the same time that you were skeptical of our intelligence community's assessments, you would not apply the same skepticism to information that came from sympathizers of Russia and Assad. And I think that's something that we should all be concerned about. Thank you. And I'm
Thank you,
sorry
Senator.
for going over
Thank
my
you, Senator
time.
Kelly. I want to recognize and welcome to the committee our newest member, Senator Budd, although we all regret Senator Rubio's departure. We're all pleased, as evidenced by the 99-0 vote, that he is now the Secretary of State, and that also pleased that we have a great new member on our committee. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for your leadership here as well. Colonel Gabbard, great to see you again. I enjoyed meeting you in my office a while back, and I've enjoyed our friendship and our time serving together in the U.S. House. So as you know, Section 3023 of Title 50 states any individual nominated for appointment as DNI
This is Senator
shall have
Ted Budd
extensive
of North Carolina in questioning with Tulsi Gabbard testimony in the
You
Senate.
served
This is
4
live on
terms
Bloomberg.
as a member of the House of Representatives, which is a constitutional office. And throughout your tenure, you were a member of the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
You also served over 2 decades in the U.S. Army, including holding commands at multiple levels and served through administrations of both political parties. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Throughout your time in the U.S. House and in the Army, you've been both a consumer of intelligence and a policymaker. How important is it for the intelligence community to provide timely, relevant, factual, and objective intelligence to policymakers?
Senator, it is nothing less than a matter of our national security. Too often in the multitude of intelligence failures that our country has seen, that objective has not been met. Now, CIA Director Ratcliffe talked about in his testimony before this committee how the CIA's own internal metrics have shown that analytic objectivity has gone down within that organization. This is the very kind of thing that I would seek to address if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is ensuring that politics, biases, or personal views are checked at the door. I would lead by example by doing it myself, and ensuring that that intelligence analysis and reporting meets the objective that the President and Congress requires, which is no politics, no personal abuses, and making sure that that objectivity in a timely, relevant fashion is brought to the President so that we can get ahead of problems in ensuring our national security rather than being caught on our heels and being forced to respond to them.
Thank you for that. I think it's clear from your background and experience that you more than meet the statutory requirements for this position. I want to switch gears a little bit. There's been a lot of discussion today. I think it's a necessary discussion about your position on 702, Section 702 of FISA. So I've personally had concerns, and I think we even talked about this when we served in the House together, and I actually voted against its reauthorization when I was in the House. However, I recently voted to reauthorize Section 702 with additional safeguards to end the politicization of the tool and to ensure privacy and civil liberties that they're protected. So, Ms. Gabbard, tell us, how has your thinking on Section 702 developed over time and why? And if confirmed, what will you do to ensure that this new statutory safeguards, that they're fully implemented?
Well, Senator, as you pointed out, many of the concerns that we raised when we served in the House of Representatives were centered around the lack of safeguards to protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties as it pertains to searching of U.S. persons with that incidental collection that occurs under 702. You and I both know and agree that the national security capability that is provided by Section 702 that enables this foreign surveillance on non-U.S. persons overseas is critical, period. My commitment is to make sure that our national security tools are maintained to fulfill that requirement while also protecting Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and protection against unlawful search and seizure. There are a number of those reforms that you referenced, such as the prohibition of abouts collection, which we brought up when we served in the House, making sure that 100% of U.S. persons by the FBI on this incidental collection are reviewed by the Attorney General herself. There are a number of other reforms that I believe strengthen significantly those safeguards, a number of them that I had worked to try to bring into place when I was in the House of Representatives. I look forward, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to overseeing and assessing the implementation of these reforms and reporting back to you as you begin to consider next year's reauthorization and meeting that mark of ensuring our security and upholding Americans' Fourth Amendment protections.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, talk briefly, if you will, about the dual task of simultaneously protecting whistleblowers and protecting classified information.
Senator, there are more than sufficient legally protected routes for whistleblowers to come forward should they have concerns on any actions occurring within the intelligence community. I've spoken about the additional protections that I personally will put in place if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, understanding the seriousness of protecting our nation's secrets, and one that I hold personally.
Thank you. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Budd. I will recognize Senator Wicker, an ex officio member of our committee, which is Latin for so powerful a man he can go to any committee he wants and ask questions anytime.
I look at it differently, Mr. Chairman. I think what you're saying is that I'm the only non-voting member of this committee that's here at this hearing, and I've been at an Armed Services Committee hearing.
This is Senator Roger Wicker, Republican from Mississippi, now questioning Tulsi Gabbard on Bloomberg.
About something that happened a long time ago and something about something that's happening right now. Colonel Gabbard, I was a member of the House of Representatives on 9/11, 2001. As a matter of fact, I was at the Pentagon that very morning when the attacks happened. Where were you when 9/11? We all remember where we were.
Yes, I was in Hawaii. There was a 5 or 6 hour time difference. And so when I woke up that morning, it was several hours. And I remember the first thing I saw in waking up was that horrific footage of those airplanes attacking the Twin Towers in New York City.
And I think you obviously have read a lot about it during the 24 plus years since that, and most Americans have. There's a general consensus that there was a massive intelligence failure. This caught us all by surprise, even though the World Trade Center had been attacked earlier. Do you think stovepiping was a problem in our intelligence failure?
There's no question about it, Senator.
Oh, okay. Well, based on your reading, okay. Could you elaborate just a little?
Yes, absolutely, Senator. When we looked back at the post 9/11 reporting and the post assessments that were made, it was very clear that there was stovepiping of information and intelligence that occurred at many levels, at the highest but also at the lowest levels, where information that was collected by the FBI, information that was collected by the CIA was not being shared. There was almost ships passing in the night, where if there was an integration of those intelligence elements and information being shared, it is highly likely that that horrific attack could have been prevented.
And that's the reason, really, your position was created. There's been some discussion this morning. I have not been able to listen in, but I understand there's been some discussion about reforming the Office of D&I to eliminate redundancy and increase effectiveness. Do you worry that in doing so, we might be getting back to the same problem that we had in 2001?
The problem that we had in 2001, Senator, remains at the forefront of my mind. And as you said, this is exactly why the ODNI was created. Given my limited vantage point not being in this seat, I am concerned that there are still problems with stovepiping that need to be addressed. And in some cases, my concern would be that unnecessary bureaucratic layers may be contributing to that problem. This is where coming in and being able to really take a fresh look, given my experience and my background, will be essential to making sure that the ODNI is accomplishing the reason why it was created in the first place.
Okay, and I have a lot of suggestions about how to make the Department of Defense more efficient also. I would simply caution you before I move on to my other quick question, that as we are trying to eliminate overlaps, that we avoid getting back to the thing that created your agency to start with. Now, let me just ask about anomalous health incidents. I know you're not.
I guess we lost our feed from the Senate Intelligence Committee. We'll bring you back to that as soon as we get some restoration here in the conversation with Tulsi Gabbard. This is one of the most controversial, if not the most controversial, of Donald Trump's cabinet picks here that we've been listening to. Regarding her former, at least, dalliances with Bashar al-Assad, her comments just now about possible 9/11 conspiracy theories and some of the other issues that have come forth in her vetting. We're going to talk in just a moment here with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall as well as we balance two stories. If we don't get this line back, we will bring you up to date in just a moment on the mid-air collision, the deadly crash at National Airport here in Washington, D.C. Not just Tulsi Gabbard today, by the way. Kash Patel, Donald Trump's pick for FBI director, also in testimony, a hearing for his confirmation, and day 2 for RFK Jr. We're actually following 3 of these conversations right now. As we try to restore the feed, we always want to update the markets for you here. So far, a bit of a ho-hum day, a little up, little down, depending on where you look. Charlie Pellet is going to join us right now for his view on Wall Street. Charlie, what do you have?
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Keeping an eye right now on trading. We have got the S&P 500 index pushing higher, up 9 right now, up by about 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 92. That is a gain of 0.2%. NASDAQ, though, in the red. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.2% right now, lower by 33 points. Microsoft, after earnings, down 6.3%. The 10-year, 4.52% now, with a 2-year, 4.20%. Spot gold up $31 the ounce, right now up by 1.1%. And crude pushing higher, WTI up by 0.1%. Again, recapping, S&P right now up by 0.1%. Apple and Intel will be reporting after the close of trading. Back we go to Washington. Balance of power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much from World Headquarters in New York. I'm glad we could sneak that in. Let's get back to Capitol Hill now. The Senate Intelligence Committee, Republican Senator Roger Wicker in conversation right now with Tulsi Gabbard. This is live on Bloomberg.
Some more public information that is recent about that. Thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Wicker. As I acknowledged at the outset, it is the custom of this committee to allow a follow-up question for senators who remain present at the end of the regular 5-minute round of questions. I remember everyone, this is a follow-up question, not a 5-minute round. We will have Ms. Gabbard in a closed session where each of us will have yet another 5-minute round of questioning. Is there any senator who wishes to be recognized for a follow-up question? Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gabbard, there was an area that I believe is still uncertain, and this is what my question's about. Earlier this week, the Trump administration illegally attempted to withhold federal funds from a broad range of organizations. I'm interested in knowing what you would do if President Trump told you to withhold congressionally approved funds.
Senator Ron Wyden, the Democrat, now asking Tulsi Gabbard a quick follow-up question. And stick with this on Bloomberg Live from Washington.
Orders you to withhold appropriated funds from the Inspector General. Will you refuse that illegal order?
I don't believe for a second President Trump would ask me to do something that would break the law.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you are asked about an illegal order, what will you do? You can say, oh, it'll never happen. What will you do if you're dealing with an illegal order?
My commitment has been and will be, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to comply with the law.
Are there, Senator Wyden, you've actually asked 2 questions already, Senator
I'm not
Wyden.
asking a question.
You've asked 2 questions. I said there's 1 question allowed. Are there other senators who would like a follow-up question? Senator King.
I'd like to follow up on my line of questioning about Edward Snowden and understand how you analyzed the facts leading up to your 2020 bill providing him with a pardon. There was the House committee report, which granted was redacted.
This is Senator Angus King, the independent from Maine, caucusing with the Democrats. His follow-up question for Tulsi Gabbard.
Material. I would have thought that would raise a question in your mind. Secondly, Edward Snowden, there are about 20 countries that don't have extradition treaties with the U.S. He chose to go to Russia, become a Russian citizen. Given that information, how did you decide to introduce a bill providing him with a pardon. Introducing a bill in the United States Congress is not the same as a tweet or a commentary on a podcast. I'm concerned about your apparent lack of interest in the scope of Edward Snowden's traitorous activities.
Senator, I've answered some version of this question many times in this hearing already. My foremost concern has been, remains, and will continue to be in upholding my oath to the Constitution to support and defend Americans' Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I'm committed to ensuring that we protect our nation's secrets by implementing a number of actions I've outlined so that those who have concerns about programs within our intelligence community, that we don't have another Snowden-like leak, and they are able to raise those concerns either directly with Congress or through any one of a number of legal paths that are available. And I think it's also important, and in line with many of the bipartisan concerns I've heard from this committee, in security classification, security clearance and classification reform, in narrowing severely those who have access to the most sensitive and compartmentalized intelligence reporting and capabilities.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chairman, in letting us have a second question. Thank you again for hanging in there with this discussion, Colonel
This is
Gabbard.
Democratic Senator Michael Bennett of Colorado.
The House Intelligence Committee review of the Snowden disclosures found not only that he was a traitor, but that since Snowden's arrival in Moscow, he has had and continues to have contact with Russian intelligence services. You can see the deep concern on both sides of the aisle here. You had in your opening statement all kinds of complaints about former officials in the intelligence agencies, the United States press, the journalists, the media, Democrats, suggested that you weren't being treated fairly when you were coming here. No condemnation at all for this, which leads me to wonder why it is so hard for you to say that Edward Snowden was a traitor to our country. And the question I guess I have for you is how, if you can't say that, you feel that that the concerns that this committee has, that we need somebody here who will actually honor their oath, as you said. Maybe I should make it easier for you. Edward Snowden did not honor his oath to the Constitution, which is what you just said was the most important duty, most important obligation that you have in this role. Why is he being treated like a folk hero by you instead of the traitor that he was?
Senator, as I said, my focus and what should be of relevance to all of you and everyone watching is what I will do as Director of National Intelligence to work with you to make sure there's not another Snowden-like leak, given the paramount importance of our national security and keeping our nation's secrets. I've laid out a number of ways that I intend to do that, if confirmed, in fulfilling my responsibility in this role.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to continue along with regard to China because it's such an important part of your portfolio.
Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York with a follow-up for Tulsi Gabbard.
Over the last 15 years about their architecture and how they're building up space capabilities, sea capabilities, Air Force capabilities, every type of capability they possibly could. And that aligned with their malign foreign influence and with their ambition with regard to Taiwan. It just creates a very dangerous scenario and concerning one. And so I wanted to ask you about Japan because recently, about a year and a half ago, 13 months ago, you said that you didn't think it was wise to allow Japan to build up their own defense architecture. And you thought it was short-sighted. Can you speak a little bit about that? Because our alliance with Japan is so important in our ability to defend against malign activities of China, not only geographically, but because for the last 50 years, they've been close allies, allies that we rely on. We share intelligence, we share operations. They are a great ally. So what was your concern about? And have you had any views that have shifted in that regard?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I agree. Japan has been a strong ally of the United States in a different capacity as a member of the Hawaii National Guard. I've gone and conducted training missions in Japan with the Japanese Self-Defense Force. Their forces and their constitution has been primarily focused on self-defense. The concerns that I had raised previously had to do with really looking at the bigger picture of the context of the history with Japan and China and recognizing the implications of how this kind of shift from a self-defense posture that Japan has had constitutionally to a more offensive posture could result in escalation. And given the history, we need to acknowledge what the ramifications could be to our own security interests. And that's something that I am looking forward to being able to provide to all of you and to the President, confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is that in-depth analysis and assessment so that various policies or actions that you all or the President are considering are fully thought through, given that broader context of nuance of history and the complexities that exist within the Asia-Pacific region. Having grown up there, I'm very familiar with.
But you do
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, when Russia was denying Assad's use of chemical weapons...
Senator Mark Kelly, Democrat from Arizona.
They accused the U.S. of supporting terrorists. This is a line that Putin used frequently during the Syrian civil war as he supported Assad. Syrian officials made similar comments. They did it repeatedly. They did it in public. They did it at the United Nations. In 2016, you gave an interview in which you said, and this is a quote, "The U.S. is providing direct and indirect support to terrorist groups in order to overthrow the Syrian government." And in 2019, on the Democratic presidential debate stage, you said of President Trump, this is a quote, "This current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after al-Qaeda, our president is supporting al-Qaeda." So I'm interested to hear, what was your goal in saying these things? And did you consider, before saying them, the motives of Iran and Russia, what their motives might have been before making these claims?
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of al-Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When, as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria, and being willing to, through the CIA's Timber Sycamore program that has now been made public, of working with and arming and equipping al-Qaeda in an effort to overthrow that regime, starting yet another regime change war in the Middle East. DoD Train and Equip program, again, begun under President Obama, is widely been known, looked at, and studied, that ultimately resulted in over $500 million being used to train who they called moderate rebels, but were actually fighters working with and aligned with al-Qaeda's affiliate on the ground in Syria, all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, while these are all dictators, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like al-Qaeda taking power. I shed no tears for the fall of the Assad regime, but today we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand.
Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It shouldn't
is
be.
certainly
and
not
I
in our
understand,
interests.
and I appreciate your answer, and thank you. My concern has to do with the tendency to repeat Russian and Syrian, and even in some cases, I think we'll get into in the closed session, Iranian information, and to discount what comes from our intelligence community.
Senator, every American deserves to know that people in our own government were providing support to our sworn enemy, Al-Qaeda. That should not be acceptable by anyone.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Ms. Gabbard. In conclusion, Senator Warner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things I love about this committee, and I know folks who are here for Ms. Gabbard may not fully realize, but this has always been a bipartisan committee. And you know, my friend Richard Burr, who said we always kind of follow the
This is live sound from the
One of the
Senate
things I was always
Intelligence
proud of,
Committee
sir,
right now as some senators get a second or follow-up question
people would come
and an
in, they
extended
didn't
Q&A
know
here
whether
with
the staffer
Tulsi
was
Gabbard,
Democrat or Republican.
President Trump's pick for DNI, remembering that she cannot lose a single Republican vote on this committee, the Intelligence Committee. You have only a majority, a spread of one here, assuming that all Democrats vote against her. Dan Flatley, writing on our Top Live blog, following along here on the terminal, which is very helpful. We've got three confirmation hearings happening at once here with Kash Patel, RFK Jr. as well. Dan writes she's done well in some respects in shoring up support for her nomination, addressing questions about her visits to Syria and Lebanon, and her changing position on Section 702 surveillance. This is FISA he's referring to here, but her repeated refusal to call Edward Snowden a traitor has her skating on thin ice. As we noticed a little while ago, Senator Todd Young, said to be a swing vote Republican, not happy that she refused to call him a traitor. We'll keep you posted on what happens inside the hearing room with continued coverage this week on Bloomberg Radio on the assembly of Donald Trump's cabinet. Of course, these will all lead to committee votes, which, if they clear committee, will bring these nominations to the floor. The other major story we're following, and I welcome you if you're just joining us here on Balance of Power. It is the Thursday edition, and we start with tragic news here, of course, a tragedy that's hitting a lot of families here across the Washington region. American Eagle Flight 5342 in a midair collision with a military Black Hawk helicopter. And of course, this is now a situation where a rescue operation has become a recovery operation. Having been staged at the airport since early this morning, DCA National Airport Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us right now with the latest that she's hearing from authorities on the ground. Tyler, what can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Joe, we know that 27 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. We know that 64 victims were on that American Airlines Flight 3 were on the Black Hawk helicopter when the pair collided. A lot of questions still remain. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy came out and said that all of this could have been preventable. We also heard from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who called this a, quote, mistake, suggesting that it might have been an elevation issue at play here. We're still waiting, though, on additional questions, considering authorities say that both of those aircraft were on routine flight paths. The NTSB is expected to brief shortly and will be efforting some additional answers there.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much. We'll get back with Tyler throughout the day as she learns more from the airport, and we want to bring in the voice of an expert here. Before we assemble our panel, Jeff Wise is with us, aviation journalist, host of the Finding MH370 podcast. He's been covering the commercial airline sector and aviation at large for years. And Jeff, I want to welcome you to Bloomberg. We heard a doozy of a news conference with the president a short time ago. He blamed the Biden administration, specifically Pete Buttigieg, who ran the transportation department, and more broadly DEI policy, for resulting in a crash that appears to, if you also listen to what else he said, appears to likely have not been the fault of the air traffic controller or any of the other regulators and FAA operators who were involved. You've got your own take on this in a column today that I want to ask you about, Jeff. But what did you make of what the president said? Is any of that true or provable?
Well, listen, safety is a tedious, meticulous, careful, not exciting game, right? You have to cross your T's and dot your I's, and it's not exciting, it's not entertaining, it's not making a big show. And so if you come in and you're going to just sort of make wild accusations and connect unconnected thoughts and everything, that's not how safety works, right? On the other hand, I will say this. The president said that he thought the military helicopter was to blame, and which is, in itself kind of crazy protocol-wise. But anyway, it does seem like, in my judgment, that it was the helicopter that was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So it will be interesting to see what the NTSB has to say about this. It is sort of in contrast with what if his own transportation secretary, I believe, had to say that everyone was on the correct path.
It is pretty wild to step in front of the NTSB and make statements like that. I think, to your point, Jeff, we can also let our viewers and listeners know that the NTSB has, in fact, just now scheduled a news briefing that will take place 2 hours from now, 2:45 p.m. East Coast time. You're writing, Jeff, safe operation is particularly a challenge at Reagan. It's, of course, national airport we're talking about. You say a small airport very close to the Washington City Center, whose users include a large number of people with considerable power over the aviation system itself. Is this a congestion story that we're talking about? Because, people are reaching, and you're writing about it too. The routes that were added last year, I believe 5 of them, at the behest of lawmakers who wanted more long-range routes coming out of DCA. This has been an argument going back years. Remember John McCain talking about this, trying to get back to Arizona. Is it smart to be pointing people in that direction right now if this, in fact, was the fault of the military helicopter?
Well, it gets down to overworked air traffic controllers. And if the FAA is saying, look, this is a small airport, we can only carry so much traffic, you're overloading us, there is danger, and then those dangers bear fruit, I don't think those things are unconnected. And you have a kind of tragedy of the commons dynamic going, where if lawmakers can say, oh, I want this extra route, even though you're overloaded, even though you don't think you can carry this much traffic safely, I want you to add another route because I want to get home. It's for my own sake. And that's just not a safe dynamic.
You point out the flight that crashed was a route added last year. As I mentioned, this is one of the couple that were added as a result, you write, of pressure from Kansas Senator Jerry Moran. Republicans spoke this morning at the news conference. I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself, he said. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct, nonstop flight service to DCA. So here we are. Donald Trump seems to think that this is basically something that the FAA needs to sort out. After you heard Jerry Moran, what did you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really a bad look for him. I think as a legislator, I'm sure he's proud that he was able to, tweak the levers of government to get what he wanted for himself and his constituencies who might want to fly to DC as well as him. But look, he lobbied for the addition of a flight over the objection of the FAA, which wound up getting into a fatal accident. So I hope he has some thought that he might, I hope he second guesses his own logic is what I'm saying.
You invoke the saying that I can't use on the air, F around and find out.
Fool around.
You talk about Donald Trump's move. Sure, we can do that. Donald Trump's move to eliminate the Aviation Security Advisory Committee. The fact that the FAA administrator quit at the behest of Elon Musk on the 20th of January. You say, as the saying goes, this crash puts us unambiguously in the find out stage of the process. Jeff, they're still pulling bodies. They're still looking for bodies in the Potomac River. What do you mean by that?
This is that we are bearing the process of ignoring safety, of undermining safety, of deprioritizing safety is bearing fruit. in the form of dead bodies being pulled out of the river. Safety is boring. It's not interesting. It's not exciting. And if you do it properly, what you get is nothing. Nothing happens. It's invisible. And so if you're smart and you're sensible and you understand cause and effect, and you want to create a meticulous system to prevent this kind of thing happening, which was successful for, what is it now, 16 years, and now it has broken down. And, you know, they say if you see a cockroach, it doesn't mean you have a cockroach, it means you have 1,000 cockroaches. Yeah. And this accident should be telling us something. And if we don't want to pull more bodies out of more crash sites, we should think carefully about cause and effect and less about entertainment and scoring political points with completely unrelated dogma. And really put this in the hands of grown-ups, frankly.
I'm glad you could come on with us today. Jeff Wise, aviation expert, clearly. He's also a contributing author to New York Magazine, Popular Mechanics Magazine. Thanks for bringing your expertise to us, Jeff, as we assemble our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino are with us here on a difficult day in Washington. Of course, both Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is our Republican strategist partner at Stone Court Capital, and Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, I'll start with you today, and I'm curious your thoughts on everything that we're talking about. I didn't want to do a panel on this. This was not supposed to be a political story. Donald Trump made it one today, for better or worse, and he's blaming largely DEI. He also put the names Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, and Barack Obama on this. Have you ever heard of anything like this?
Well, first, Joe, I would say our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims of this horrific accident.
Thank you.
And I hope that the healing can begin even after a press conference that, you know, did anything but start that process. So I do think that you have to expect this with a president who wants to lay blame. He's a quick draw when it comes to doing that, and partly because he doesn't want it to land on his desk, right? I mean, like we had an entire administration, you know, in his first term where, you know, he wasn't prepared to take responsibility for acts of his cabinet, and that's just who he is, right? That's the guy we elected President of the United States, and so it shouldn't be a surprise that this is his MO. But I would say the flashing red signal politically on this is he is the least popular president at the start of a term since 1953. That's not an attribute that is easy to overcome. So if he is thinking about wanting to sustain his power in office as a lame duck on election day, you would think that he would think through opportunities like this to unify the nation and to focus their attention on things that can actually keep this from happening again. I mean, no question we need to evaluate our air traffic control system to ensure that we're using the best and most capable technology that the market has to offer, and that the people who we have are the best trained and best equipped to do the job to ensure future safety. That would have been a perfectly acceptable approach for the president to take today, and no more.
I'm really glad that you guys are both on today, because this is pretty sensitive stuff. Jeannie, I don't know where you want to go here. I should point out, by the way, Donald Trump did make news in that news conference. There was a headline, acting commissioner to the FAA, Chris Rushlow, joining hands here with Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, has been on the job for something like 48 hours. I mean, this is really tough stuff, Jeannie, but when you consider the human element, and I appreciate Rick taking time to consider the families who are gathered waiting for horrible news right now. Donald Trump, we had to bleep this. He used a swear to describe Pete Buttigieg, essentially saying that he thought the workforce was too white. Pete Hegseth says the era of DEI is gone. J.D. Vance echoing that. And when somebody asked Donald Trump, how can he come to the conclusion that diversity had something to do with this fatal plane crash? He said, because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. How are we doing so far, Jeannie?
You summarized it very well, Joe. And of course, we feel horrible for these families, as Rick said. And this should not be a political moment. And that's what's so shocking in one sense, and not so shocking if you've been following Donald Trump in the other, that a few miles down the road from where they are pulling bodies still out of the Potomac River, these first responders who have been doing yeoman's work down there, just the horror of that. He stepped up to the microphone, and I have to say, Joe, for a moment I said he is being unifying. He asked for a moment of silence. He said we all share in the grief, and that's certainly all true. And then, as you mentioned, he pivoted to politics, because if there's one thing we know about Donald Trump, the buck does not stop with him. The blame starts with him. And he wanted to blame everybody else. And that's what we're in for. And when Peter Alexander of NBC asked him the question about why this had been on why this has been the policy since he was president, he balked at that. But let me give you one more to Jeff's long list. Sean Duffy in for 48 hours, maybe 24. The first thing he did as Department of Transportation Secretary had nothing to do with safety. Look up his first press release. It is rescinding woke DEA policies that advance Donald Trump's economic agenda. If there is truly a problem with hiring practices that are impacting safety, then why isn't the Transportation Secretary talking about that first and foremost? But they're not. And so this is part and parcel of what we signed up for, and certainly what we're getting at this point.
Boy, the lines that we heard from everyone in the briefing room say it all. Rick, Donald Trump said, I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. Will this actually change policy in Washington?
Yeah, I'm not totally clear what that means. Because policy in regard to air travel is about safety. And so I think, you'd have to drill down on that a little bit more to understand what the differences are. And look, I mean, we have as a nation an incredibly good safety record, right? It's not like the entire system has been broken, but we have seen in the news over and over and over again, close call here, close call there. And so the reality of it is, as it said earlier on the program, if you see one roach, there are 1,000. Is this the one roach? And so I would think a really great endeavor is to not think about how we got here, but to think about the future and focus on a really significant effort on the part of the Department of Transportation and other agencies that are involved to ensure that we have the most up-to-date, technologically advanced, smart system of air travel.
Yeah. And keeping in mind, of course, the families and as well, as Jeannie points out, the rescuers who are still operating in freezing cold and dark water in the Potomac River, not very far from where I am sitting right now. We're going to have a lot more to talk about with this story in our second hour. Kaylee Lyons will join us, and the former Secretary of Transportation, Ray LaHood, will be with us. Stay here on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump blames the plane crash on DEI and the last administration. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president speaks to reporters before investigators get a chance. They will do so a short time from now. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington, the Thursday edition of Balance of Power on a tragic day here in the nation's capital. Kaylee, we are still waiting for real details on this deadly mid-air collision that happened at National Airport. We do know the rescue operation has become a recovery operation.
Yeah, and so far they have recovered 28 bodies from the Potomac River, but it's 67 souls that are believed to have been lost in this crash between the commercial aircraft and the helicopter. We do expect to hear from the NTSB, the authority investigating this matter, at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. But before we could do so, we heard from the President of the United States, as well as newly minted members of his cabinet, Sean Duffy, the new Transportation Secretary, and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, suggesting, perhaps, at least the President was, that it was a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, also suggesting it could have been an air traffic control issue, blaming DEI, all of it without evidence that to this point has been shared.
He was asked to share that evidence. He said it was common sense. Adding, quote, I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. It's unclear exactly what he meant by that, but he did spend enough time on DEI policy that appears to be where he was going.
And the president began all of this after sharing that he was mourning the loss of these lives and that the country was in mourning. Did say verbatim, we don't know what led to this crash, but we have strong opinions and ideas. So we're going to try throughout the next hour to help delineate opinion and idea from the facts of the matter that we do actually have. We'll have the latest from DCA in just a moment with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. But first, we begin with a check on the markets and go to Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. Right now, we have got the S&P and the Dow both advancing. NASDAQ in the red, stocks rising on signs that the U.S. economy is doing just fine. So here's where we stand. S&P right now up 15. That is a gain of about 0.3%. Dow Industrials up 131, higher now by 0.3%. While NASDAQ trading lower, we've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 26 now, a decline of 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.52% with the 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $36 the ounce, trading at a record $27.96 right now, up 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, $72.70 for a barrel of WTI. And Bitcoin back above 105,212 right now on Bitcoin, up by about 1.4%. After the bell, we've got Apple expected to post record results when it delivers quarterly earnings. Ahead of that report, Apple shares down now by 0.3%. Also reporting after the close of trading, the chipmaker Intel, which is trying to win back its dominance of the processor industry. Again, recapping here, U.S. stocks are advancing with the S&P up 13 now, up by 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here's Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, in the district, and across the country, of course, we've been shaken in the last 24 hours by the mid-air collision near DCA, Reagan National Airport last night. A commercial aircraft operated by American Airlines with 64 individuals on board between the passengers and the crew, and then 3 military members who were flying a Black Hawk helicopter, colliding in midair just near the runway as the commercial aircraft made its final approach to the airport. We heard from the President of the United States earlier about this matter. He described it as an hour of anguish for our nation and a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital. But he went on to share his thoughts on what exactly happened and where this goes next.
We did not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas. We'll find out how this disaster occurred and will ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation.
The American Eagle Flight 5342 was on its way to Washington from Wichita, Kansas. The Black Hawk helicopter was on a training exercise, as we understand, at a Fort Belvoir, not far away in Virginia. We're going to have a conversation coming up with a true expert on this as we wait to hear from investigators. Ray LaHood, the former U.S. Transportation Secretary, is going to be here in just a moment after we get an update from the airport itself. Let's go to National Airport with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, this response, according to D.C. Fire and EMS Chief John Donnelly, included some 300 people. What are they up to now?
Yeah, hey, Joe. There are still hundreds of first responders here on the ground at DCA as they continue this search mission. We've been told by officials that that search area has actually widened as they try to find the bodies of victims. By last count, 28 bodies have been pulled out of the Potomac River. We know that 64 people were on that American Airlines flight when it crashed into that Black Hawk helicopter, which was carrying 3 people at the time of the collision. Still, many questions remain. New this hour, we found out that the NTSB will be briefing at 2:45 p.m. Eastern for us reporters here on the ground. And there will be questions considering that the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, has said that this tragedy could have been preventable. Officials are trying to remain calm and project to the American public that the skies are safe to fly in. Here at DCA, the airport did reopen at 11 a.m. Eastern. We saw many people coming in with their roller bags to go into the airport. I spoke to one person who said they didn't know if they were going to show up this morning, considering the devastating news. When I was inside the terminal, saw that at least 58 departing flights today have been canceled. The airport says to expect further delays, but that they are trying to get their operations back up and running.
And of course, we heard from President Trump and other authorities throughout the day, Tyler, that people should not be afraid to fly. And this has been described as something that was preventable, but to this point, to our knowledge, does seem to have just been a tragic accident. But given that we are getting information not from NTSB officials, instead from the president and the Transportation Department, this is kind of going out of order as to how we usually expect these things to be rolled out. Just walk us through what we've heard from authorities and what we can expect to hear from investigators, whether any of that is going to be confirmed.
Well, Kaylee, you're exactly right. It wasn't unusual that we saw the Transportation Secretary, newly minted Sean Duffy, just confirmed this week come out to brief reporters. That doesn't typically happen, but important to note some news from that news conference that President Trump has appointed an acting FAA Administrator, Chris Rushlow, to lead the administration as this investigation starts to get underway. As you alluded to before, President Trump politicizing this issue, blaming diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Important to note that many of the FAA's hiring policies have been on the books for about a decade, and this is the first serious crash, a deadly crash of a U.S. commercial airplane in the last 15 years. Now, we are expecting a briefing from the NTSB. They have taken the lead here when it comes to the investigation, and there will definitely be questions about exactly what happened when that collision happened. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has suggested that it perhaps was an elevation issue, but we are still waiting those remaining details, particularly as officials say that everything from the flight path to communication with air traffic control this morning seemed to be normal.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live for us at Reagan National Airport. Thank you so much. And incredible to see, if you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, flights taking off from the runways at DCA, operations trying to get back to normal, even as recovery crews are still working in the Potomac as we speak.
I can't imagine flying into the airport on this day, but you're right. They started a little bit later than they had planned. In the noontime hour, we saw the first flight take off and land at Reagan National Airport. They had been, of course, stopped, a full ground stop in that whole area. It was kind of strange, actually, how quiet it was this morning. Yeah. Kaylee, I live pretty close to the airport and drive by there on my way into work. It's usually a pretty busy affair at rush hour. It felt like a Sunday morning.
Well, in a busy airport, usually with a lot of congestion concern, which is being raised anew in the aftermath of the events today, not just when it comes to commercial airspace, but airspace that is also shared with the U.S. military, which is what has resulted, obviously, in these tragic events. And of course, the largest air tragedy in terms of fatalities in the United States we have seen in about 15 years, since 2009. And on that note, we want to turn to the person who was Secretary of Transportation, newly minted himself at that time. Former Secretary Ray LaHood is with us now here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Sir, thank you very much for your time. Obviously, this is something I'm sure no one in a Secretary of Transportation position wants to have to deal with. Just walk us through what is actually happening in the department, the NTSB, the FAA right now as we speak, and for Sean Duffy, having gone through this yourself all these years ago.
Well, I think Sean has done a good job in terms of being in the job for only 2 days. This is a very tough situation to be put in. I'm glad the president has named someone as acting FAA administrator, a very, very important position, and has responsibility for air traffic controllers and the FAA generally. I think we should reach out, and our hearts do go out to the family members as they wait to hear about their loved ones that have perished, and some have been found, some haven't been found. I think our attention should really be on the family members and thoughts and prayers with them. I think really the questions that have been raised and the answers to those questions won't be really solved until the NTSB really delves into this and investigates it. This is an agency that's independent. It's not given to any political philosophy. Extraordinarily talented people at the NTSB, career people, professional people. Many of them have been involved in investigations of plane crashes all over America and some around the world. So they know what they're doing. They do take their time and deliberate and collect all the information. Obviously, you want to look at the black boxes in the plane and the helicopter. They'll want to listen to the tapes from the air traffic controllers and their conversations with the pilot of the American Eagle flight, and then talk to as many people as they possibly can. And so this is this will be a lengthy investigation, but NTSB will get to the bottom of it, and they will identify what the issues are. Now, for starters, we know that this is one of the busiest airspaces in the country. You have Dulles Airport, an international airport. You have Reagan Airport, an international airport. You have Baltimore, which is nearby, an international airport. You have a lot of general aviation airports. You have the military at the Andrews Air Force Base and other places where helicopters take off. So there's a lot of activity in a very, very busy airspace. And I'm sure the NTSB will be looking at that also and trying to determine if there are too many planes and helicopters in the air at one time. And so there'll be a lot of activity over the next several months. But the NTSB will get us answers.
Well, we do look forward to some answers. Secretary LaHood, I don't know how you feel about the president speaking in advance, sharing his opinion on what happened, and how that kind of impacts the way people are looking at this whole process that is very deliberate, to your point, professionals working at the NTSB with an enormous amount of experience. But he's talking about your former administration. I don't know what you think about this. He said, I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. When I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. This kind of language was pretty unusual to hear from the White House briefing room as a recovery operation is still underway. Secretary, what's he talking about?
I think we don't want to get ahead of the NTSB. We don't want to get ahead of the professionals who will go in depth on the causes of the crash. And they'll make.
Is he right that the Obama administration changed safety standards, though, or can we knock that down together right now?
If you look at the statement that I made before the Commerce Committee for my nomination, I talked about safety, number one priority. If you look at the 4.5 years that we were at DOT, we implemented some of the highest safety standards for every mode of transportation. And when the Colgan Air crash occurred in February of 2009, I was new in the secretary's position. I reached out to the families. I talked to all of the families, I reached out to Congress. With the families and with Congress, we passed one of the highest, people complimented us on the legislation that Congress passed for more pilot training, for more pilot rest, for making sure that pilots, in the case of Colgan, it was during an ice storm as they were coming into Buffalo, New York, that caused the plane to crash, plus not proper training by the pilots. And I've never really heard any criticism of the time that we were there in 4.5 years of any compromise of safety. We took safety as the highest priority. You talk to anybody in the industry about our administration and our priority on safety, and we get very high marks. So look at, we'll wait to see what the NTSB says, but in terms of safety, during my time at DOT, the highest standards were set. And I think if you talk to the families of the Colgan air crash or to Congress, who passed a safety bill, safety for pilots, more training for pilots, they will tell you we worked very hard in a bipartisan way to get to the highest safety standards.
Well, and we appreciate that look back, sir, but if we could look forward as well and we consider Reagan Airport, which has had much debate around the addition of flight slots last year to different destinations across the U.S., 10 round-trip flights in total, these questions around military aircraft having to share space and adjust altitudes with commercial aircraft. Do you see the need for changes here in terms of congestion at this airport, specifically given its proximity to the nation's capital?
Well, I believe there's way too much activity in that region. And for what I said before, 3 major international airports, general aviation airports, Andrews Air Force Base, the military air command that exists very near Reagan. And I think that will be looked at by the NTSB. It's a very crowded airspace. And I think the NTSB will take a very careful look at that. Last year when Congress passed additional slots, additional opportunities for aircraft to fly into Reagan, I thought that was a mistake. There's just too much congestion.
One of those flights that was added was, in fact, the route from Wichita that airplane was flying last night. Secretary LaHood, Donald Trump was asked how he can come to the conclusion that diversity was involved in this crash. And he said, because I have common sense, and unfortunately, a lot of people don't. Is this dangerous talk before we hear from the NTSB when we're speculating on a level like this?
Well, Joe, what I'm going to do is what I think most Americans are going to do. Let's wait till the experts. Let's wait till the professionals. Let's wait till the career people at NTSB who've done many of these investigations.
The president's not waiting, though. That's why I asked you. Absolutely. And I don't want to pin you into a corner, but the president of the United States seemed to do something a little different today. And that's why your experience is important to us. We'd love to talk to you once we do learn more about this from the NTSB later today. Ray LaHood is the former U.S. Secretary of Transportation. And I appreciate your caution in talking with us today, Secretary, and of course, thinking of the families here. We're thinking as well of some 300 rescue workers who have been in freezing cold water in a harrowing and terrifying experience for them.
Yeah, in incredibly difficult conditions. As we've mentioned, that work is still underway. As of the latest update, only 28 bodies have been recovered. It's believed 67 people, all of the individuals who are on board these 2 aircraft, are not believed to have survived this crash. And I would just reiterate, we do not definitively know what caused this crash, despite suggestions that were made by the President of the United States earlier. We are awaiting a briefing from the NTSB. It's coming up at 2:45 Eastern Time.
We'll bring that to you here on Bloomberg. We'll assemble our panel next as well. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana with confirmation hearings underway in Washington. It's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
It's 1:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow and the S&P both advancing. NASDAQ in the red right now with the S&P up 0.3%. S&P 500 index now up by 20 points. The Dow up 180 points, a gain of 0.4%. NASDAQ in the red down 16, a drop there of just about 0.1%. The 10-year 4.52%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.20%. Spot gold up $35 the ounce at $27.95, up by 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude $72.98 a barrel, up 0.5%. Bitcoin back with a $105,000 handle, $105,203 now on Bitcoin, up 1.4%. The Justice Department is suing to block Hewlett-Packard Enterprise's $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks, arguing the tie-up would harm competition in the market for enterprise wireless equipment. And the Federal Trade Commission is probing whether Uber and Lyft illegally coordinated to limit driver pay in New York City. This according to documents reviewed by Bloomberg News. Again, recapping, the Dow and the S&P both higher. S&P right now up by about 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, as we speak, a search and recovery effort is underway just adjacent to Reagan National Airport, the scene of a deadly mid-air collision that took place last night between an American Airlines flight with 64 people aboard and a military Black Hawk helicopter with 3 members of the military. All 67 of those individuals are assumed to have not survived this crash. And again, the recovery efforts are still underway. An investigation is underway as well, spearheaded by the NTSB. We expect to hear from those officials at 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. But before we could do so, we heard earlier this afternoon from the President of the United States, Donald Trump, suggesting he had some opinions and ideas about what caused this crash, pointing to potentially a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, to use his words, the air traffic controllers who said he didn't know if it was their fault, and also blaming DEI policy at the FAA.
Yeah, that's right, which has been kind of a theme since the president was sworn into office. He also had Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, Vice President J.D. Vance, the new transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, all echoing that same concern about hiring being the reason behind all of this. When the president was asked how he can conclude diversity had something to do with a crash that has barely been investigated, he said, "I have common sense," and unfortunately a lot of people don't.
Yeah, he also, when asked that question, a different version by a different journalist, said it just could have been, pointing to the fact that we are dealing purely in speculation here at this point. These are facts and evidence to this effect have not yet been shared.
Absolutely. We could learn something very different a little more than an hour from now when the NTSB briefs, so we'll be listening, of course, for that. We should bring in our panel for their take on this. We're not seeking to make this a political story. We all live here in Washington, where this has been a very tragic day, but it has clearly creeped into politics, and we want the take from our panel on this. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick's our Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and political science professor at Iona University. Jeannie, normally there's kind of a process here as people wait to comment, maybe acknowledge the families while a rescue operation and now a recovery operation is underway. We're doing things differently in this Trump White House. How should we be receiving it?
Yeah, I mean, this was his first time in the White House press briefing room since he was elected, and quite a time it was. You know, I think a lot of the focus has been on how he politicized, and he certainly did. There was a moment of silence. He did make news with that appointment, but he did also politicize and tried to cast blame on a whole host of people. And while all the focus has been on the blame he cast on the Democrats, Buttigieg, Biden, Obama, just think, as he talks about common sense, what about common courtesy to the family of the helicopter pilot that he also blamed without evidence? This is a U.S. soldier. He's just lost his life. We don't even know if his body has been found and pulled out of the Potomac River. And the president of the United States stands up and by his own account says without evidence, but just because he has common sense, he knows who to blame. It's DEI, it's Obama, it's Buttigieg. and it is this soldier, this pilot. And so that is the troubling part of what he did here. It's not surprising with Trump, but it is really tells us what is yet to come. This was his first foray into the briefing room.
Yeah, it's a good, sobering reminder, Jeannie, that we are dealing with human life here and life that has been lost. And there are families that are grieving those lives as we speak, who are still going to be looking for closure as these recovery operations continue. Rick, to Jeannie's point on the pilot, I would note it wasn't just President Trump who was talking about this, talking about that they should have been able to see from a vision perspective that there could have been an elevation issue. We did hear that from Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, as well. He said, I think the president was right. There was some sort of an elevation issue, going on to say the DOD is investigating. But this is also a DOD that Pete Hegseth has literally just inherited. He's been in this job for a few days. Sean Duffy was just sworn in yesterday. Just talk about the difficulty of entering an administration and being faced immediately with a challenge and tragedy like this one.
Yeah, sure. First, our thoughts are with the families of the victims of this horrific accident. And as Jeannie points out, you know, I know the news cycle can't wait, but the fact that we're still recovering bodies from the icy Potomac River as we speak adds kind of a grisly macabre to this conversation. And really, you wonder why the president did select this time to get out ahead of the news cycle and not let this part of the process carry on without too much speculation. Look, I mean, time doesn't wait for your, taking office. Time doesn't wait for your confirmation. And the world is a very, very dangerous place. And sometimes it's our own backyard that gets neglected. And so, sure, it's an enormous stress if you are today the Secretary of Transportation like Sean Duffy or the Secretary of Defense, who have just reams of material to get, sort of familiar with, to understand people who they've never met or important players now in their lives as they administer, the duties of their office. And to have something like this shake everybody, to the core, just days after their own confirmation. Look, I think they've been resilient today. They've been on the job. They are going to learn on the job. Everybody does, but this is an exceptionally hard way to do it.
President talked about the FAA's diversity push, focused on hiring people with severe disabilities, Jeannie, and he read them. They include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism. It was brought to the president's attention by a reporter in the room for NBC News that this policy that he said that Barack Obama, the president that preceded him, put in place and he removed, in fact, was on the FAA's website that entire time. And apparently this policy, whether you like it or not, was in place during the first Trump administration. Does he need to answer for that?
Yeah, and Peter Alexander, to your point, tried to ask him about that. He brushed that off, and then he sort of spoke in a disparaging way about Peter Alexander and his question. But it is the right question. And the problem is the president wants to set the narrative. He wants to talk about the issues he cares about. And in this case, it's DEI. And we heard his new defense secretary, his new transportation secretary, not talking. The first thing they said was to thank Trump. Then it was to talk about DEI. Then they got around to safety and security, because that's the order of importance that the administration is talking about this in. And the reality is there is no evidence that DEI policies have anything to do with the problem of security and safety of our aviation system. And gosh, if there is evidence, please bring it forward. And I think all common sense people, to the president's point, would agree, then we should address that, because we need to be secure. But the president himself said, we have no evidence. He just has so much common sense. He's quite sure that this is the reality. And the fact is, we don't know that. What we do know is a reality, as he talks about air traffic control DEI policies, is there is a shortage of air traffic control employees in this system and in our country. It's been a problem. It got worse after COVID. We have air traffic control people working 12-hour days, 6 days a week. Now, again, we don't know that they were to blame for what happened, but those are the realities that they need to get to the bottom of in this investigation before he starts casting aspersions and casting blame on innocent people, particularly people who are now passed away, like this pilot of this army or this helicopter.
Mm-hmm. Well, another reality as well, Rick, was that when this happened last night, there was no acting or confirmed administrator of the FAA. The Biden era administrator, of course, having resigned on January 20th, the day Trump was inaugurated. Trump did announce in the press conference today that he was appointing the current deputy administrator, Christopher Rushlow, to take that role in an acting capacity. But will this expedite the need to actually get an FAA authority confirmed in the U.S. Senate? And on what timetable is that realistic?
Yeah, look, it certainly moves it up on the front burner of issues that this White House is going to be dealing with quite some time. And I don't know whether this administration has a cadre of candidates that they're prepared to start to sort through and put up for confirmation. But you would think if they don't, they're rushing today to come up with that list. So there are always vacancies inside the federal government, whether it's the first week of your administration or 2 years in. And so I don't think there's the kind of concern that I would have that because you don't have an administrator that somehow something happened in the terminal at National Airport, that was a result of that. These agencies like the FAA are well staffed. And I am sure that the deputy administrator who was there on the job at the time, has the authority and the ability to make sure that our nation's skies are safe. So I don't think so much of that as a important aspect of this current situation, but it certainly will elevate the need to have somebody who can get in there and be a part of this investigation as soon as possible.
Rick, what would Donald Trump say if the NTSB finds something differently than what he said caused the crash?
Well, I'm not going to get into Donald Trump's head. It's a tricky place to get out of once you're there. And so the reality of it is we're just not going to know until we see. I mean, there's a lot of speculation happening today, and there's no really official knowledge that we have in this reporting or conversation that would lead me to believe that there's one thing over another that's going to result in this. And look, we know Donald Trump will use whatever crisis or media opportunity has to plug his policies. And so why would we expect him to do otherwise?
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our signature political panel, both of them Bloomberg Politics contributors. Thank you for joining us on what, of course, is a tragic day in Washington. And we are still awaiting more information from authorities. Just over an hour from now, 2:45 p.m. Eastern time is when that NTSB briefing is expected to take place. We'll have that for you live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And more Balance of Power is straight ahead.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. NASDAQ just turning higher. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green right now, right to the numbers with the S&P up 30 points. S&P higher by 0.5%. Now it's 6,069. The Dow pushing higher by 270, up by 0.6%. And NASDAQ right now up 16 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is an advance of about 0.1%. The Russell 2000 Index to stand out by far. That index now surging by 1.5%. 10-year at 4.52%. The 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $35 the ounce. $27.94 on the precious metal, up by 1.3%. We do have gold trading at a record today. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $72.96 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 1.6%, 105,460 right now on Bitcoin. Stocks are advancing on signs that the main engine of the U.S. economy remains solid, which bodes well for corporate America. Comcast shares, however, trading lower now, down 12.3%. The company reported fourth quarter revenue and profit that did beat Wall Street's expectations, but subscriber losses in its broadband unit raised concerns among investors. Again, Comcast shares, they are now down by 12.3%. Apple and Intel after the close of trading today. Again, recapping, S&P right now higher by 30. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Live from World Headquarters in New York. We are live in Washington, where we're balancing a couple of important stories today, not the least of which confirmation hearings for not one, not two, but three of Donald Trump's nominees for his cabinet. We've had a lot of talk already about Tulsi Gabbard today, certainly RFK Jr. yesterday. He's in a second day of testimony today, Kaylee. But the man tapped to run the FBI, Kash Patel, is sitting before the Judiciary Committee right now.
Yeah, he was just pressed specifically by Senator Peter Welch of Vermont about the 2020 election. He would not say that Trump lost the election. Senator Thom Tillis is speaking now of North Carolina. So let's listen in live to Kash Patel's confirmation hearing.
Legitimate reason, but most people aren't. Most people are going to say, now we got you. And now we're going to create a wedge between you and the president and other people by using that word that they can absolutely exploit. So you've answered the question. President Biden was duly elected. I don't have any problem with saying he won because I certified the election along with so many others on January the 6th. Now let me talk about January the 6th. Y'all may not know this. I don't know if it's public. I can't imagine why it'd be classified. This was the room that we retreated to on January the 6th. I was the last Senate member out of the chamber. I was actually approached by one of the vice president's details saying it's time to go. Part of it was because I was really angry and a little way wanting to fight, which was probably not a good idea. But what I saw, and what I saw for these people, and it's unfair to tell you to get up, order you to physically get up and turn around. It's a great tactic used frequently here in the committee, but you were right to engage the senator respectfully in a line of questioning. I looked at all the ones who were in the chamber on January the 6th, and they were heroes. I looked at the ones after I transcended down the stairs and went into the trains connecting the Capitol. Those heroes were bloody. They were bruised, and they were still holding the line, and we saw and heard people 50 yards away. Every one of those people in the Capitol, I've said, were thugs, and I don't apologize for it. They were either caught up in the moment and didn't do damage to a police officer, or they harmed a police officer, and I disagree absolutely and said it on the Senate floor with the pardons of people who did harm to the president. And I've had conversations with you that suggest that if you had been consulted on that, we'd have probably had a little bit different structure for the pardons, folks. This man understands what happens when the leadership of a law enforcement agency fails to protect their own. And I have to admit that in the last administration, I saw a commander-in-chief who looked the other way when you should have been saying the people who were mostly peaceful protesters in Kenosha with a building burning in the background, well, they had a righteous cause. So it's okay if they harm law enforcement or public safety officers. And when they damaged the federal building in Portland and they harmed police officers there, I didn't see anybody calling for arrest in the insurrection in those government buildings, federal buildings. Folks, let's be consistent because I am. I said it then and I said it now. These folks are heroes. They got us to this room. We spent hours here. And they were so successful with securing this building, we went back the same day and finished our job. That only happened because of these proud law enforcement officers, and I know you would support them. Okay, let me take a breath. You answered the question on Section 702, but I have to refer to my friend Alex Padilla. We co-chair the Mental Health Caucus together. I love working with them. One of the problems around here with people who pretend like they're bipartisan, but they never do it when it's hard, is that they also make it more difficult for other people. When Section 702 was reauthorized in April of 2024, we had 4 or 5 of our members agree to walk the plank to make sure that and I didn't, by the way, because I wanted the reforms done. But I have to say, I'm glad that they did, because I just had a colleague say they were guilty of bending a knee. What they were guilty of is protecting this nation. Now, were they happy that the reforms weren't done? No. I've heard John Cornyn say things. Mike Lee's got a lot of, Senator Cornyn. They've got a lot of great ideas, and we should reform it. But that's what's wrong with this place, folks. We just had somebody here try and do an offhanded hit on people that, on a bipartisan basis, reauthorize something that's critically important for keeping this nation safe. So I guess the inference is, next time, don't do that. Be partisan. Go dark. Endanger the U.S. So come on, guys, let's be real here. If anything, I hope I've been consistent on. Let's just be balanced. You know, really, we've had colleagues on the other side of the aisle called President Trump an illegitimate president. Now, we have the witness has acknowledged that President Biden's election was certified. If you want to use a specific word, what are we in high school? I mean, come on. So I do have to tell you, though, Cash, I've hit bingo a couple of times. And I have a feeling by the time we get to the 3rd round, we will again.
Hope you put a lot of money on it, Senator.
You know what? I put a lot of, I won't call it money, but capital on. It's the due diligence I've done on you and the extraordinary job you're doing in this committee. One of the reasons you're seeing frustration among people asking you questions is you're composed, you're respectful, you reached out to every one of them and asked to meet with them. They've thanked you for doing that. I suspect that those conversations went a lot better than the TV personalities that we've seen today. So I've got 50 minutes. You want to wrap up on, and I'm going to come back for the 2nd round. You want to wrap up on, let me just ask you this question. I went to the floor yesterday to make it very clear. I've been thanking these Capitol Police officers, and I told them I actually thought that the partisan people who did harm to police officers sucked. And I told them that at every one of these security entrances when I come in, and I stand by it, and I respectfully disagree with the president or whoever likely gave him advice, because the president has to rely on best advice for some of these executive orders. But I make no apology for saying that the men and women on Capitol Hill that got us safely to this building are heroes. The people who harmed them are thugs, but they're out now. So here's their opportunity, Mr. Patel. You find the people that you were convicted of harming, call them, write them a letter, apologize to them. And if you don't, and you come to Capitol Hill, I will track you down and I will burden you until you do. Now I've run out of time. I'll be back for a 2nd round.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Moody.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. And thank you for being here. I know this has been a long day.
All right, we've been listening to live testimony here from Kash Patel, although we've hardly heard his voice. Tom Tillis, Republican senator there, was using his time to make some points, obviously, about January 6th and a few others. He made reference to the Kash bingo game. Tom Tillis did distribute several versions of this. He actually had them made up to kind of play with his colleagues. They include a number of issues he assumed that Democrats would bring up, like the deep state, the enemies list, Section 702. I guess he's called bingo a couple of times. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, where Tulsi Gabbard also sat for her confirmation hearing today in the Senate Intelligence Committee. Let's listen.
Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States. Accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters.
So for more on her hearing, we turn to Bloomberg national security reporter Dan Flatley, who's here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. We knew this was likely going to be tough for Tulsi Gabbard, Dan, that she was going to face questions around her visit to Syria, her relationship with Assad. Edward Snowden, for example, who she refused multiple times in the hearing to say was a traitor. Based on her answers, the line of questioning, do we have an indication as to whether or not she's going to get through this committee, let alone the entire U.S. Senate?
Well, I think her nomination is more in jeopardy today than it was yesterday, especially on the Snowden, her Snowden comments. So Senator Todd Young, a Republican of Indiana, literally read the dictionary definition of a traitor in the hearing and asked her, to basically take a stance. He didn't directly ask her, is Edward Snowden a traitor, or ask her to call him a traitor, as others did, but he read the definition and he asked her how the men and women of the intelligence community would feel about her previous defense of Snowden. And she basically declined to answer that question, as she declined to label him a traitor on previous occasions. So I think that didn't help her. She had credible answers on her visit to Syria and her meeting with Assad. She didn't earn a lot of plaudits from some of the Democrats on her position on 702, the surveillance section of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. But she basically got through that okay. It was really Snowden that tripped her up, and that was kind of unexpected. And so now the Intelligence Committee is meeting in closed session, as they do, to consider the nomination. She'll be asked about this again. I'm sure we've had some senators say that they're going to raise that in closed session. And so she may be able to do a little bit of a cleanup on this, but she can only lose one Republican senator in committee and make it to the floor through the normal fashion. So, there's a few that we're watching, and it could go either way at this point.
You point out on our Top Live blog, and I've been following along with what you've been writing along with our colleagues, Senator Todd Young is one that we were watching closely. He challenged her with that definition of a traitor. Gabbard, as you write, said Snowden broke the law, but he also exposed programs that violated the Constitution. Young clearly not happy. But is that code for somebody else on that committee who might agree with her on this front?
Yeah, I think if I don't know who it's code for exactly. The committee, the Intelligence Committee, is an interesting committee. It's different than many of the other committees in the Senate. It has a different makeup, a different character. They meet in secret, as you know, a couple of times a week to consider these matters. People on that committee generally are pretty sober, but the makeup of Congress has changed, and you have people who are more concerned on both sides of the aisle about privacy concerns and things like that. So it's possible that she was speaking to those members of the committee. It's possible that she was speaking to President Trump in some way. I don't know that at least I can't think of any defense that he's made of Snowden in recent years.
Sure,
but certainly he has criticized some of the warrantless surveillance of people that were involved in his 2016 campaign and things like that. So it's possible that she's taking a line here that is more on the civil liberties side of the equation than the other. But I don't think she's going to find much of a fan base for that position on the Senate Intelligence
Wrong crowd.
There's a handful of senators, 3 or 4 that I can think of off the top of my head that Republicans that aren't going to like her answers on Snowden and may really, press her on that. Whether it means that they vote against her at the end of the day, I think is a much different calculation because, there are Republicans in Congress who do not like everything that Donald Trump does. But do they want to burn their powder? Do they want to expend their political capital on a nomination when there may be more consequential fights to come down the road? And certainly, I don't think it's going to be anybody who's not ready to leave Congress at the end of their term, because opposing any one of these nominees means that you're going to face the full wrath and fury of not only Trump, but his allies. So it's a very difficult political calculus for a lot of these people who want to continue to fight another day.
We're out of time here, Dan, but you started by saying her odds look worse today than yesterday. Is it unlikely that she'll even clear committee?
It's really hard to say, Joe. You know, it's possible. She can only lose one Republican senator. But somebody's got to.
All Democrats are no's, presumably?
Presumably.
Okay. We'll keep tabs on this for you with the help of Dan Flatley and our national security team. Thank you, Dan, for the insights, as always. 3 confirmation hearings today, Kaylee. And, of course, a massive tragedy in the Potomac River. The White House has chimed in. We'll hear next from the NTSB.
Yes, that briefing from the officials investigating this fatal midair collision is at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. They'll have that for you on Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live on TV, radio, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We are getting ready to wrap up the month of January. Just 2 more trading days left here in 2025. We do have stocks, Tim, slightly higher.
Yeah, we do. Look, latest signs that the U.S. economy is on track. We're going to have much more on trade, on the economic backdrop in just a moment. But, Carol, I think what's on a lot of people's minds is what's going on right now in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, we're going to head to the nation's capital, get an update on the American Airlines collision. That in just a moment. Also, as we mentioned, we're going to have an update on the U.S. economy coming just one day after the first Fed decision of 2025.
Also, an update on the best and worst performers in the S&P 500. Should we give them some hints, Carol?
No.
Okay, no hints.
But it is the number one gainer and the
Maybe
number
Charlie.
one decliner.
Maybe Charlie will give you some hints. If you've been paying attention today, you know what they are.
Who's going to give it away? All right, everybody. We're going to talk a little bit about football and tennis, the connection over at the Dallas Cowboys. But Charlie,
That's
take
a really
it away.
quick no from Carol.
We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher. S&P right now up 30, 6,069 where we stand. That is a gain of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 250 on the Dow. The Dow up by 0.6%. NASDAQ meanwhile up 20. That is a gain of 0.1%. The outperformer by far, Russell 2000 index. That index right now up by 1.5%. Small caps ripping higher today. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.52% with the 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $35 the ounce, $27.95 up 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 72.70 a barrel up by 0.1%. Bitcoin now up 1.8%. Bitcoin 105,570. Apple reports after the close of trading today it is expected to post record results when the company delivers quarterly earnings despite headwinds stemming from China and the slow rollout of in-house AI features. Apple right now up by less than 0.1%. Also reporting after the close of trading, Intel shares now up by 1.2%. And yes, we're going to be all over those numbers as they break. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, the collision between an American Airlines regional jet and a military helicopter near Ronald Reagan Airport in Washington left no survivors on board the 2 aircraft. This is according to authorities we heard earlier. The crash is one of the most deadly U.S. air disasters in decades and an early test for President Trump's administration. It is only his second week in office. The president speaking about it from the White House press room about 2 hours ago.
We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas. We'll find out how this disaster occurred and will ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation.
Again, that was President Trump just about 2 hours ago. The NTSB, by the way, will be giving an update on its investigation into the crash. That's coming our way, Tim, at about 2:45 p.m. Wall Street time. We will take you there as soon as that begins.
Well, with the latest on the crash, we head to DCA, Reagan Washington National Airport, and to Bloomberg News reporter Tyler Kendall, who's standing by. Tyler, what's the latest that you can tell us on the recovery efforts?
Yeah, hey, Tim. So we are expecting some more answers after that NTSB presser later this hour. What we do know is that hundreds of law enforcement officers are here on the scene helping with this search and now recovery mission. We are expecting no survivors from this deadly crash and expecting about 67 victims between the U.S. American Airlines commercial flight and the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter when they collided. Now, there are some big questions still remaining here about how this happened, particularly after Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said that this could be preventable. Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that it might have been an elevation issue. So expect to hear questions about that as we look ahead to that presser later this hour. But also important to note that DCA boasts one of the busiest runways in all of America. It also has one of the smallest footprints comparably, about 860 acres. That has raised questions about congestion concerns and has also created stricter regulations when it comes to airspace here at DCA. These are all topics that we're expecting to come up as officials brief at 2:45.
Right. And it is interesting that we did hear, Tyler, from President Trump about 2 years ago, first acknowledging, of course, the incident with a moment of silence for all of the victims. He did talk about the crash, took questions, but safe to say that even though he might have, leaned towards or suggested some possibilities in terms of why this crash happened, to be fair, there are still many questions, and the NTSB is really ultimately the one who will really give us the update about what exactly happened.
Right, the NTSB is leading this investigation. Notably, during that press conference, President Trump did appoint an acting head of the FAA, Chris, excuse me, sorry, but his name is escaping me at this moment, but it is important that that administrator is in place because as of this morning, there was nobody actually heading that administration, which is why we saw Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy come out and brief reporters here at DCA, which is typically an unusual step. Now, as you mentioned, President Trump had alluded to blaming the Biden administration. We did hear from former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who defended his administration's response and said that these hiring practices by the FAA have been on the books for decades. Important to note that there hasn't been a major deadly crash like this involving a U.S. commercial airline in more than 15 years.
No, we totally understand. You've been at this since the wee hours here, and so a lot going on. We do want to mention, though, Chris Roccolo, acting head of the FAA. And again, there's a lot of things that have been coming on this. To be fair, you've got two heads of departments that are new to the administration. And so for this to happen, it's pretty serious and just kind of finding their way forward.
Tyler, I look at your shot and it looks like I see a Southwest plane moving just out of your shot just now. We didn't know the airport was closed until at least 11 a.m. this morning. Has traffic resumed there normally?
It has resumed, but with some delays and cancellations. I can tell you, I was just looking at a departure board inside DCA that showed at least 58 flight cancellations. I've also been catching up with some of the people who have been coming in here. We're seeing them move in with their roller bags. I spoke to one man who said that he wasn't sure if he could make it to the airport this morning. He wasn't sure if his flight would take off due to this devastating news. But officials have been trying to reassure the American public that the skies are safe to fly. You heard President Trump reference that. And then also all of the officials this morning saying that this was a preventable and an isolated incident and trying to resume business as usual here at DCA.
All right. So obviously we are awaiting the NTSB. Any other things that you think our audience should know at this point, or really it is ultimately to what we hear in about a half an hour's time?
There are just some big questions here, considering that officials originally said that both of these aircrafts were on what was known as routine flight routes. You might have heard that also that Black Hawk helicopter was part of a training mission, but officials have said that we shouldn't read too much into that and that the pilots of that mission were experienced. It appears that this was a devastating accident that happened here. Now, I did have the chance to catch up with the American Airlines CEO earlier this morning after the briefing. He did confirm to me that he has been in touch with the White House. American Airlines say that they are sending 100 personnel here to DCA to help with the families of these victims for any sort of assistance that they may need.
All right, good to know. And Tyler, thank you so much. As we said, still a lot of things to be answered and known, and we'll get an update from the NTSB at 2:45 p.m. Wall Street time. Tyler Kendall, reporter at Bloomberg News there from Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport.
All right, well, now to the latest on the U.S. economy. The U.S. economy expanding at a solid pace at the end of 2024, fueled by a generous tailwind from consumer spending that more than offset drags from a strike at Boeing and much leaner inventory investment. Inflation-adjusted GDP increased at an annualized 2.3% in the fourth quarter after rising 3.1% in the prior three-month period. That's according to the government's initial estimate published earlier today. It's a lot of numbers that we're throwing at you, and we got with us Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee here in the studio, who pretty much has all that stuff memorized and I think dreams about this type of economic data. This economic data that we got this morning, the first reading on fourth quarter GDP, what do we need to know?
Well, the number came in kind of what was expected after yesterday. 2.6, 2.7 was the consensus until we got the trade report yesterday. And everybody said the trade report was so bad, the deficit was so bad that we were going to see a drop down, and the kind of a new whisper consensus came out of 2.3%. But it wasn't trade. It's quarterly numbers, so it takes in 3 months, and on if you added up all the exports and imports over 3 months, trade actually contributed 0.4% to growth. What surprised was business investment. Business investment was very weak. Gross investment down 5.6%. That includes residential, but business fixed investment non-residential was down 2.2%, and that subtracted a lot from overall
Does
growth.
that typically happen in a fourth quarter? How do you read that?
Not to that extent.
Okay, yeah.
A year ago, it was up 3.8% for the same period. So why businesses did this it's hard to know. We also, and you had me in here talking the other day about inventories and why inventories did not rise because of the trade figures and stuff that we saw. The inventory number was very, very weak. There were no inventories. It looks like the strong consumer demand, the companies just took the supplies out of inventories and didn't order more. Now, we did have a relatively strong durable goods orders report earlier this week, so maybe companies now are going to try to restock. But it is interesting that they did not spend it as much in the fourth quarter.
Mike, we're going to talk to you about jobless claims today, the effects of the LA wildfires, that sort of stuff too. But what comes to mind first is what happened yesterday at the Federal Reserve and in the press conference. I was telling Carol before we went to air that I was surprised by the amount of the number of political questions that were asked and the way that politics was a backdrop. What stuck out to you about yesterday's press conference?
I thought Jay Powell did a very good job of staying on script and trying to make as little news as possible. It kept coming at him with the questions about Donald Trump, which surprised me a little bit from the reporters because if he's not going to answer, he's not going to answer.
But you got to ask, right?
Well, I mean, the first question was about Donald Trump, and then they came back to it.
But I guess it was because he had just talked about lowering interest rates, right?
Yeah.
Right.
As if he has the control over it.
Right. And Trump was actually doing an event at 2:00 at the same time. And so we were all kind of watching the headlines to see if he said anything, which he did not until much later. But the Fed chair was being totally honest, and it would have been hard for Trump to attack him for not lowering interest rates because what Powell was saying is we don't know what's going to happen to the economy because we don't know what Trump is going to do to the economy, and Trump has not said, so it's kind of his fault.
I mean, it mirrors so much of what we hear from any leader that's out there that basically says it's early days. We're taking it day by day. We want to see what the actuality is, right, in terms of what we get in terms of policies. Having said that, is the Fed, Mike, in a pretty good position where they can either continue to do nothing if they need to raise rates? Obviously, you can do that. But if they need to lower rates, they can do that as well.
Yeah, they would tell you exactly that they think they're well positioned at this point, that their view is they're still restrictive and they could lower interest rates. That's sort of their bias at this point. But as you say, if inflation starts to go back up again, they can raise rates just as easily because they're not too far to one side or the other.
If they're kind of in, I think it was Endicott who brought it up on the live blog yesterday, that if they say they're in kind of this balanced position, and yet they conceded that inflation is still above their target, is it really a balanced position, or is it more towards we're concerned about inflation?
They have to say they're in a balanced position. Well, they say the risks are balanced is basically what they're saying.
But are they?
It's not really. No, the focus is on inflation, and Powell made that clear yesterday, saying a couple of times that the labor market was in good shape. It's not inflationary. It's not causing us worry. It's not going to collapse right away. So their real focus is on inflation going forward.
But when did that shift happen? Because there was a time late summer, early fall when the labor market was a real concern.
Yeah, it's basically between November and December's meetings, we had gotten some much better numbers. I think it was September, we saw a really strong report.
Right.
And then, the Fed started worrying a little bit less about employment. And then the ancillary indicators that come along, like jobless claims, don't give you any indication that things are falling apart. They've slowed down. We're not seeing hiring at the same rate, but the labor market is relatively good shape, so therefore they can worry more about inflation.
I have to say it was kind of fascinating to watch market reaction, right? We were at a certain point before the Fed decision. We saw stocks sell off a little bit. We saw yields move up right after the announcement. And then the presser started and then it reversed course. And so we kind of ended almost where we started. Does Jay Powell be like, That's good. That's kind of what we want, right?
Yeah.
We don't want too much market reaction here.
They want the markets not to move on any of this. Now, what you're getting during the time period you're talking about is people hedging their bets or rearranging based on what they think the future Fed course is going to be, not based on the macroeconomics of it. And if you look at the macroeconomics today, they're no different than they were yesterday or
Right.
before that. And the view of what the Fed's going to do is no different than it was. So that's why you get this round trip there. But some people who were offsides one way or another have to, square their positions.
I did promise we'd talk about the effects of the LA wildfires when it comes to the economy and specifically jobless claims. We did get weekly jobless claims. They came in lower than forecast. Do we understand what the effects of the fires are going to be, at least when it comes to employment at this point?
We don't know exactly. Obviously, we get a week from tomorrow the payroll report, and the fires were taking place during the survey week. So there have been estimates that it could be as many as 20,000 jobs taken off of the payroll report. It never works out quite exactly that way, but it's a good starting working theory. We did see a big increase in jobless claims, a little over 20,000 in the first 2 weeks of the fires. So there's some thought that might be a good number. Now we're back way down. So even saw continuing claims fall, but they were bumped up in the previous week. Right. So it does look like what we saw as a reaction to the fires, and now we go forward and see if we lose those jobs, then in theory you'll get some of them back in coming months, because they'll have to hire more construction workers to rebuild houses and things like that. And some of the people who lost jobs, maybe their store or restaurant burned, they may not have jobs, but there'll be other jobs that come in to that area.
Yeah, the build and so on and so forth. Hey, listen, just got under a minute here, Mike. What's fun about a Fed meeting is that we're done. We got the decision, and now everybody can talk. So what's the narrative that you expect we're going to hear from Fed officials over the next couple of weeks?
I think you're going to see basically what you saw beforehand, that they will say we are in good position. We can raise or lower rates as we need to. Right now, most of them will say right now we probably don't need to move. Let's see what happens with inflation. And those who have been saying that we could cut rates in the future will make that argument again. Chris Waller is basically who I'm talking about, although he was saying if inflation cooperates. So they're all kind of in the same place right now, and we're going to have to wait and see in the end of March what the president does between now and then, and how they interpret that.
Right, exactly. So much could change. That could change the backdrop. Michael McKee, thank you so much. International economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News, joining us right here in studio.
Let's take a look at the markets right now as we get over 90 minutes to the close of trading. The S&P 500 up higher, up by half a percentage point right now. We see it up by 0.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, we'll go ahead and round that up to 0.6%. Carol, the NASDAQ higher by 0.2%.
Most names in the S&P 500 higher, about 400 names, 425 to the upside, 77 losing some ground. Hey, coming up next, we do have actually the top gainer and the top decliner in the S&P 500 today. That one, Business Week, continues on this Thursday.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher right now. S&P up 30. That is a gain of 0.5%. S&P right now at 6,070. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 244 points. The Dow up 0.5%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index up 32 for NASDAQ, a gain there of 0.2%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, though, surging by 1.5%. The 10-year right now at 4.51%, with the 2-year 4.20%. Gold trading at a record right now, 27.92, was up as at 27.98. That is taking out the old record back in October. Right now we got gold up by 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude, I'm calling that unchanged on the day, 72.64 a barrel. Bitcoin up 1.6%, trading above $105,000. The Justice Department is suing to block Hewlett-Packard Enterprise's $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks. HPE down 2.5%, Juniper down 1.9%, and the Federal Trade Commission is probing whether Uber and Lyft illegally coordinated to limit driver pay in New York City. This, according to documents reviewed by Bloomberg News. After the bell, Apple and Intel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie's been hitting on all of these names, but we did want to go back to IBM, hitting a record intraday, up the most since April of 1999, after it reported fourth quarter results that beat expectations on key metrics, thanks to robust growth in IBM's software business. It also gave a strong forecast for free cash flow. It was the number one gainer in the S&P 500 for most of the day. It's now slipped into second place, just behind Vistra, which we know has been beaten up over questions about the AI build-out and boost energy. But anyway, we wanted to talk IBM, especially, Tim, in a week where we've been so focused on some of the other mega cap tech names, but it's interesting to see the outperformance that we're getting in IBM.
So watching closely is Ryan Vlastelica. He's Bloomberg News equities reporter. He joins us from our Chicago bureau. Ryan, it's a funny week because we're focusing on AI. We're focusing on the mega cap tech names. We got Apple reporting after the bell. Microsoft and Meta reported after the bell yesterday. IBM's rallying. It's outperforming the other companies that we talk about so much. What was so interesting about this quarter for IBM? Is this a real turnaround moment for the company?
Hey, thanks for having me. IBM has actually been doing pretty well over the past year or so. For a while, it was kind of viewed as an underappreciated value name within tech. They do have a lot of AI-related businesses, a lot of AI-related patents. And while it was sort of underappreciated when it comes to, the whole artificial intelligence space overall, people have been kind of like warming to the stock. It's really come up quite nicely over the past 12 months or so. And we did see in this most recent report, very strong cash flow forecast, a lot of positive AI bookings. So the trends there seem pretty strong. And I don't think people have really caught on to it in the same way that you would might, name some of the other bigger names within the AI space.
So Ryan, though, if you look at the analyst community, there's been a bunch that actually have been raising their price targets, even if it's just a little bit, but raising their price targets on IBM today. So maybe a little bit of a rethink here.
Yeah, I think so. I think the consensus is slowly growing more positive. People seem pretty positive with the direction of the company's software business, like I said, the cash flow. It kind of remains to be seen how big they're going to be in the AI landscape, but they've been in this area for a while. I don't know if you remember IBM's Watson program that I think it won Jeopardy or something a while back. So they've been around there for a while, but it's only kind of recently that people are sort of cottoning to them in a more pronounced way.
Is it about the clients that they're getting? Is it about spinoffs that they've done over the last couple of years that have changed the business? What specifically is it about IBM that has people optimistic?
Yeah, they have gotten rid of a couple of businesses. They've also done a couple of acquisitions that have been greeted kind of warmly, notably Red Hat. So yeah, a lot going on there, but that's a name that's, it seems like they're finally, after a period of pretty low growth, starting to pick up a little bit, and that's being reflected in the share price.
Hey, just quickly, we want to, since we've got you, let's not forget that, all right, it's been about, a bunch of the Mag 7 companies this week for them. We get another one after the close today, Apple. Just yesterday, it was downgraded to perform from outperform at Oppenheimer, the latest sign of kind of some caution ahead of earnings this evening. And it's not the first downgrade that we've seen as of late when it comes to Apple.
Yeah, I think the count was about 5 or so far this month. A lot of concerns about the iPhone business. How quickly is that growing? What is the state of play in China right now? There's been a lot of competition there, a lot of concerns there. Sales there haven't been all that robust. people really were banking on the iPhone 16, the one that has the AI features. People were really hoping that that would lead to a big upgrade cycle. So far, we haven't really seen that. Are they going to give an outlook that kind of points to when adoption is going to pick up a little bit more? What's the outlook for the 17? That's going to be the real focus, tonight.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Hey, Ryan, thank you so much. Ryan Vostelica, he's Bloomberg News equities reporter, with the second biggest gainer in the S&P 500 today. IBM up about 12%, Tim.
All right, how about the biggest decliner? Can we go there?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, that one is none other than UPS, down close to 15% as we speak. Shares plunging the most ever, down to its lowest level going back more than 4.5 years. The company did project annual revenue well below expectations. It told investors that a long-awaited rebound in demand for its parcel services will not arrive this year, and it also prompted it to slash its low-margin business with Amazon. So let's break this one down with Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst Lee Klaskow, who joins us from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Explain the Amazon move here, because it's certainly the biggest customer, but it's not the most profitable. Why make a move such as this?
Yeah, so Amazon accounts for roughly 12% of UPS's consolidated revenue. It accounts for, call it 25% of their domestic volumes. And the volume that they're doing for Amazon is lower margin business. Because delivering to somebody's home has higher costs and therefore usually has lower margins. So that B2C business tends to be much lower business. Then you have the fact that Amazon has a lot of purchasing power because it is so big. So they were able to negotiate even lower rates. And at the time, probably a UPS and a FedEx, they were happy to take on Amazon. But as Amazon grew, it became kind of dilutive to margins. And FedEx, said bye-bye to Amazon back in 2019. So, we kind of knew this was going to happen eventually. I think maybe the pace was surprising and the timing was surprising. And I also think that, one of the reasons that the market is down so much is that, this year is not going to be as great as what, a lot of folks were expecting. And not just in their domestic business, but their international and the supply chain businesses as well.
All right. So as we mentioned, Lee, that UPS is the biggest decliner in the S&P 500. Carol Tomé, the CEO, saying Amazon is our largest customer, but it's not our most profitable customer. You just walked us through those metrics. But even so, even if it's not the most profitable, is it a big loss? I mean, so much so that investors are right in sending the stock, I don't know, its biggest one-day drop since 2008, down about 15%, it looks like, at its lows.
Well, just think if you lost 50 pounds, right? You'd go out and you'd probably buy yourself a new wardrobe. Well, UPS isn't buying a new wardrobe. What they are doing is they're restructuring their network, so they can now get rid of facilities. They can, maybe not have as many planes in operations. Maybe they have not as few trucks or people. So their cost base is going to go down considerably. And the fact that they're investing in a lot of productivity initiatives that are driven by technology, they're going to be able to do a lot more with less. And they're going to fill some of the capacity that they do have with much higher yielding business, whether that's for small, medium-sized shippers or other types of shippers. Even their SurePost business. Their SurePost is their kind of economy ground delivery that the Postal Service used to deliver the majority of those packages to people's houses. And what UPS has been able to do through technology and AI and machine learning and all that good stuff is insert that freight back into their network and build density within their trucks, and so lower the average cost of delivering that. And they've decided to take all that in, and they're able to do that through technology. And they also announced that about a 9.9% rate increase on that business. So, I think that, if you're looking past 2025, I think in 2026, UPS is going to be pretty well positioned for growth and better margins, especially as it focuses on kind of higher yielding businesses or higher margin businesses like it has with the growth of its healthcare business.
Lee, certainly the focus of our conversation is UPS, but doesn't exist in a vacuum here. Amazon is a big part of this conversation. And I'm wondering where this leaves Amazon, given that the company has invested so much over the last decade plus into building out its own delivery infrastructure network, including planes and including last mile as well. Where does it leave a company like Amazon? Does it eventually go entirely all under Amazon's umbrella?
I think to go entirely under Amazon umbrella is possible over time, but when I'm talking about time, I'm not talking about 25, 26.
Okay.
I'm talking about over the long term. What they've been able to build through their independent contractors is a good way to take the stuff that people buy and deliver it to people's homes. What they really haven't been able to do is pick things up along the way in mass. So like their network is kind of like a one-way network, where a FedEx or a UPS are two-way, where they do deliver stuff and they do pick up stuff at the same time. And so until that happens, they are still going to rely on a UPS for returns. So UPS, as a lot of listeners know, they have stores all over the place. You can go to the store and drop off an Amazon return, and it's pretty easy. So there's that ability. That UPS will probably, always have Amazon as a customer, but it's just going to be a much smaller, and it might be, eventually the majority of the business might just be returns. But, again, that's going to be over time.
Hey, Lee, FedEx is also down about 2.2% in today's session. I know we always say they're not the exact same companies, but is there some bigger, broader think here too about just the business overall, or the, moving around of goods and stuff, that maybe it's just not as strong?
Yeah, so a lot of the impact of the Amazon business was in UPS's domestic business, and when they gave their 2025 guidance, their international business was not nearly as strong, and so I think the read through for that is maybe demand is not going to be as great in 2025 as it was originally thought. I mean, I think people were expecting low single digit growth in volumes. Maybe that's just more at the low end of that low single digit growth kind of expectation. So, I suspect that you'll see analysts be taking down their numbers, not only on UPS, but maybe on FedEx as well, just tweaking things here or there. But I don't think it's like it's a huge call that, the consumer is dead, it's time to panic. It's not time to panic. The consumer in the U.S. has been extremely resilient, and that has been good for these parcel providers.
I'm one of those consumers, know it well. Lee, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Be well. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst Lee Klaskow. One programming note, UPS CEO Carol Tomé will be live on Bloomberg Television and Radio. That's coming your way at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to check that one out.
Hey, I got another programming note for you. We are expecting the NTSB to give a press conference and update on the tragedy down in Washington, D.C. That's expected to start at 2:45 this afternoon. We'll certainly bring that to you live as soon as they begin. All
right. So as you know, we talked with Mike McKee earlier about the latest read on the U.S. economy. Another great read on the economy and really the consumer comes from the restaurant space. It was just in December that Bloomberg reported on how casual restaurant bankruptcies had accelerated last year, with restaurants filing for bankruptcy at the fastest pace since 2020 as customers retreated. The view for this year was that advertising, value promotions would ultimately help restaurant sales. So let's see what is going on in the environment. With us is the chairman and CEO of the family-run fast casual restaurant chain Golden Krust. Jackie Hawthorne Robinson is with us. She recently took over as CEO, and she joins us here in studio. Welcome. Nice to have you here. How are you?
Oh, thank you so very much. And I must say, it's great to be here. Yeah, so I'm doing great. How about you?
We're doing okay. There's a lot coming at everybody, and I think there's a lot coming at investors. There's a lot coming at consumers. You guys are some 30 years into this. If we
35 years.
35.
That's correct.
So, how would you describe today's business environment? Because what's going on in restaurants can tell us a lot about the economy, small business, and the consumer.
Well, basically for us, from a Golden Krust perspective, we are doing great in our business. We are functional, we are operational, we are making profit, and we are rolling the dice, so to speak. But I see it, I see the concept, I see what's happening to other restaurant business, how they're failing. But for us as Golden Krust, we are progressing for sure.
We saw the last couple of years punctuated by the highest inflation that we've seen in a generation.
That's correct.
Is that gone for you? Are
no,
prices flat?
I would say no, it's not going for us. But what we are doing, we are trying to keep the market alive. We're trying to bring quality still. And even though inflation is up, we haven't raised prices for a few years. So we are trying to hold so we can maintain and stay in business.
Well, where specifically are you still seeing prices increase?
I'm seeing price increases in big box stores. I'm seeing price increases in the Walmarts and in all those other locations. We are seeing price increases in the products that we are purchasing, goods overall.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure, definitely.
So if you're not passing it along to consumers, that puts pressure on you guys, right?
It does.
In terms of
Yes.
the margin side of the business, where we
Definitely.
know it can be already kind of slim and tough
Yes.
in restaurants.
Yes, I agree with that.
How difficult, and then how do you manage? Like, is there can you cut costs elsewhere?
Cutting costs elsewhere is also very difficult
Yeah.
because, as we know, just about cost is being increased from every perspective right now. If it's rental, it's being increased. If it's goods, the cost of goods are high. So it's there. We are trying to shoulder it where inflation is concerned, just to keep our customers happy and to create the best product.
One thing I've noticed at fast casual restaurants is, in recent years, is embracing technology.
Right.
And the way that companies have come out with apps to allow people to order ahead of time. In some cases, you go to a restaurant and you're not ordering from a person, you're
Exactly.
ordering using a kiosk.
Exactly.
All of that, the idea there is to help with costs and
That's
decrease
correct.
the amount of money somebody
That's
has
correct.
to pay for employees or decrease the number of
Right.
employees. How are you guys embracing tech?
Well, we're embracing tech. We're getting there. Not quick enough, but we are definitely entertaining tech and we're moving towards it. We have apps. We're operating in apps. We're serving from apps. We've got Uber Eats and we've got all those different apps that we are utilizing right now.
We're talking about, the business side of what you guys do. And we
Right.
are talking a lot, Jackie, about what might come down from Washington. We're already, getting glimpses. We're seeing activities already around immigration.
Correct.
Is that impacting you in terms of a workforce or?
It hasn't impacted us yet. So I know going forward it might be, but right now we are okay and we are still operational. Yes, for sure.
During the pandemic, we saw a lot of consumers embrace those third-party delivery services. One challenge was for restaurants to have their products actually survive delivery and taste as good when somebody gets it at their home or apartment
Right.
versus when they get it in a restaurant. Did you guys have to make changes during that time to
I
how the
think-
product was delivered?
I think for us, I would say absolutely not. Our products are delivered on time. It's still hot. It's still holding up in those boxes that we use.
Huh.
So we do not, at present, have a problem with that.
Have you seen delivery as a portion of your overall business fall off significantly since the heights of the pandemic, or have consumers held on to that?
we have increased sales. After
Just
the
as far as
pandemic
delivery
from that.
goes,
Yes.
I'm talking about in-restaurant versus delivery. You're still seeing growth in delivery?
Yeah, we're
Wow.
still seeing growth in delivery and we're still seeing growth in the restaurant.
We're
So
talking-
there's duality, it's for us, and both of them are still functional.
I just want to mention some headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal, and this has to do with OpenAI, of course, really at the center of the push that we've seen in artificial intelligence over the last couple of years. Coming from the Wall Street Journal, OpenAI is in talks for investment round, valuing it up to $340 billion, and it is in talks to raise up to $40 billion in a new round of financing, and that would include up to $25 billion from SoftBank. But again, OpenAI in talks to raise up to $40 billion that would ultimately give it a $340 billion valuation. This again, Tim, coming from the Wall Street Journal.
So I guess not really a lot of concern over what happened on Monday?
Or maybe, I don't know. It's interesting, the timing. I feel like this week has been chock full of news around artificial intelligence.
Just to remind
and
everybody, the
investment
Journal
into it.
reminding us that $157 billion is the valuation that OpenAI recently had. That was only a couple months ago, back in October.
So
So,
this
a
is-
$340 billion valuation, if this does indeed come true, would be quite an increase in a short time.
Yeah, big bump up. Anyway, we're going to continue to track that. I want to get back to Jackie Hawthorne Robinson, CEO at Golden Crust. For those who are not familiar, and Jackie, I'll be quite honest with you. When we were reading in and getting ready to do this interview, I'm like, I don't know that I know these restaurants. So tell us, because you're around the United States, a lot of them in the Texas
But
area.
have you had our food at all?
I have not. So tell us about what you guys do. What sets you
Golden Crust
apart?
exists basically to bring the taste of the Caribbean
Yeah.
to worldwide, to everybody, whichever country you're in, whatever state you're in. So Golden Crust does exist for that. We carry a niche kind of recipe for all the food items that we offer with a Caribbean flavor, authentic Caribbean flavor. We strive for that, and that's what we produce every day. So we're bringing most of our items, core items, do come out of Jamaica.
Right.
So we import those items like the Scotch bonnet pepper. I'm not sure if you've ever had that. Spicy.
I do like a little bit of
Tasty.
spicy.
Yes,
My
and
family likes
tasty.
spicy.
Yep. And
Yeah.
not only is it spicy,
So-
it's flavorful.
Jackie, where are you guys mostly in terms of where your stores are right now, your restaurants in the
Well,
United
we
States?
are located over the metropolitan area.
Yeah.
That's where we are right now. And we're also in 8 states.
In 8 states?
Yes, that is correct.
Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Maryland, North Carolina, Texas, New York, and New
New York,
Jersey.
yes, that's
Does
correct.
that footprint grow?
Yes, it does.
Where
Yes,
and when?
it grows. I mean, we have growth, monthly growths that from coming from all these footprints. We have areas that are doing better than other areas, but the footprints works.
Where will you grow next?
I
What
know-
states will you expand into?
Well, we're in Texas. We're trying to expand more into Texas. We currently have 3 locations there. We're looking to possibly put another 2 to 3 locations in the Texas region. We want to go back and go full blast back in California. So that's where we're looking to go to now. California will be the next state up for us.
Who is your typical customer? And I am curious, like we talked a little bit about the business environment earlier, what you have seen in terms of the spend, if that, we talked about inflation and pressures and you haven't been really spending that or passing that along to the customer. But are you increasingly seeing customers look for kind of like value initiatives?
Oh, yeah, definitely. They do that every day. Everybody wants a deal. We understand. Yeah. We do understand that. But our niche right now is Caribbean people, mostly Jamaicans coming in.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, we sure have a broader customer base. So we serve to everybody just about now.
One thing that I always wonder about when it comes to restaurants is supply chain and how you keep consistency across different parts of the country when some restaurants are thousands of miles from the other restaurant.
Correct.
How do you, what's your distribution center? How do you make sure that the experience that somebody has at the location on 14th Street in Manhattan, for example, is the same as the location in Texas?
I think keeping everything the same is how we operate. We have field officers. We have people that are responsible for each state, of course. We do testings all the time to ensure people are keeping up with what they need to. We, as also a delivery company, we do deliver all of our items from the main office, whether it's the beef patties, boxed and frozen, and all your other items like your fresh hardo bread and the fresh hardo buns and all the other items that we produce. We do deliver daily to these customers and to these franchisees.
How do you determine, you talk about the franchisees. So in some ways that offloads some of the risk for you guys.
That is correct.
Directly.
Yes.
But you want to make sure those franchisees do well because
That's correct.
It impacts the overall brand.
Bottom line in the brand. Yes.
Totally get.
Yes.
So in terms of expansion, how do you determine where you are going? Is it just where you're seeing, is it basic demand in terms of customers and you know that you're going to be able to grow that market? Or how do you determine where to go?
I guess as you mentioned, the demand definitely is a factor. I mean, we have customers that comes into our stores every day, and whichever state they're from, they're going to come and say, hey, you guys need to get into Texas.
Right.
I need your product. You need to get there. So, of course, we'll take that. We will listen to it. We will do demographics, and we'll see if it fits us, and then we'll move into that state.
If gives an understanding of company-run stores versus franchisee stores right now.
Right. So give you an understanding of the company
how many
store?
do you have that are company-run versus how
So
many are
basically
franchise?
now we're down to like 2 company stores.
Okay, and the rest
All
are
the
franchise.
other stores are franchises.
What
That's correct.
what is the commitment that a franchisee has to make in order to open one of these restaurants?
Well, they have to commit to the brand. They have to commit to keep the brand alive. They have to commit to use our products. And they have to commit to consistency.
I was looking for a financial commitment.
Oh, financial commitment? Oh, you need a number for that?
I need a number, yeah.
Oh, you need a number for that. If I were to throw a number out there, I'd probably say on this platform right now, probably about $450,000.
Okay, so that's the upfront cost, and then
that can be construction costs, upfront costs.
And then there are the costs that are associated with the licensing.
Exactly.
And
That's
then
a
a
different
marketing
cost.
cost as well?
Not really, not
okay,
right
so
off
the
the bat.
percentages that you take is just a licensing fee.
Yes, licensing, and at that point, you do take your percentage. once they open and become operational.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Well, and what's interesting is you guys, you have the restaurants, you have the franchisees, but you also have a lot of products, right, in grocery stores.
We sure do.
Tell us a little bit about the growth of that business and what you're seeing there.
Okay, well, basically for us, we're in a lot of big box stores.
Yeah.
We're in the Costco's, we are in Dollar Trees, we are in Walmart, and as a matter of fact, we are rolling out a new item for Walmart, which is scheduled to roll out February 26th, a 2-pack select patty, just for Walmart purposes only. Yeah, so that's what we're doing right now.
What's the connection between a sales increase at a big box store when a restaurant opens in that local area? Do you see a lift?
Yes, we do. We definitely do.
Like if you have a restaurant open up in a new location and you've already been selling the products in one of the big box stores, how much does it increase the sales in the big box store?
I would say because of visibility. So that big new restaurant is now creating more visibility for us. For most of the time, it does not affect us at all. Yeah.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Really interesting to hear. Let us know as things continue to grow and expand.
Thank you so very much.
Jackie, thank you so much. Jackie Hawthorne Robinson, she's Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Golden Krust, joining us here in studio. We should remind you that we are getting ready to head back to the nation's capital. The NTSB is expected to give an update on that midair crash that happened yesterday at Reagan National. Looking for some more details, as we know from the president's press conference earlier today. A lot of questions in terms of how this happened. So we're looking for a little bit more clarity and information and see where they are in the investigation. And we should point out that this has gone from a rescue to recovery mission. So looking for some updates in terms of the progress, I should say, on the rescue mission.
Some of the folks who we do expect to hear from include the chair of the NTSB, Jennifer Homendy, also Todd Inman, who's a member of the NTSB, and then Bryce Banning, who is the investigator in charge. Once again, the NTSB briefing on the investigation into yesterday's midair collision involving that PSA Airlines Bombardier CRJ-700 and the Sikorsky H-60 military helicopter right by DCA.
Right. The plane was carrying 64 people. The Army helicopter had 3 airmen aboard. Looking at our live blog here at Bloomberg, we've been keeping track as different information comes in, different press conferences are happening. But the DC fire chief had said we don't believe there are any survivors, which is why it is now a recovery mission at this point. Keep in mind that this is a very busy aviation hub. There are restrictions. Some might say that they are complex, they are bewildering, and it's a very congested urban environment to layer on top of that, not far from the White House, not far from the U.S. Capitol, not far from the Pentagon. And our team kind of reminding us that it has had some issues before, and so it continues to be on everyone's radar in terms with the backdrop of this collision, and there will be questions to be answered, no doubt about that.
We expect to hear that update begin just in the next couple of minutes. We should note that thanks to the live blog from our own Tony Capaccio, Pentagon reporter, reminding all of us that an annual Army Aviation Safety Report released this month showed that during the year through September, there were 15 so-called Class A flight mishaps. It refers to the most serious accidents when aircraft are destroyed and lives are lost. Those crashes resulted in 11 deaths, 9 soldiers, as well as a contractor and a civilian. Carol, only one of those crashes involved a Black Hawk.
Yeah, and the incident, really one of the deadliest U.S. air disasters in decades, and we are watching it for, trying to get more clues in terms of exactly what happened. We do know it happened last night. The American Flight 5342 had been coming from Wichita, Kansas, 60 passengers. We mentioned the crew aboard the Sikorsky H-60 Black Hawk helicopter. And so, again, just looking for more clarification in terms of why that mid-air collision happened ultimately last night. And we do know the rescue and recovery, I should say, actions have been really difficult considering the temperatures, the water. So that's been a difficult process as well. But we will get an update and find out exactly how far along the crews are. Multiple recovery crews, we should say, that have come from all parts of the area around Washington, D.C. to help out in that.
Once again, we're waiting to hear from the NTSB. That briefing will start imminently. It's going to be held at the lobby in Terminal 1 at DCA. We'll hear from the chair, Jennifer Homendy, of the NTSB, Todd Inman, the member of the NTSB, and then the investigator in charge, Bryce Banning.
All right, everybody. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on this Thursday. Of course, another busy market day. Just quick check on it as we wait for that NTSB update. You've got the S&P 500 just up about 0.5%, a gain of about 33 points. The NASDAQ 100, a gain of about 0.4%, up about 99 points. The Dow, if you're interested, up about 0.5%, up to 249 in terms of points. We do have another big earnings coming up after the closing bell. Apple, which we will be breaking full team coverage in terms of their results, and we'll be gauging market reaction. But in the meantime, again, certainly among our most read stories, if not the most read, is that mid-air crash that we had last night, Tim.
The crash definitely revives scrutiny over the congested Washington airspace. We've got a graph from our Bloomberg team, a chart that shows just how crowded and how busy, or I should say how busy the runway is at Ronald Reagan Airport. One runway there is the country's busiest, 819 flights per day, followed by Los Angeles International Airport. One of those runways has 781 flights per day.
All right, let's take you to the NTSB and the briefing.
Thank you for joining us. My name is Jennifer Homendy, and I'm the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board. The National Transportation Safety Board is an independent federal agency that's charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation and serious accident and serious incident in the United States and significant events in other modes of transportation. I want to start by expressing our deepest condolences, our sympathies on behalf of the entire board for those who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you. Entire communities were affected, and we are thinking of you. With me today is Bryce Banning. Bryce is a senior aircraft accident investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. He's also going to serve as our investigator in charge of this investigation. Also with me today is the entire board. We have Todd Inman, member Todd Inman. Todd is going to serve as the board member on scene, the spokesperson for this investigation. All of the board members will be here. We have Vice Chairman Alvin Brown, member Mike Graham, who lived in Wichita for 20 years, and we also have member Tom Chapman. The NTSB's headquarters is just a mile from here. And so we are all here because this is an all-hands on-deck event. And we're here to assure the American people that we are going to leave no stone unturned in this investigation. We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. Now, with that, I want to level set. When we go to the scene, and we were here last night, we allow the responders to do their important safety mission, which in this case was search and rescue and recovery. We stand back to allow them to do their important safety mission. And so this for us is our first full day on scene with our entire crew coming together. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency. So with that said, we are not going to get into specific facts in this press conference. I want to level set here. We're going to get into our investigative process. As we are able to confirm factual information, we will provide that. I do want to say this is a whole of government effort. I was able to brief, along with others, the President of the United States and the Vice President this afternoon. I want to thank them for their leadership, for their tremendous support of the NTSB, for our investigators, and for the responders that are on scene doing an important mission. I also want to thank Secretary Sean Duffy, who I was communicating with early on after we first got word of this tragedy. We've been working together throughout the day, along with his team at the DOT and within FAA. I also want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was also integral in working with us today. Chris Rocheleau, the acting administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. We've heard from many members of Congress on both sides of the aisle. And so I will say this is a tremendous, one more time, whole of government effort. I also want to take a moment and thank the many, many responders that have been on scene. It has been an incredible effort. And I will have a full list that I will provide, that we will provide tomorrow, but I do want to thank them for all their work. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Inman for additional remarks.
So today is our first full day on scene. Our investigative team will be on scene as long as it takes in order to obtain all of the perishable evidence and all the fact finding that is needed to bring us to a conclusion of probable cause. Our mission is to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and to recommend changes to prevent it from happening again. Since we're just beginning our investigation, we don't have a great deal of information to share right now. We will keep you informed by getting regular updates as we learn more. Our intention is to have a preliminary report within 30 days, and the final report will be issued once we've completed all of our fact-finding and investigation. Now, we will not be determining the probable cause of the accident while we are here on scene, nor will we speculate about what may have caused this accident. Today, we will be going and having an organizational meeting and establishing our parties to our investigation. We currently have the following parties that are already identified: PSA Airlines, GE Aerospace, Sikorsky, FAA, NACTA, which represents the air traffic controllers, ALPA, which represents the pilots, Army, AFA, which represents the flight attendants. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada will be an accredited representative under Annex 13 of ICAO. They will be supplemented by MHIRG as a technical advisor. They were previously known as Bombardier. The NTSB offers this party status to those companies, government agencies, and associations that have employees, activities, or equipment involved in the accident. We offer that because they will provide technical expertise and relevant information supporting the development of the best possible factual record. Once they join this investigation, they are not permitted to release documents or talk publicly about the investigation without the consent of the NTSB. So I want to stress this. It is only the NTSB that will provide information related to this investigation, with one exception. Regarding the fatalities that occurred, that notification will be handled by the DC medical examiner. We will not be discussing fatalities or names. That will be handled by them as the proper authority. So we want to talk a little bit about our process. We will analyze the facts and determine the probable cause of the accident, and then issue a report of those determinations. I also want to talk a little bit about some additional people that are here with us, and they're very important to us, and that is our family assistance group. Later today, we will be briefing the families. We normally try to do this before a media event, but in this case, they're still arriving. Our family assistance specialists are already working closely with local officials and others to help assist them in their efforts to support everyone that's affected by this accident. And let me just reiterate what the chair said. A loss of life in an aviation accident is very unusual in the United States, and our heartfelt sorrow goes out to everyone that's affected. It affects us, it affects everyone around us. There are a lot of people hurting today. We will help find out what happened. We will do it factually, and we will do it accurately. As part of this, we are going to be standing up some specific working groups. Those working groups will be operations. They will be looking at the history of the accident flight and crew members' duties for as many days before the crash as appears relevant. We'll be forming a structures group, which will be the documentation of the airframe wreckage and the accident scene, including calculation of impact angles to help determine the plane's pre-impact course and altitude. We'll have a power plants group. They will do the examination of the engines and the engine accessories. We'll have a systems group. They will study the components of the plane's hydraulic, electrical, pneumatic, and associated systems, together with the instruments and elements of the flight control system. We'll have an air traffic control group. They will do reconstruction and review of air traffic control systems provided to and including acquisition of pertinent flight track surveillance information, what you might typically think of as radar or ADS-B, along with controller pilot communications. We will also have a survival factors group. They will be doing the documentation of impact, forces and injuries, community emergency planning, and all crash and fire rescue efforts. Also, due to the unique nature of this crash, we will be having a helicopter group as well. Lastly, we will have a human performance group, and this will not be its own group. It will actually be a part of the operations, air traffic control, and helicopter groups. They will study the crew performance and all before the accident factors that might be involved in human error, including fatigue, medication, medical histories, training, workload, equipment design, and work environment. Now we're going to take a few questions, but I will again stress, we don't have a lot of information now. We will continue to gather that. We will try to release it as we can, but we will only talk about the facts of the case that we know right now. I'm going to ask, we'll call on a few people. I'm going to ask that you state your name and affiliation.
James Matthews from Sky News. So we heard from President Trump today talking about DEI hiring policies within the FAA and associating that with the cost of this accident. What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear the remarks. I was briefing House and Senate members, but I believe, Chair, would you like to take that?
As part of any investigation, we look at the human, the machine, and the environment. So we will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident. Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment in which they were operating in. That is standard in any part of our investigation. I'll turn it back.
Chair, can I ask you, has the flight data recorder been recovered yet? And what is the difficulty in a water disaster like this, which presents a very difficult environment for your investigators and the people out of the water right now?
Well, the question was on the flight data recorders. And we have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB. We have many times recovered flight data recorders in water. We have our lab right here that is about a mile from the NTSB, so it's not unusual. And once we get those, we'll be able to get those read and information from them to be able to provide further information to you. I'm going to turn it back over to Member Inman.
Sir.
Heather Henry with CBS News. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said a mistake was made last night. Based off of you all's initial investigations and preliminary findings, have you all been able to tell whether this was human error or mechanical failure?
The question was, has there been human error or mechanical failure? We don't know what we know just yet. We do not know enough facts to be able to rule in or out human factor, mechanical factors. That is part of the NTSB investigative process and where all of these groups will come together. It's one of the reasons why the NTSB is known as the gold standard. We will take the time that's necessary, but I'd also like to reiterate, if we find something that is a significant issue that warrants immediate action, we will not hesitate to make those recommendations and make them public. We have a good track record on that, and we want to continue doing so. Sir.
Hello, Sir. Tom Costello with NBC News.
does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTS, it's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information. We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
Yeah, Member Chase Williams of Fox Business. I'm wondering about the conditions in the tower last night. Were there any performance issues in the past with any of these controllers? Anything of that?
Question is about controllers. As I said, we are just now forming the groups. The controllers do have union representation, which they are entitled to. They'll be working with our party system and our party groups. They will be conducting interviews. Those interviews will need to be analyzed, transcribed, and other team members will need to look over it. It'll be a long process, but we will go through the entire history.
My question is for the chairwoman. Can you tell us more about what the president and the vice president's responses were when you briefed them this afternoon?
Sure. So the question was about my briefing for the president and the vice president. As is standard, we offer briefings on our process and what we know. And this was a briefing with the president and vice president and with Secretary Duffy and Secretary Hegseth and also the acting administrator of the FAA. There was discussion on what we know so far and our process, and that was about it.
Madam Chairwoman, Stephanie Ramos with ABC News. Similar to Tom Costello's question, the president has stated what may have caused the crash, stating common sense. Does that affect your progress at all at this early stage?
Yeah, so the NTSB, we conduct an important safety mission where we take a very careful approach. I'm sorry, the question was on speculating during investigations, which is we often hear about. What I will say is we look at facts on our investigation, and that will take some time. And at some point, we'll be able to provide that factual information, as Member Inman said, and provide that hopefully tomorrow.
Hang on a second.
Dave Jefferson from Reuters. Have you been able to retrieve the black boxes from the helicopter? Has the military decided whether they're going to read those to the NTSB? And what about the ATC tapes?
So the question was about black boxes, which are referred to as black boxes, which are typically orange. We have not recovered any of the boxes involved yet. We feel comfortable and confident that we will be able to. Right now, recovery of life is probably the most important in those that were involved. I mean, there are still ongoing recovery efforts involving the fatalities involved, along with some debris is coming out as well. We will make sure that that perishable evidence is maintained. We have a great process for that. We will probably have more than one black box, so to speak. It's our understanding that the Sikorsky helicopter is equipped with some form of recording devices, and those will be read either by the DoD or by us. We have a good starting relationship with them, and we've already made agreements in order to be able to do that. So I feel comfortable in what we're going to be doing. The other question was about air traffic control. We received a very large package of information from the FAA at about 3 a.m., I believe, this morning. That is still being reviewed and analyzed. I would say there's a lot more information that usually comes in that than what you might find online and people might speculate about. And that is part of that overall process where we take the time to get the information correct and to make sure all the parties are engaged and involved and can fact check that information. One.
Jake Cohen from CNN. Can you tell me if the NTSB has reviewed this FAA internal report that has been cited by the New York Times indicating that the controller that was on duty at the time of the crash was doing a job that's usually done by two people?
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information, their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued. All that information will be part of that investigative process. But right now, we can't speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation. We're going to take just a few more questions. Sir?
What's the process and the logistics like of bringing the families in? Are they coming into the airport? And how are you going to sort of do the sensitivity of bringing them to the place where this tragedy happened?
So the question is about the families. And many of those families are still en route. Some are still being notified from both the military and from the commercial crash. There is a family assistance facility that's being stood up by American and PSA Airlines in Bethesda, Maryland. They've already been working on that, standing it up. Our team from our disaster assistance team has also been coordinating with them. We plan on briefing them. It is customary that at some point, if the families wish to go to part of the accident site, that we would arrange such a thing, but it will only be when we know that it's safe, we have the correct perishable evidence, and we can do it in the proper modesty that should be for those family members. It will be a little bit of a process, but it will take some time.
Sir, to follow up on the air traffic control system.
No. Sir, or you?
I know that Marielle Clermont with DC News now. We've heard from some witnesses that they saw people were able to come down the slides of the plane. Has there been any indication that people made it off the plane into the water?
Well, again, we will not speak to the fatalities. The DC medical examiner will, but I think the DC fire chief this morning very succinctly said correctly that we believe there are no survivors.
But were they off the plane? Like, did they even get out of the plane?
Last question.
So hang on one second. Right now, we're going through the debris fields. Nothing we've seen would indicate that maybe slides or chutes were deployed. It was a very quick, rapid impact, but we've seen nothing in that regard so far from the evidence we have, but we still need to verify all of that information. One more question?
Are you going to be looking at the family member's cell phone?
Go ahead.
Jeff Cook, ABC News. What do you know about the altitude of the helicopter at the moment of impact? And can you talk about the procedures for such helicopters in that area?
The question was about the helicopter procedures. And in D.C., it's kind of a unique environment. We've been getting briefed more and more by the FAA. I'm not an air traffic control specialist, but they're actually helicopter zones, if you will, or tracks. And this one was transiting, I believe, from track 1 to 4 as part of their normal procedure. If you live in D.C., you see a lot of helicopters going down into this area. So there's a very well-defined system in that regard. As far as altitude, until we get the additional information, we can't validate or basically corroborate any of that until we get more of the electronic data and the data that's on the plane. I do want to clarify one question that also came about cell phones. You know, in today's age and time, a lot of electronics and other devices do contain a lot of different information. We've found on a number of our accidents that we actually are notified through a smartphone that may sense that. As part of our process, we will obviously treat all of the effects of the deceased with dignity. We are already starting to pull that information together. If we feel that it's necessary to find or pull some of that information, we will work with the families and make sure we do it in a manner that's respectful for them and their privacy. But right now, we don't have any plans specifically on that amount, on that area until we need to. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, you have been listening to an NTSB briefing on the midair crash that happened at Reagan National last evening. You've been listening to the voice of Todd Inman, board member of the NTSB. He's also the spokesperson for the investigation. As is typical, the NTSB says it's going to take its time to gather all the information and then, of course, issue their report on what happened. But again, stressing the time needed to make sure that they get the facts and the information correctly and so that they can assess what happens. As for the black box, the flight recorder, they say they know where it is, and it has yet, though, to be recovered. So we'll continue to track. This is going to take some time, weeks, to really figure out exactly what happened. All right, we're going to get back to the markets right now.
And let's on over for an update. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you, Robert. Here's what's going on. 45 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Perhaps the big market story, though, the surge in the Russell 2000 index up now by 1.5%. To put that in context, S&P up 0.7%, up 42 points now. The Dow up 284, up 0.6%. NASDAQ right now up by 0.5%. 10-year at 4.51%. The 2-year 4.19%. Spot gold trading at a record $27.94 the ounce now. It is up by 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude $72.87 a barrel, up 0.3. And Bitcoin right now at 105,730, up 1.9%. Microsoft down 6% after earnings. The big story coming up after the close of trading going to be Apple. Apple shares ahead of earnings up 0.2%, and Intel up by 1.4%, also reporting after the close of trading. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, it's hard to think back to Monday, Carol, given what a week it's been so far.
It's been kind of crazy, the ride here.
Okay, it was a day that the stock market reckoned with a startup called DeepSeek. Even though a lot of people knew about what it could do in R1 last week. On that day, though, you'll recall NVIDIA fell 17% in a single day. It erased $589 billion in value, a record drop for a single day. Mihir Desai was watching what happened in the stock market that day closely. He's the Mizuho Financial Group professor of finance at Harvard Business School. He's also a professor at the law school. He's also contributed to Bloomberg's Weekend Edition. He did write in the New York Times this week that Monday's value destruction illustrates something concerning happening in financial markets and can best be explained by an ancient myth of a serpent eating itself. Professor Desai, it's good to have you with us. Why was NVIDIA losing nearly a fifth of its value in a day? Not that surprising to you.
Well, so I think what the big surprise is why and how 7 companies constitute 1/3 of our market capitalization. That's really the big surprise. And so the question of the day is really, how is that going to reconcile itself? And so what I tried to put forward in this piece was just the theory that actually it's pretty unsustainable, and that in effect, big tech is eating its own tail. This serpent image that you might have seen of a snake eating itself has been around for millennia. And I think that's kind of what's going on, which is just a way of saying this AI frenzy has, in some sense, been manifest by these big 7 companies having a very low cost of capital. They've become the safe asset in the world. So if you are around the world, you want a dollar-denominated asset, but with better management teams than maybe governments, better balance sheets than maybe governments, you're going to flock to them. Well, what does that mean? Well, if that happens and they become the safe asset, then people don't expect much in terms of return, because that's what happens with safe assets. Well, how do managers respond to that? And the answer is you invest a lot. And that's what they've been doing. And they've been investing a lot in each other. And they've been spending like crazy. So, for example, NVIDIA's more than half their revenues is coming from their siblings in the big 7. So, and Amazon, Microsoft are spending literally $200 billion a year in infrastructure spend. And they're doing buybacks hand over fist. So they are literally eating themselves and literally eating each other. And the underlying story, I think, is going to be that these is going to end up having low returns. So when you end up giving them the prize of being a safe asset, you don't expect much from them, and they invest like crazy, and then they deliver slow returns. That's what we are going to see. It won't happen today or tomorrow. It'll happen over the next 5 or 10 years, like it happened at the beginning of the last century with railroads and steel. I think that is why it wasn't that big a surprise to me.
I want you to dig a little bit into this. You know, one of the things that we love looking at here at Bloomberg is that the supply chain functions. So you pull up something like NVIDIA. And so Microsoft is responsible for about 19% of their revenue.
Yeah.
Meta is about 10%, according to our latest data. Supermicro, about 8%. Alphabet, Google, about 6%. Amazon, about 5%. Dell, about 3%. Like, we love to kind of get an idea of who's buying. And so the exposure, especially if we get bad news from them, what it means for an NVIDIA. So you're saying, what, too concentrated? Or what's your point about, you know, that they're kind of, it's like this almost closed circle,
it's
right?
It's a little bit of a closed circle,
and
exactly,
they all are
Carol.
kind of like supporting one another.
Yeah, so, I mean, effectively what's happening is they're investing and spending money on each other. And that closed circle...
Why are they doing that? Because some would say that what we've seen over the last couple of years is that everybody has all of a sudden realized, oh my God, look at what generative AI
Exactly.
can do. And so we have to build out our own systems.
Exactly right. And the promise is that it is not a closed circle, that one day it'll all be manifest to us what those revenues and profits are. And that is a huge bet. We are all levered to the Mag 7 in a way that I don't think we understand. When 1/3 of the market cap is Mag 7, we're levered to it, and the global economy is levered to it. And all of that is going to be a function of the productivity of all this capital they're spending on each other. And what I tried to raise in that article is it's not clear that that is going to be manifest. And in fact, DeepSeek, I think people misunderstood the DeepSeek lesson. In part, the story about DeepSeek is it is very hard to create a competitive advantage in this industry. You know, people think there's a lot of money to be made. Well, to make a lot of money, you need to be able to capture the rents. And what DeepSeek showed is that it's not clear that these rents are easily captured. And so if it's easily accessible to everyone, that doesn't mean it's not going to be transformational, Carol. What it means is...
Because some would say that if it's more accessible, more people can tap into it. And for people who are supportive of it, like hence the software guys, right? We all of a sudden said they were off and running.
Yeah, and it could be transformational, but will a company be able to capture it all, right? So the whole premise of their market capitalizations is there's going to be 7 big winners, and we know who they are. It's those 7 companies. And maybe that's not right, even if it is transformational. If it isn't transformational, then we're all really in trouble because they're literally deploying capital at really, really low rates of return, maybe negative rates of return.
Your question about a mode or differentiation is an interesting one. It came up yesterday during our conversation with Caroline Hyde of Bloomberg Technology about what the difference is between Gemini, ChatGPT, Llama, Anthropic's Claude. What is the difference between these apart from the way they look? That question, I think, still a lot of investors in the private markets and the public markets are asking themselves.
Yeah, and one theory is that it's about scale. You have to get big and you have to get big fast. And the answer is maybe. DeepSeek suggests maybe not. And also, we should just remember that having access to a lot of capital and spending it is not a competitive advantage. That is not what a competitive advantage is. Capital is not like the scarce resource in the world. And so if you
especially for some of these big tech companies, right? Like we talk about their balance sheets and typically you would say a higher rate environment would bother them, but they have so much cash that they don't have to really tap into the capital markets.
That's right.
And
but I think they're in a race, right? So they're spending cash hand over fist. And the answer is, well, wait, but if you don't have a sustainable advantage, then what is this race about? And I don't think there is a real moat there. And then you really have to question the whole story.
So I think it raises a lot of questions about where investors should be putting their money in the public market. We talk a lot about single stocks. In retirement portfolios, a lot of people are invested in indexes. If you're not playing the stock market, all the experts say, hey, just invest in the S&P 500 or index funds. What happens, though, when the S&P 500 is dominated by these companies? Where should people put their money?
Well, that's exactly right, because the unique circumstance is that, I talk about the unmagnificent 493, because there's a magnificent 7 and there's an unmagnificent 493. And the answer is that is still the best advice. However, I think it's a good time to rethink certain things. So, for example, as you know, we are living in the 20th year of the value growth split, where growth has just outperformed value forever. And I think it's a good occasion to revisit that. And for those of you who are listening who want to be still, I just want to index, I just want to do that. Well, you want to think about broader indices. You want to think about value indices.
Which is the Vanguard Total Stock Market Index, is pretty heavily correlated to the S&P 500.
That is true.
And that's a challenge if you want to buy the entire market. You're still just buying the biggest companies.
That is true. I mean, in a way, that is a little bit of the point of the piece, which is we are all levered to the Mag 7 in a way that we can't get away. I think the answer is, though, there are narrower, value indices that can help you. And there are international ways to go. So I am not a huge believer in stock pickers. So I think indices are fantastic. But there are other kinds of indices. There's non-U.S. indices. There's yield. There's fixed income. There's lots of things that we, for the last 15 years, have forgotten about. My previous piece was about magical thinking and how kind of long periods of low rates have infected people to think like this goes on forever. And growthy stuff happens forever, and technology solves everything. And so, look, when rates get back up where they are, you've got to think hard in your portfolio about fixed income in a way, and cash in a way that you haven't thought about in a long time.
All right, so Professor Desai, so how does this potentially end? People have made the comparisons to the tech bubble of 1999, 2000. I don't know that it's the exact same thing, but you tell me that in terms of then how does this ultimately work its way out? Or do these companies possibly ultimately deliver if AI is as transformative as we think it might be.
Yeah. So I think the analogy to the dot-com bubble isn't that great in some ways, because a lot of those companies were not real companies, and it was all a little sketchy.
Exactly.
These are real companies. Like these are really the best companies in the world. Okay. And so what's more likely to be true is something like the Nifty 50.
Yeah.
Going to the early 70s, or the early part of last century, which is railroads and steel. And what does that tell you? It's a grind. It's not a pop of a bubble. It's like 5 years of like zero. Of like zero returns, right? So it's a grind.
So 5 years of this stuff just kind of going sideways.
Yeah,
perhaps.
it's like sideways, right? Because it's not.
Is it because the build takes so long?
The build
or the
takes
impact?
so long, and then we realize that the returns aren't there, right? And for us to realize that and understand that, I mean, these folks are spending hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. We won't really know the productivity of that capital spend for a long time. And that's why it takes longer. And they're not like fly-by-night folks, right? These are like serious people. And so it's going to take years. And that, I don't know if that's good news or bad news, Carol, but I think that is the right way to understand it. It's 3 to 5 years of a grind, which also helps you understand why valuation levels are high right now and how they come back down, just very slowly and in a very boring, unexciting way.
It's interesting because we saw in the president's first week of his term an announcement where he was flanked by Larry Ellison of Oracle, Masayoshi Son of SoftBank, Sam Altman of OpenAI, and he was touting a $100 billion up to $500 billion investment.
Yeah.
Is that something that concerns you when we're talking about figures of that size?
Well, what would concern me is if capital, this is all about capital allocation, like everything is in the economy. And so if capital allocation is going to be guided by political litmus tests, which is you got to spend $100 billion. And if you're not good for the $100 billion, we're not sure if you're a real deal. If it becomes a political litmus test and it's not being guided by the tenets of capital allocation, we're all going to suffer on that over the long run. So that's what concerns me. It's about whether this is becoming a political litmus test. Like, are you with us on AI or not? And then, of course, as you know, CEOs have to respond, which, I'm good for the $100 billion.
Yeah.
Which now starts to feel like a poker match as opposed to thoughtful capital allocation, and feels a little bit like a political litmus test.
Well, it's certainly something we've talked about, that even with some of the announcements that came out of the administration, right? But of course, no government money, but nonetheless commitments by companies. And some say, it's a commitment, doesn't mean ultimately the spend gets carried out. So it's something to keep an eye on, right? To see ultimately how it plays out. I think we're in this interesting place where we've talked a lot too about we're waiting for the payoff and understanding whether this all makes sense. Great stuff. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Professor Mihir Desai, he is, of course, with Harvard Business School. He's the Mizuho Financial Group Professor of Finance at Harvard Business School and a Professor of Law at Harvard as well. Interesting column here in the New York Times. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Hey, we got a little more than a half hour to go until the close of trading on this Thursday afternoon. The S&P 500, Carol, up at its best levels of the day, close to 0.8% higher. The NASDAQ higher by 0.6%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by about 0.6%.
Yeah, we are. We've seen a bounce back certainly in today's session. We're really going through a lot of earnings. This has been a busy one for some of the big tech companies, 4 of the Mag 7 reporting, but also kind of a broad swath in terms of the U.S. economy. And one of the names that we've been talking about certainly today is the worst performer in the S&P 500. And we are talking about UPS, which is often seen as a great gauge of some of the economy, but there's always some nuances when it comes to the shipping companies in terms of what they are doing. But nonetheless, we are seeing shares of UPS, as we mentioned, at their lows down about 18%. Right now, we're seeing a decline of about 13% for an 18-point decline. So we want to hear more from the company. And for that, we're going to toss things over to our TV colleagues who are sitting down with the UPS CEO. So we're going to toss things over to them in just a moment, because they're going to have a conversation getting into the specifics of certainly the earnings. Let's head there now.
This is the countdown to the close. I'm Romaine Bostic.
And I'm Alex Steele. Let's turn back to earnings. We're watching shares of UPS right now falling the most on record.
to the lowest level since 2020. This comes after revenue for this year missed estimates as the company winds down its relationship with Amazon, which makes up almost 12% of its revenue. For more on this, we want to turn to Carol Tomé, CEO of UPS. Carol, thank you so much for joining. There's a lot of little threads to pull here for UPS, but clearly investors are skittish, and it was really that Amazon news and your revenue forecast that did it. When did you make the decision to part ways with Amazon?
Well, it's wonderful to be with you both. And let me just describe the relationship that we have with Amazon. It goes back nearly 30 years, and we have great respect for the company. They are our largest customer, but they're not our most profitable customer. And our contract was coming up for renewal this year, and it gave us an opportunity to step back and assess how we wanted to drive the relationship going forward. We considered a number of different options and alternatives and landed on this, which is an accelerated glide down of their revenue, taking it down more than 50% by June of 2026. Now, it was a lot to digest from a market perspective, but here's the real bottom line. If you look at the guidance that we gave for 2025 for our U.S. business alone, with the Amazon glide down, our average daily value will drop around 8.5%. Our revenue will only drop about 2%, but our profit in the United States will grow by nearly 15%. We'll grow profit dollars by making this change. Mm-hmm. So we are taking control of our destiny and allowing ourselves to grow into the markets that really value our end-to-end network.
Right. So you're sacrificing volume, but for the right kind of customer. So that in many ways makes sense. Did this come from you guys, or did you call Jeff Bezos, or did he call you? Did they start the contract negotiation, then you were like, no thanks?
No, this was absolutely our decision. We ran with this.
I am curious, Carol, with regards to this decision, FedEx went through something similar a couple of years ago, and I know your businesses aren't exactly apples to apples. They had some issues in trying to sort of work through, I think, the vision you're laying out for effectively a more healthy stream of revenue. What is the time frame that you're putting on this before you start to see a return and erase effectively any potential losses in the short term from this?
So we'll have a glide down through June of 2026. But the operating profit and operating margin will continue to improve. And by the end of 2026, the operating margin in the United States will reach 12%. In terms of growth, we're leaning into the areas of the market that value our end-to-end network and our differentiating capabilities, areas like SMBs. Our SMB volume grew in 2024. It will grow again in 2025. Mm-hmm. Areas like healthcare logistics. Our healthcare logistics business grew 5% last year against a market that only grew 2.5%. Right. And next year will grow nearly 8%. So we'll be gaining the revenue back, but quality revenue. And the addressable market's big, so there's lots of opportunities for us to grow.
Carol, based on the market reaction today, why is it that this is the first time we're hearing about this publicly? Was there not a decision made maybe to communicate this, or communicate meaning the severing of the relationship with Amazon, or the wind down, I should say? Was there any discussion about maybe communicating this in a pre-announcement prior to the earnings day?
It's a very fair question. In fact, we debated this with our advisors if we should have a separate investor call on this particular decision. And collectively, we agreed to put it all into today's earnings release. I know it's a lot to digest, but as the days and weeks play out, I think investors and analysts will digest the information and understand that for the long term, this is for the health of UPS, and UPS is driving its strategy.
Talk to us in the meantime, though, about small package growth. It is a tough market, and that's irrespective of Amazon and irrespective of the United States Postal Service. It's just a tough market. When do you think we're going to go back to some real overall growth, and can you steal some market share?
Yeah, this is going to be a share story for a while, I think. The small package market in the United States is expected to grow in the low single digits. So how do you win in a marketplace like that? You've got to take share. And how do you take share? You do it by investing in enabling capabilities. For us, that includes capabilities like RFID tagging, which initially drove productivity in our business, but now provide upstream inventory visibility for our customers. We've seen some significant customer wins just because of that capability. Capability like store replenishment, where now we can give retailers time-definite delivery, which allows them to make sure their in-stocks are in good shape and lowers their cost of labor. Differentiation capabilities like cold chain logistics. The complex healthcare logistics market is over $80 billion opportunity. We just announced another acquisition of this capability in Germany, a company called Frigo-Trans. So we see an opportunity to reach $20 billion in healthcare logistics over the next several years.
Carol, though, if you're going to compete and steal market share, does that mean you're going to have to compete on price, which then winds up hurting that margin story and the profitability story that you're trying to sell?
Yeah, so we are differentiating on capabilities, and customers are willing to pay for complex logistics. So we're not chasing all packages. We're leaning into the complex logistics parts of the market where the revenue quality is quite good, and we're very focused on revenue quality.
I am curious on that complex logistics part, and particularly the technology and machinery that goes into that. Are you increasing your capital expenditures in that space, or is the money for that, has that already been telegraphed to the market?
Well, it's a terrific question. Our capital spending has come down considerably. We'll spend around $3.6 billion of capital in 2025, in line with our depreciation. That's down from what we had been spending, but it's principally because of the reduction in the volume associated with Amazon. So we don't need to purchase as many vehicles or aircraft, and we can then optimize the capital against more technology. So if you unpacked how we're spending our dollars, you see more capital being shifted to technology and these enabling characteristics.
This is a broader question, and it really is about the technology spend that we're seeing across a wide variety of industries, whether it's in AI or things similar to AI. What has been the discussion that you've been having with your deputies and maybe to a certain extent with any external accountants about the best way or the most efficient way to spend and invest in this space rather than, some companies basically just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks?
Yeah, we are a big believer in pay by the drink. We like to develop and launch a small initiative to see if we get a return, let that return then pay for the next initiative, so on and so forth. From a technology perspective, particularly generative AI, we've been focused on productivity investments, which are really easy to pay by the drink. As we think about expanding that now to customer, we'll do the same sort of thing. We'll test and learn, and spend in increments.
Carol, last question. President Trump is signing some executive orders and some memos in the Oval Office. And again, he reiterates to reporters he's looking at a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico. Are you noticing any changes in shipment, demand, rerouting, anything on tariff threats?
So, Alex, to date, we have not seen any change. And let me just put it into perspective for you. Last year, on average, we delivered 22.4 million packages per day. Of that amount, less than 400,000 packages per day were imported into the United States. So our exposure directly is less than 2% of our volume. The other thing I will say about tariffs is that we are well positioned to address the customer's needs if tariffs do go into place, because shippers may do nothing. They may put the cost of the tariff into their price, or they may think about a change in mode, perhaps moving from premium air to ocean, or they may change destination and origin. And with our global integrated network, we can serve our customers any way they need us to serve them.
Carol, we always appreciate you taking time for us on an earnings day. Carol, of course, CEO of UPS. And just a quick note to Alex's point about those.
All right, everybody, you have been listening to our TV colleagues there with the CEO of UPS, Carol Tomé. As we've talked about earlier, the stock really under a lot of pressure. It's the worst decliner in the S&P 500, down 14%. This on a surprise plan to reduce Amazon volume. So investors certainly sitting up and taking notice. And the stock, as we said, down about 14%, Tim.
Well, we're all seeing all stocks take a leg lower. The S&P 500 moving lower as a result of that headline, Trump saying 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico due to fentanyl. I know Charlie Pellet has been watching this market action closely. He's standing by now for a business flash. Hey there, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Tim and Carol. 20 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P well off session highs right now. In fact, NASDAQ just turning lower right now, swinging between gains and losses. The S&P holding on to a 13-point advance, up by about 0.2%. NASDAQ lower by about a point, while the Dow is up 36, up by about 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 0.2%. The Russell 2000, though, up by 0.9%. 10-year right now, 4.52%, with the 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $35 the ounce, up 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%, $73.47 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin right now just above $105,000. Bitcoin up by 1.4%. Microsoft shares down 6% after earnings. The big event after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Apple. Complete coverage right here on Bloomberg Business Week with Apple ahead of earnings, down 0.6%. Intel also will be reporting after the close of trading. Chipmaker right now up by 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 18 minutes left to go in the trading session. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. And as Tim and Charlie both mentioned, we did see stocks roll over here. We've now got the Dow in negative territory, but you are definitely off the best levels of the session, but a leg down. And we did have some comments from President Trump from the Oval Office talking to reporters. And the president saying that there are plans to announce Canada, Mexico tariffs because of fentanyl shipments, we would assume, coming into the United States, and specifically, I should say that the president saying 25% tariffs when it comes to Canada and Mexico. So we're going to look for some more clarifications on that, more detail, if you will. But investors noticing and sending stocks in a straight leg down over the last few minutes.
Not just stocks, keep an eye on currencies as well. The Mexican peso has sunk to a session low on those comments from Trump about tariffs. Let's see what Sam Stovall has to say about this. He's chief investment strategist at CFRA Research. He's back with us from Allentown, Pennsylvania. Sam, it was an interesting trade today, even before just a few minutes ago, and we got those comments from reporters saying that Trump would impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico due to fentanyl. How are you looking at tariffs over at CFRA?
Hey, Tim. Well, certainly we are paying attention to whatever the president says one day to the next. We still think, however, that a majority of this tariff talk is more to do with negotiating and trying to get to, squeeze out, whether it's from Colombia, Venezuela, as well as Mexico and Canada, to try to get whatever it can to improve the trade situation.
The sensitivity, though, Sam, of the markets to a headline on possible tariffs, the sensitivity even on Monday to the news out of DeepSeek in terms of AI, many were saying that, you know what, investors are just looking for a reason to sell after 2 years of just moving higher. Do you agree that there's a sensitivity in the market, or do you think the fundamentals are there that investors don't need to be so nervous about the outlook, especially when it comes to further gains?
Well, I think certainly that we could easily go through a pullback or even a mild correction because those things do happen every so often. But I still call myself a bull. I think that we are likely to see prices higher at the end of the year, but volatility, I think, certainly is going to be on the upswing. But I would tend to say also that because the market has been very willing to rotate from the high growth areas, showing some interest in healthcare, in materials, in industrials, areas that had been underperformers in 2024. That says a lot to me that investors are not willing to give up the ship just yet.
Did you change your view given the stock market action that we saw on Monday with some big name tech names sell off as a result of the DeepSeek news?
Well, Tim, we didn't change our view because we're taking sort of a wait and see attitude like the Fed. We did acknowledge absolutely that it is news that should probably be taken quite seriously. We still think that these companies are likely to stress the need for greater compute as we shift toward agentic AI and physical AI. But at the same time, these semiconductor companies could probably end up experiencing a bit of pressure in the near term, but our feeling is that it could end up then experiencing a buy on the dip a little later on. So right now, technology is the worst performing sector in the month of January, and historically, the four worst performers in the month of January tend to underperform the S&P in the full calendar year.
Hey, Sam, I do wonder, too, that, within the AI community, the big mega cap tech names that are all spending big time on AI at this point, don't they at some point kind of have to support the AI story and the AI narrative, even if they think that there might be a competitor? I mean, they all were so, I feel like, congratulatory, backslapping, if you will, on Monday over DeepSeek in terms of their findings. And you do wonder, do they kind of have to all be like AI, be supportive of it? Because there's so much money at stake, so much that's already been invested.
Sure. And also, Carol, that we're starting to see AI profits exceed AI expenditures. And so that is something where companies are expecting it to get a reward in this year and also in future years, where it's not just investments in the product that will then bear fruit years from now. They're actually expecting to see nice returns beginning this year.
When do we start to see AI affecting the companies that are not hyperscalers? When do we start to see them affecting consumer packaged goods companies, automakers, and the like?
Well, I would tend to say that is something that is certainly down the road. I don't have a specific time frame for you, but when you think about a lot of the minor AI that we experience on a daily basis, whether we're just communicating with others or whether we are doing calculations, certainly that's already being beneficial to consumers and investors today.
Sam, love talking with you for so many different reasons. I feel like we've talked so much over the years, whether it's earnings, whether it's fundamentals, but I appreciate someone who has seen a lot of cycles, a lot of strains and stresses in the financial system, and seen innovation, disruption, things that people thought would be something big that ultimately do not. Meme stocks, so much. I'm just thinking about, just got about a minute and a half left here, how you think about the market environment. Is there a lot of clarity and transparency about kind of where we go from here, or are there more questions?
I think that there are questions. I guess it depends on what we mean by where we go from here. Is it in the next couple of months? Is it this calendar year? Or is it 5 or 10 years down the road? I am a bit concerned about valuations and how people tend to just dismiss them and say, well, it's because now is different. I mean, the S&P is trading at a 21% premium to its forward PE average over the last 10 years and close to a 40% premium over the last 20 years. Tech is at 35% premium over the 10-year period, and more than 60%, 65% over the 20-year period. So I would tend to say that we're going to have to see a very large pickup in earnings because I don't expect PE multiples to expand. And if the economy is likely to be contracting as we move into this year and next, it's going to be a tough hurdle, I think, to see expanding profits rather than simply focusing on maintaining profit margins.
Yeah, super solid point for us to wrap up on. Sam, thank you as always. Sam Stovall, Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA Research, joining us from Allentown, Pennsylvania. We've got about 10 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day on this Thursday. We do have some big earnings coming your way. We're talking about Apple reporting. We're talking about Intel reporting. So we'll be breaking them down. S&P 500, folks, off its highs of the session, still up about 0.3%. You've got the NASDAQ 100 well off its best levels of the session, but a gain of about 0.3% as well. So counting you down to the close and also to some earnings. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stanovic on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we've got about 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Thursday. Just plugging myself into my pack here because we're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment.
Behind the scenes action.
Yeah, it's a lot of wires.
See, I plug myself in 2 seconds before we go to air.
I know.
And Carol prepares 7 minutes before we go to air. That kind of sums up the difference between the two of us, if you haven't noticed.
I like to make sure it's all working.
I don't even know where the packs are until 2 seconds before.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I like to make sure everything's working. All right, folks, so we're going to cut you down to the close. numbers, a lot coming at us, including some big earnings once again after the closing bell. So we'll be on it all. We've got Intel, we've got Apple. That's about 4:30. We'll get Apple. Visa is also reporting. Kelly Corporation, of course, a read on the semi. We've got Deckers also, so a consumer play
grab
there
those Hokas.
as well.
And those Uggs. Hey,
do you even wear yours anymore?
Hokas?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You know, they're in the drawer.
Yeah.
Thank you for the reminder.
But you don't really wear them anymore.
No, when it snows, I got to wear the waterproof Solomons because you don't want to slip on the ice.
Such high maintenance.
Anyway,
such high maintenance. Well,
we're not talking about that. We
Yeah.
are talking about the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal in the last hour. They all have to do with tariffs. We saw stocks take a leg lower after Trump said he'll hit Canada and Mexico with 25% tariffs starting on Saturday. We do expect to hear playback from the president imminently. We'll bring those comments to you live as soon as he begins to speak.
all right, let's go to President Trump in the Oval Office.
Administration, and since the commissioner position since the administrator position is currently vacant, he will act as the administrator since he's now been appointed deputy.
And he's a very capable guy.
Extremely experienced in aviation and highly regarded in the industry and in government.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second, for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA Administrator, in this case acting FAA Administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage, that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they are being hired into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything else instead of the DEI policies that were pursued by the Biden administration.
I think everyone understands that. And Obama.
Yes.
Both of them. Okay, but Biden much worse. Not even a contest. What they've done is just crazy in so many other ways. Okay?
Mr. President, to be clear, are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
Mr. President, there's long been concerns about the amount of congestion out of DC Airport. Do you think that there's too many flights coming out of that airport?
No, I think we need very smart people running the flights and doing it. You know, the ones that aren't good, when they'll either do one of two things. They'll have too many coming in and they can't handle it, or they'll have the people waiting up in the air, which everyone's been caught in that situation, and circling the airports for an hour, and that's no good either.
Mr. President, are you aware?
All right, everybody, you are listening to Donald Trump. It's a playback from some comments he made earlier from the Oval Office, as you did see, signing some executive orders having to do an executive action to undo diversity, equity, and inclusion practices at the Department of Transportation and the Federal Aviation Administration. What we do want to point out is that he is taking questions from reporters. He did make some comments earlier about planning to announce some tariffs against Canada and Mexico, 25% tariffs because of fentanyl. We would assume coming into the United States. We did see stocks here in the United States take a leg down on that. Do not go anywhere. Over to our TV colleagues we go. We're counting you down to the close. The closing bell starts right now.
Is going to look like at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I was taking a look at this idea of kind of like, are people really coming in and buying the dip off that? I mean, NVIDIA's really been struggling to sort of regain that traction.